William Tordoff. Government and Politics in Africa. 4th edition. 1. Introduction, African Politics since independence. Africa is a vast and diverse continent, comprising 53 independent states, see Table 1.1, this number will increase to 55 if the Saharan Arab Democratic Republic and the Republic of Somaliland secure international recognition. With only a few exceptions, such as Egypt, Ethiopia, Liberia, and South Africa, these are new states, most of them achieved independence in 1960, the annus mirabilis of African independence, or within a few years of that date. To lump these states together and talk about African politics is somewhat misleading because there are important differences between them. There is, for example, a wide cultural gap between the North African states and the Black African states south of the Sahara. The geographic and demographic differences are often striking, as witnessed by the huge Sudan and Zaire on the one hand and the tiny Rwanda, Burundi, and Swaziland on the other. Within West Africa, oil-rich Nigeria, 4 times the size of Britain and with a population in 1999 of some 124 million, contrasts sharply with the Gambia which, with an area of just over 10,000 square kilometers and a population of approximately 1.3 million, was once, in pre-independence days, described as an eel wriggling its way through a slab of French territory, Table 1.1. There is also an immense divide between stable and prosperous Botswana and states, including Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, Sierra Leone, Somalia, and Sudan, which are torn apart by civil war and, with the partial exception of mineral-rich Angola, face economic collapse. Nonetheless, at independence these new African states had several things in common. First, they were ex-colonial, that is, with only a few exceptions, such as Liberia, they had been subjected to rule by one or another of the colonial powers, Britain, France, Germany, Belgium, Italy, Portugal, and Spain, and South Africa in respect of Namibia. But colonial rule was brief, often less than 100 years, and these new states were also old societies, with a pre-colonial history of their own. Second, they were searching for a new identity as nation-states. At independence, they acquired statehood and, as members of the UN, international recognition, but, with very few exceptions such as Botswana, the task remained of welding into a nation a variety of different peoples, speaking different languages and at different stages of social and political development. Nowhere was this task more demanding than in Nigeria, which has been aptly described as the linguistic crossroads of Africa. Third, these states were mostly poor, predominantly rural, and overdependent on the vagaries of the world market. Any benefits which they received from foreign aid, for example, might be swiftly eroded if the terms of trade turned against them through a fall in the price which they received for their primary produce. The leaders of many of these states, therefore, sought to diversify the economy away from reliance on a single cash crop or mineral product, for example, Ghana on cocoa, Senegal and the Gambia on ground nuts, and Zambia on copper. However, in trying to industrialize they faced immense problems, of technology and manpower, of the cost of imported machinery, and marketing. Moreover, in the West industrialization took place before full democratic practices were introduced into the political process, and this meant that resources were available to meet the most pressing demands of the workers as they became enfranchised. 1. In Africa, as in Asia and the Caribbean, there was no such time lag, universal franchise was granted just before, at, or immediately after independence, before economic policies could even be formulated. The expectations of the electorate, heightened by promises made during the independence struggle, far exceeded any government's capacity to provide. In the fourth place, the newly independent states had an unsettled political culture. Not only had the political leadership next to no experience of operating a governmental system on a national scale, but the institutions, such as parties, parliaments, and civil services, through which they had to work were also relatively new and weak. Thus, with the exception of Liberia's true Whig party, which was formed in 1860 as the Whig Party. Political parties were mostly post-1945 creations, they therefore lacked the political experience of the Indian Congress Party. The weakness of the inherited institutions was serious because the private sector was underdeveloped and the state itself had to assume a major entrepreneurial role. The result was an increase in the number of public enterprises and in bureaucratic power, and a further widening of the elite, mass gap, with educated, mostly urbanist elites existing side by side with conservative and often illiterate chiefs and villagers. Finally, in the international context, the new states were no match, either diplomatically or militarily, for the developed states. In the 1960s especially, most francophone states took shelter under the wing of the former metropolitan power. It was only in the next decade that the oil weapon gave a few states a significant economic, and therefore diplomatic, leverage. And so one could go on, adding to the list of common characteristics of the new African states and pointing to shared problems. Of course, these common characteristics masked important differences. In relation to the industrialist Western countries, the new African states were indeed poor, but, as between themselves, some were much better off than others. The Ivory Coast was better off than neighboring Upper Volta, for example. There were also often glaring disparities between one part of a country and another, for instance, between Zambia's line of rail and outlying rural provinces, and between Nigeria's northern region and the two, after 1963, southern regions. These disparities underline the differential impact of capitalist penetration during the colonial era. There were differences between the states in manpower terms. In this respect, West Africa was much better off than East Africa. Educationally, there was almost a generation gap between them. Mainland Tanzania, like Zambia, faced independence with barely 100 graduates and a totally inadequate number of secondary school leavers, but both states were better off than Angola and Mozambique, though less so than Zimbabwe. Finally, despite the brief span of colonial rule and the fact that being ex-colonial is obviously a dwindling distinction the further one moves away from independence, colonialism has left a deep imprint on the new states of Africa. Thus, there are important differences in the system and style of administration between, say, Francophone and Anglophone Africa, so that a Ghanaian civil servant, trained in the British tradition, would feel more at home in distant Kenya or Botswana than in nearby Senegal, Guinea, or the Côte d'Ivoire, the Ivory Coast until 1986, when the Ivorian government instructed the international organizations to use the French language designation in all official documents. Moreover, as I have suggested, some of the differences arising from the colonial legacy were reproduced in the external sphere, with ex-French colonies tending to maintain closer ties with France than ex-British colonies did with Britain. It might be objected that what have been depicted as characteristics of the new states at independence were not peculiar to those states, but were shared by some of the developed states also. This is true, regional imbalances in a country's economy being a case in point. The main difference lay in degree, the greater severity of these problems in the new states, and especially in the concentration of these problems. If it is accepted that such features were common characteristics, subject to the caveat that they masked important underlying differences, we must ask next, what has happened since independence? Obviously, a great deal, for as Pliny, the Elder, said, there is always something new out of Africa, ex Africa semper alicid novi. Since we are faced with so much that is new in African politics, I identify a number of trends, concentrating first on the 20-odd years following independence. An obvious trend, in most of Africa in the 1960s, was the move away from pluralism towards the centralization of power in the hands of a single party. By the early 1970s few countries retained multi-party systems and, with the odd exception, such as Botswana and the Gambia, we had, as political scientists, to talk in terms of competition within the single-party system rather than of competition between parties. There were, of course, important differences between one-party systems, how they came into being, whether they rested on a de facto or de jure basis, whether they had a strong ideological base, as in Guinea, or a weak one, as in Kenya, whether they made provision for inter-party democracy, as the Tanganyika African National Union, TANU, did in Tanzania and the Convention People's Party, CPP, in Ghana increasingly did not. It should, of course, be noted that this trend was reversed from the mid-1970s with the restoration, following military withdrawal, of multi-party politics in Ghana and Nigeria in 1979 and, to a more limited extent, with new constitutional and political experiments in the francophone states of Senegal and Upper Volta, later Burkina Faso. From the late 1980s the popular demand for an end to one-party rule and the institution of competitive multi-party politics became well-nigh universal. I return to this issue below. A second and related trend was not only for power to be centralized in a single party, but also for it be personalized in the hands of the party leader, who became state president. This phenomenon, referred to by one Zambian minister as the divine right of presidents, carried obvious disadvantages, sometimes, as in Ghana between 1960 and 1966 and in Malawi under Hastings Kamuzabunda, it meant the heavy concentration of powers in the president's own office, to the detriment of other ministries, the virtual monopoly of policy making by the president, without adequate consideration of alternative policies, and the elevation of the president's own thought into the official ideology. Furthermore, the cases of Kenya, Senegal, Cameroon, and Tanzania notwithstanding, it carried the danger of succession crises which, as Morris Jones has pointed out, are the moments of truth in a political system's life too. On the other hand, in new state conditions, immediately after independence, the personalization of power may have had advantages where an exceptional leader with charismatic qualities held office. Julius Nyerere in Tanzania is an obvious example. In the pre-independence period, Nyerere, like Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana and Ahmed Sékou Touré in Guinea, emerged as a charismatic leader, not only because he possessed those exceptional powers or qualities which, according to Weber, anyone with charismatic authority must have, but also because the message of freedom which he conveyed was relevant and meaningful within the prevailing social context. It can be argued that Nyerere retained his appeal after independence because he realized that charisma must be socially validated. In practical terms, this meant that he was able to assess the changing social situation and adapt himself and his policies to it. 3. However, even he came to display authoritarian tendencies in insisting, for example, on the pursuit of a rural development policy based on ujamaa, village socialism, long after it had failed economically. Authoritarianism, coupled with lack of accountability and transparency, and with corruption and political manipulation, were marked characteristics of African one-party regimes in the post-independence period. They were features of the patronage politics which everywhere prevailed and which a perceptive leader, such as Julius Nyerere in Tanzania, could check but not control. The weakness of the private sector meant that state economic management was dominant and provided state personnel with the opportunity to abuse their office, enrich themselves and benefit their supporters. 4. A third trend, also related though not confined to one-partyism, was the espousal of some form of socialism. In the 1960s, the range among African states in this regard was very wide, thereby underlining the fact that socialism was a loose concept in Africa and subject to varying interpretations. It usually had nationalist overtones, and many African leaders would have agreed with Aimé Césaire, the West Indian who was influential in the intellectual circles of Francophone Africa, when he said in resigning from the French Communist Party in 1956, "What I want is Marxism and communism to be placed in the service of the black peoples and not the black peoples in the service of Marxism and communism." 5. In fact, few African leaders were orthodox Marxists. They rejected key tenets of Marxist orthodoxy, such as the notion of the class struggle, and adapted Marxist and other ideas to suit African conditions. "We are," said Nyerere, "groping our way forward towards socialism," but he warned of the danger of being bemused by this new theology. 6. Of course there were other African leaders, such as the Ivory Coast's Félix Houphouët-Boigny, who did not draw on Marxism at all, and some who, under the broad umbrella of African socialism, pursued, as in Kenya and Senegal, capitalist-type policies. Some states, including many of those under military rule, either shunned ideology or rested on a weak ideological base. In the immediate post-independence period, most African leaders stressed the social responsibility dimension of socialism, pointing, for example, to the social obligation to work and the need to convert labor unions from consumptionist to productionist associations. 7 From about the mid-1960s, they also emphasized the economic aspects of socialism by taking under public ownership and control import, export houses, mines and industries, banks and insurance companies, farms and other properties. These enterprises were predominantly foreign-owned. It is as well to remember, however, that such measures were taken by states, such as military-ruled Ghana and Uganda, which did not claim to be socialist, as well as by states such as Tanzania, whose rulers did pursue broadly socialist strategies. Further changes took place in the 1970s, though their effect was not everywhere to reverse the earlier trend towards an eclectic brand of African socialism. These resulted from the emergence in several states of a more orthodox form of Marxist socialism than had previously existed, except perhaps in Guinea in the late 1960s. Thus, revolutionary regimes emerged in Guinea, Bissau, Angola, and Mozambique following protracted wars of independence, and in Somalia, Ethiopia, and the People's Republics of Benin, Congo and Madagascar following military coups. These regimes shared a commitment to Marxist, Leninist principles, but differed in the way in which they set about the task of socialist transformation. A fourth post-independence trend, which was observable in many states before the rash of military coups, was the progressive decline of the party as the center of power and decision-making and the corresponding rise of the bureaucracy. Thus Aristide Zalberg, in creating political order, the party states of West Africa, referred to a common tendency toward the emergence of regimes in which governmental and administrative structures are at least as salient as parties. Writing in 1966, he pointed to the emergence of the administrative state, with the party reduced to a symbolic role. 8 His argument was on the whole valid, but exaggerated in some cases. In Guinea the party was not eclipsed by the state structure, but existed in parallel to it, subsuming it at the lower levels. In the Ivory Coast the governmental bureaucracy was preeminent, but by 1971 the Parti Démocratique de Côte d'Ivoire, PDCI, had stemmed, if not reversed, the trend, toward inanition which Emmanuel Wallerstein, as well as Zalberg, detected generally in West Africa. Some 7 years later, Donald Cruz O'Brien found Senegal's ruling party, the Union Progressiste Sénégalaise, UPS, renamed the Parti Socialiste, PS, in December 1976, to be a remarkably efficient organization in its own undefying way and quite a formidable agency of national political power. 9. What is certain is that the ruling party nowhere became the mobilizing agent projected at independence. Sometimes this was because the political leadership turned purposely to the administration, rather than the party, as the agent of development. This happened in Kenya, where the party organs tended to atrophy through lack of use. It happened to some extent, too, though not intentionally, in Tanzania and Zambia. In Tanzania, bureaucratic dominance at regional and district levels was not thereby reduced and may even have been increased as a result of decentralization measures introduced in 1972. In Zambia, also, the bureaucracy rather than the ruling party increasingly spearheaded the development effort in the Second Republic. Again, the Partido Africano de Independencia de Guinea Cabo Verde, PAIGC, in Guinea, Bissau was ill-equipped to play a mobilizing role, and its growing weakness was one of the main reasons for the November 1980 military coup. In Senegal, too, the PS was effective as an agent of control and patronage, but it was not a machine designed for mass mobilization. 10. Another post-independence trend was the supplanting of civilian governments by military regimes in a large number of African states. Why did the military intervene? Why did it intervene in some states, but not in others? As I show in Chapter 7, Sometimes the military, as the custodian of the national interest, intervened to save the country from corrupt and inefficient politicians. In others, it intervened to safeguard its own interest against a rival force being created by the president, and in others again it had political objectives. A common feature of the coups was the ease with which they were executed, often by only a small force of men. Most did not involve any fundamental restructuring of society, though this pattern was sometimes broken where revolutionary military regimes were established, as in Ethiopia and Somalia. The change was generally a change at the top, in the elite running the country, rather than a change in the class content of power. 11. The military proscribed political party activity, though subsequently often establishing a party of its own, and found new allies among civil servants, chiefs, and professional groups, as in Ghana under the National Liberation Council, NLC, between 1966 and 1969, but life in the village went on substantially as it had done before the coup. On assuming power, the military sometimes promised that it would yield to a civilian government and withdraw to the barracks once constitutional integrity had been restored, corruption eliminated, and the economy revived. The military did in fact withdraw in a number of cases, including Ghana in 1969 and 1979 and Nigeria in 1979. Sometimes, however, the military withdrew only to return, often within a short period of time, as in Dahomey, now Benin, on several occasions, Sudan in 1969, Ghana in 1972 and 1981, and Nigeria in 1983. From the mid-1960s, the nature of military coups seemed to alter, with the soldiers coming to stay for long periods. The tendency in Francophone Africa was for the incumbent military regime to seek to legitimize its rule by forming a political party and then holding presidential and parliamentary elections. Though multi-party elections and a competitive presidential election were held in Upper Volta in 1978, elections in such states until the 1990s were normally of the plebiscitary type at which the electorate massively endorsed the regime's right to rule. Mali in 1979 afforded a good example of this process. Despite their civilian garb, these remained essentially military regimes. Another post-independence trend in African politics was the move away from federal and quasi-federal systems of government to unitary structures. Nigeria, under civilian rule, and the Sudan after 1972, were the only important exceptions to this pattern. Thus the federal elements in the independence constitutions of Ghana and Kenya were removed in 1959 and 1964 respectively. A francophone-dominated unitary state was established in Cameroon against the wishes of the Anglophone provinces. French West and French Equatorial Africa did not survive as quasi-federal apparatuses. The Mali Federation collapsed in 1960, and Buganda's federal relationship with the rest of Uganda was ended forcibly in 1966. The feeling was widespread that federal and quasi-federal constitutional arrangements would encourage subnationalist sentiments and render more difficult the daunting task of achieving national integration. As part of the colonial legacy, many African states faced this problem of subnationalism, the problem of widespread, popular attachment to a unit, whether tribally, linguistically, or regionally defined, which was within, but not coterminous with, the boundaries of the new state. Thus there was the problem posed by, among others, the Ashanti in Ghana, Baganda in Uganda, Anglophones in Cameroon, Eritreans in Ethiopia, Katangis in Zaire, Igbos in Nigeria, Southern Sudanese in Sudan, Lozi in Zambia, and Ndeb in Zimbabwe. Where the problem was solved and the integrity of the state maintained, different means were utilized, by mainly constitutional amendment in Ghana, the Sudan, and Zambia, by periodic repression in Cameroon, by force in Zaire and Nigeria, and by a mixture of constitutionalism and force in Uganda and Zimbabwe. The Sudan was one of the very few African states where, following the agreement reached at Addis Ababa in February 1972 between the central government and the Southern Sudan Liberation Movement, SSLM, the recently formed political arm of the Anyanya insurgents, representative assemblies and governments were created at a level intermediate between the center and the locality. Unfortunately, this agreement failed to bring political stability and economic development to the southern region and broke down in 1983, plunging the country again into civil war. 11. As discussed in Chapter 8, in recent years subnational groups were stimulated into activity by the democratic process and made demands for independence or greater autonomy that state governments had to accommodate or resist. Examples include Zanzibari pressure for greater regional autonomy in Tanzania, the post-1991 experiment in ethnic federalism in Ethiopia and the Ethiopian People's Revolutionary Democratic Front, EPRDF, regime's acceptance of Eritrean secession, and the anchoring of South Africa's constitution to a layer of potentially strong regional governments. However, until the 1980s and beyond, most states shied away from such sweeping decentralization measures and, as in Zambia in 1968-9 and Tanzania in 1972, introduced what really amounted to a deconcentration of administrative authority, whereby civil servants working in central government ministries were posted to the field and given enhanced powers. The Ivory Coast, and indeed most of Francophone Africa, retained a French-style prefectural system. 12. Another post-independence trend was more socio-economic than political, but had wide political repercussions and gave rise to several very important problems. This was the drift to the towns in many African states, leading to the growth, as in Zambia and Nigeria, of sprawling, insanitary shanty towns around the main urban centers, and the increase in the number of school leavers, educated at least to the primary school level, for whom jobs were not available because the economy could not expand fast enough to absorb the rising school output. Thus, in Botswana, the stark facts at independence in 1966 were that only about 3 out of every 10 primary school leavers could hope either to find salaried jobs within the country or to obtain further training or education. The remainder had to find employment in the rural economy or enlist for work in South Africa. Hence the attempt made in Botswana, Tanzania, Mali, and elsewhere to develop an educational system more relevant to the needs of predominantly rural societies. In many states, too, despite the increasing emphasis given to rural development, the rural-urban gap widened after independence and regional imbalances in the economy grew. In Tanzania, President Nyerere's government adopted equalization measures. It imposed severe restrictions on private enterprise and, by taxation and in other ways, clipped the privileged wings of the political leadership and state bureaucracy. The result was not to halt the process of class formation, which was the inevitable corollary of modern education and public employment, but to prevent the ruling class, the bureaucratic or managerial bourgeoisie, from consolidating its power at the expense of other emergent classes. The Tanzanian experience contrasted sharply with that of Nigeria, where the dominant class was committed to capitalist development in alliance with multinational oil companies and private investors and quickly consolidated its power. 13. A final trend, among others which could be isolated for comment, was the determination of African states to pursue an independent foreign policy. Aware of their weak bargaining power, several states tried to form regional political unions, but little came of such attempts. The 1959 union between Senegal and the French Sudan to form the Republic of Mali was a notable example of such failure. Regional functional organizations, founded primarily for economic purposes, fared better, while the continent-wide Organization of African Unity, OAU, survived despite its financial and other weaknesses. Many states sought to widen their trading links and diversify their sources of foreign aid away from the former colonial power, often in favor of middle-ranking powers such as Canada and Sweden. Such changes in trade and aid patterns did not of course end the external economic dependency of African states. Take Mali, the former French Sudan, for example. Though it developed important diplomatic and military links with the Soviet Union, France remained easily the most important of its trading partners and, through the control of cotton, still dominated the Malian economy. 14. Even revolutionary regimes, such as those in Angola and Mozambique, could not seriously contemplate short-term disengagement from the world capitalist economy. Angola was dependent on oil revenues and had therefore to work with the multinational oil companies, while Mozambique remained dependent on the regional subsystem, centering on South Africa. Such stark facts led some scholars to conclude that socialism in one state could achieve little and that world revolution must precede any meaningful transition to socialism. Yet continuing external dependency, as well as unfavorable geographical position and internal economic weakness, did not prevent African states from vigorously asserting their national interest, resisting foreign interference, and/or upholding revolutionary principle. This was shown when Zambia took majority control of the copper companies in 1969-70 against the wishes of the multinationals concerned. Mozambique closed its border with Rhodesia in 1976 at enormous cost to itself, and Nigeria nationalized British Petroleum, BP, holdings in 1979 in protest against the company's dealings in South Africa. Such incidents served to reinforce the conclusion reached by Richard L. Sklar that the idea of foreign domination by proxy, through the medium of a clientele or puppetist upper class, is controverted by a large body of evidence. In many post-colonial and newly developing countries, governments, businessmen, and leaders of thought regularly defy the demands and frustrate the desires of their counterparts in the industrial countries. 13. Sad confirmation of this fact was given in November 1995 when General Abacha's military regime resisted international pleas for clemency and executed Ken Saro-Wiwa and 8 other Ogoni rights activists in Nigeria. African states joined Caribbean and Pacific countries in negotiating a series of aid and trade conventions with the European Economic Community, EEC, and, together with other Third World countries, presented a Third World view at international forums such as the General Assembly of the UN and at various meetings of the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD. The oil weapon strengthened the diplomatic bargaining power of oil-rich African states such as Algeria, Libya, and Nigeria in the 1970s and enabled Angola to survive a costly civil war. However, it seriously disadvantaged non-oil, and especially poorer, states which faced enormous increases in the cost of importing petroleum products and manufactured goods. During the 1980s, especially in the latter part of the decade and the early 1990s, important changes took place which promised to reverse substantially 2 of the earlier political processes, namely those leading to the adoption of socialist strategies of development and one-party rule. These tended to be closely linked processes of change. Economic crisis and the social problems caused by rising unemployment reinforced the demand for political change and led to the rejection of socialism in favor of elements of a capitalist system. The feeling was widespread by the latter 1980s that economic revival was dependent on getting rid of authoritarian, corrupt, and inefficient one-party regimes and that only a multi-party system of government could halt Africa's downward economic spiral. "We can't do anything in the economic field until we change the political field," said Ngozi Carly-Bond, leader of the Union of Federalists and Independent Republicans, an opposition party in Zaire. 17. The move to effect political and economic change was notably widespread. On the political front, protracted strikes and huge demonstrations, and in Francophone Africa national political conferences also, were held to demand multi-party elections, the removal of incumbent presidents, and democratic government. Additional pressure for good government began to be applied in 1989-90 by Western governments and the World Bank which, with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, also continued to insist on economic liberalization measures as the price of their assistance. In Francophone Africa, Senegal's experience from 1976 showed that the advent of a multi-party system of government did not necessarily result in the ruling party's loss of control. This possibly encouraged the introduction of comparable experiments in other parts of Africa, including Algeria and Tunisia in North Africa, Gabon in Central Africa, and the Côte d'Ivoire in West Africa. However, since no change of government was involved in Senegal, it was the events in the Republic of Benin leading to the removal of the dictatorial regime of Mathieu Kirikau in March 1991 which had the greatest impact on contemporary African politics. Incumbent presidents in Francophone Africa, for example, Paul Biya in Cameroon, Denis Sassou Nguesso in the Congo, Nassing B. Ayadima in Togo, Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire, and Didier Ratsirika in Madagascar, made political concessions in the hope of saving their skins. 18. Though the device of the National Conference was not used, strong demands for democratic political change were also made by opposition groups elsewhere in Africa. Events in Zambia paralleled those in Benin. President Kenneth Kaunda and the ruling United National Independence Party, UNIP, were swept aside in remarkably free and fair presidential and parliamentary elections in October 1991. Frederick Chiluba, the former head of the Zambia Congress of Trade Unions and leader of the victorious Movement for Multi-Party Democracy, MMD, was sworn in as Zambia's second president. 19. In the early 1990s, new democratic constitutions were under preparation in Nigeria and Uganda, though with a disappointing outcome in the first state and an uncertain outcome in the second, and multi-party elections were held in Ghana, Kenya, and Tanzania. Dramatic change occurred in South Africa, where the results of the April 1994 general election signaled the end of 350 years of white domination. Political change also occurred in ex-Portuguese Africa, most importantly in Mozambique and Angola. Both countries decided to abandon one-party rule and to renounce their commitment to Marxism, Leninism. In Central Africa, the wily Mobutu still clung to power in Zaire, which was the reluctant host to over 1 million refugees from war-torn Rwanda. Malawi, which had itself suffered from a massive influx of refugees from Mozambique, presented a happier picture. Presidential and parliamentary elections in May 1994 brought to an end the dictatorial regime of Dr. Hastings Banda and the Malawi Congress Party, MCP. In Algeria and Tunisia, in North Africa, the process of democratic reform was begun in the late 1980s. However, in both countries and in Morocco, Islamic fundamentalist groups posed a serious threat to national unity, as they had done earlier in Egypt, where Mohamed Hosni Mubarak's assumption of the presidency in October 1981 led to a gradual process of political liberalization. Alongside these almost continent-wide moves towards political pluralism, economic liberalization measures were being undertaken. Countries of 15. Varying ideological commitment, African capitalist states such as the Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, and Nigeria, and states of a socialist orientation ranging from Algeria, Ghana, and Tanzania to Angola, the Congo and Mozambique, adopted elements of a market economy, introduced more liberal investment laws, and took steps to overhaul and often to privatize inefficient public enterprises. 20. As will be seen, the results overall were disappointing, especially in those states, including Somalia, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, torn apart in the 1990s by intense faction fighting under rival warlords. Such broken-back states, and also states like Zaire, which was financially bankrupt and riddled with corruption, were described as shadow states by William Reno. 21. A shadow state is characterized by the near-total decay of formal state institutions and by the ruler's adoption of a survival strategy, whereby they manipulate informal markets in their own and their followers' interests. Thus in Mobutu's Zaire some leaders were absorbed into a private illicit trading network, approximately half of the country's coffee crop was smuggled. Much the same occurred in Sierra Leone, Reno's main case study, where the rulers went into partnership with illicit diamond producers and smugglers. It is to be noted, however, that some of these practices also occurred in non-shadow states. In Senegal, officials developed mutually beneficial ties to a groundnut clientele, while smuggling was rampant in Benin, accounting for 90% of its trade. This was indicative of a profound malaise still afflicting a majority of African states, namely the persistence of the post-independence pattern of personal and patrimonial rule, whereby the ruling elite continued to milk the state in its own interests. The expectation of the World Bank and other reforming institutions was that the effect of privatization would be to reduce the economic role of the state, thus undermining patronage politics and strengthening the democratic process. The study of development. It remains to end this introduction by discussing different approaches to the study of development. After outlining the modernization school and the development of underdevelopment school, 22. I draw attention to sophisticated and more traditional deductive methodologies. I also refer to alternative approaches which, though limited in their application, are more conducive than any grand theory to a better understanding of development in individual African states. The predominantly American modernization school blossomed in the mid-1950s and owed much to Marion Levy, Talcott Parsons, and ultimately 16. To Max Weber. Strongly behavioral, it was the product of a search for a comparative approach to politics that was extended to the developing areas and was conducted with the aid of various models, including structural functionalism and systems theory. Among its central concerns were problems of democracy and institutional stability, and cultural problems such as those arising from the highly uneven impact of processes of national integration. Its early African exponents included James Coleman, David Apter, and Aristide Zalberg. This school had behind it much of the weight of the American academic establishment and, having been well financed, resulted in a considerable literature, including the Princeton Political Development Series, on the post-colonial states in Africa and other regions of the Third World. It was criticized for inculcating Western and non-traditional values and for not giving sufficient weight to the socio-economic basis of society. Specifically, modernization theorists said little about the role of economic forces, the emerging patterns of class formation, and class conflict. The school was also subject to criticism and revision from within. One leading revisionist was Samuel Huntington, who maintained that rapid modernization led to the weakening of political institutions and that the latter could not sustain the heavy demands placed on them by mass, mobilized and increasingly literate electorates in the post-independence era. His solution was to strengthen key political institutions and the instruments of control, and to slow down popular mobilization by increasing the number and complexity of political institutions, limiting or reducing communications in society, and minimizing competition among segments of the elite by, for example, adopting the one-party system of government. 23. The founder of contemporary underdevelopment theory, whose origins went back to Marx and Lenin, was Paul Baran. His Political Economy of Growth was published in 1957. More internationally diverse than the modernization school, its exponents included André Gunder Frank, Celso Furtado, James Petras, and Fernando Henrique Cardoso for Latin America, and Frantz Fanon, Samir Emin, Walter Rodney, and John Saul for Africa. They placed a common emphasis on economic-based patterns such as modes of production, social formations, and class conflict, and saw colonialism as essentially exploitative. The theory traced the unequal relations between the Third World and the expanding capitalist economy and argued that from the outset the latter benefited at the expense of the former. 24. Among the merits of underdevelopment theory was that it offered a compelling explanation of the continuing predicament of underdevelopment. It was better able than, say, structural functionalism to capture the dynamics of the political process. However, this school could also be challenged on a number of grounds. For instance, its exponents both neglected the cultural 17 aspects of development and, as Sklar has pointed out, underestimated the nationalism of members of the managerial bourgeoisie. 25. However, like the modernization school, the underdevelopment school did not constitute a closed system. Two strongly contrasting viewpoints were to be found within it. The first, represented by André Gunder Frank, denied the possibility of capitalist development in the periphery, and the second, represented by Fernando Henrique Cardoso, focused explicitly on the process of such development and showed how it differed from classic capitalist development. In due course, this debate was transferred to Africa. In 1980, Colin Lees and Raphael Kaplinsky addressed themselves to the same issues in relation to Kenya. Lees and several other scholars adopted essentially the same perspective as was embraced earlier by Cardoso and others writing on Latin America. 26. Such substantial revisions of modernization and underdevelopment theories were made from within each school that the original theories no longer had much utility. From the outset, commented John Lonsdale, there was too much theory chasing too little empirical data. The behavioral circularities of modernization theory were as difficult to use as have been, more recently, the the market determinisms of underdevelopment theory, which perhaps explains their incandescent brevities of life. 27. There was some convergence between the two schools in the sense at least that modernizers came to pay more attention to socio-economic dynamics than they had done initially, and underdevelopment theorists were less neglectful than formerly of cultural factors. Although the underdevelopment school fell broadly within the Marxist tradition of scholarship, it was subjected to very sharp criticism by Marxist writers. The result was that the external dependency arguments, which dominated the English-speaking debate, were refined by those willing to admit that successful capitalist development in Latin America and Asia had sounded the death knell of crude Marxist dependency theory. Henceforward, increased attention was given to relations of production and power holding within the post-colonial state, representing something of a shift from neo-Marxism back to Marxism. A number of propositions were advanced by Marxist scholars that bore directly on the politics of African states. One of the most controversial was that put forward by Emanuel Wallerstein, who maintained that socialist transition in backward, peripheral countries could take place only when the world capitalist system collapsed. Wallerstein's argument was carried further by Kallinicus and like-minded authors who argued that only after a worldwide revolution had taken place would the conditions exist for a socialist transition. For them, therefore, the solution lay in smashing the world economy. It was not enough just to opt out of it. However, they saw little prospect of this happening so long as the revolutionary parties retained 18. Their petty bourgeois leadership. This view paralleled that previously adopted by Frank in the Latin American debate, but was at variance with the earlier Marxist view, taken up by Cardoso and others, that capitalism performed a progressive function in peripheral countries and thus facilitated the transition to socialism. This capitalist rotor view, as Munslow called it, was followed by Suzanne Mueller, who wrote in favor of letting the kulaks run in Tanzania, and by one side in the Kenyan debate, referred to above 28. Thus, the argument had come full circle. Wallerstein's gloomy prognosis and its corollary, socialist withdrawal from the dominant world economy, were abandoned in favor of regulated market economies which would stimulate international trade and investment. The result was a resurgence of modernization theory in the form of rational choice and other sophisticated deductive methodologies. More traditional forms of deductive methodology also emerged within the political development group. They were often coupled with classificatory systems reminiscent of those adopted by modernization theorists of the 1950s. The political systems of particular countries were classified according to the degree of democracy which they were held to exhibit. As before, the model was Western and capitalist. The democratic criteria were listed as including freedom of speech and association, multi-party competition and interest group activity, free and fair elections, accountable and transparent governance, social justice, and the rule of law. To discuss how far individual African countries meet or fall short of these criteria can be a meaningful exercise. However, the pigeonholing of states into more democratic, less democratic, or non-democratic and the predicting of outcomes is not helpful for a number of reasons. Does a classificatory system of democracy take sufficient account of the varying socio-economic contexts of the countries being compared? Does it give enough weight to the political changes which can occur in a given country within a relatively short period of time, and why, for example, the model colony of the Gold Coast so quickly became the authoritarian state of Krumas, Ghana? Does a classificatory system face the unpalatable truth that democratic elements may be stronger during a country's one-party or no-party phase than in its preceding or subsequent multi-party period? 29. Or are such democratic elements stronger only in the short term, being destined to give way to authoritarianism in non-competitive political systems? And, indeed, how does one measure, for example, the excesses perpetrated during Abid's second administration, 1980-5, when competitive politics were allowed, against the relative security and prosperity of the post-1986 period under the no-party rule of Yoweri Museveni? ****** 19. This book takes account of theoretical considerations without, however, being closely tied to any one approach. It accepts that the exchange between the developed and underdeveloped countries is unequal, a central tenet of underdevelopment theory, and that third world countries are saddled with an intolerable burden of debt. However, it does not concede that Africa's underdevelopment is to be explained exclusively or even primarily in terms of the international capitalist environment. If that were so, the book's focus on the domestic political scene, supplemented by a discussion of inter-African relations and relations external to the continent, chapters 8 to 10, would not be justified. Again, while it recognizes the importance of understanding the nature of class domination in Africa, it asserts with Crawford Young that it is not necessary to deny cultural pluralism in order to assert class theory. The fact that modernization theorists were right to stress the importance of cultural factors can be readily illustrated, for example, by the resistance of several communal groups to the sweeping land reform measures and increasingly pro-Amhara policies pursued by Ethiopia's Marxist military regime after 1974. The book proceeds on the assumption that while class is often an important determinant of political behavior, it is not the only determinant, given the variety and complexity of the socio-economic process in Africa. Identifiable classes have emerged in many states, the middle class in Gabon, Kenya, the Côte d'Ivoire, Nigeria, and Zambia, for example, but in others they are less developed. Again, I believe that in many rural areas of the continent, either because of the limited penetration of capitalism, as Haydn asserted, 31, or because of the breakdown of the market economy in the face of severe economic recession, the peasantry has a poor sense of class consciousness and is preoccupied with meeting immediate family needs and with other local concerns. This phenomenon, which is probably temporary, need not be surprising, as we shall see. It was what Amilcar Cabral foresaw. 32. In many states, 2. The links between peasants and urban workers are still close. What Morris Zeftel wrote in his study of Zambia in 1978 still has some relevance. The articulation of factional interest in the towns takes much the same form as that in rural areas. People compete for a share of the spoils in terms of a faction defined with reference to the region of origin of the individuals concerned. 33. Sklar's argument that in Africa class relations, at bottom, are determined by relations of power, not production. 34 is persuasive and is illustrated by Zambian experience following the post-1968 reforms, see Chapter 4. His statement has a further importance. It underlines for this writer the need to study the institutions, including political parties and interest groups, through which power is expressed and to understand why such institutions 21 tended to be superseded by instruments of control, notably the military and the bureaucracy, chapters 5 to 7. It would be a fundamental error not to take account of institutional weakness, notably, the poor quality of state economic management which has been more patrimonially than developmentally oriented. 35. In explaining the disappointing record of most African states in the post-independence era. In his State Politics in Zimbabwe, Jeffrey Herbst focused on the role of institutions, issue areas and the structure of interest groups in examining government decisions in a number of case studies, and was able in this way to make generalizations about state autonomy and the locus of decision-making. Within limits, this approach, which I discuss here briefly, can be applied to African states generally. Herbst broke down the concept of state autonomy in order to assess societal pressures against the state. He wrote, "It was shown explicitly in the case studies that states can be seen to be making two types of decisions, those concerning the structure of the decision-making process, involving structural autonomy, and those concerning actual resource allocations within the institutional structures of the state, involving situational autonomy. The second type of decision is much more common than the first because states seldom redesign institutions in fundamental ways. States can be autonomous when designing decision-making processes, but not when allocating resources within those structures. For instance, the Zimbabwe government could be structurally autonomous when reforming the mechanism for setting prices for farm products but, by design, be susceptible to societal pressures when the actual price decisions were being made. 36. While the grant of political independence did not lessen the newly independent African states' incorporation into the international economy, and the links between some states and the former colonial power remained so close that a neo-colonial situation was created, political leaders acquired formal control over the state apparatus and could therefore, by effecting institutional change, alter the nature of the decision-making process. This applied no matter whether the resultant institutions, parliaments and so on, were weak or strong. They were usually weak, since institutions had a determining effect on the kind of interest group that will benefit from allocation processes. 37 Whether or not societal groups could influence state decisions was determined by the way in which the interest group related to the state's institutional structure. The issue area and the tactics adopted by the group were also relevant. Thus in Zimbabwe, ethnic groups were unable to exert unified pressure on the state in the siting of rural health centers, since only local issues were involved, not national issues cutting across regions. Again, the fact that most African states have weak organizational and administrative capabilities meant that any policy which did not originate from the state's juridical powers and was not a straightforward structural issue was open to societal pressures. For example, the government of Zimbabwe could legally establish the Foreign Investment Committee and revise the price-setting mechanism for farm produce. 38 However, it could not similarly execute by legal fiat such a complicated exercise as the amalgamation of rural and district councils. The former councils had serviced the needs of the white commercial farming community in the pre-independence period, while the 55 district councils had been created after independence in 1980 out of the former 243 under-resourced African councils. 39 It was by addressing questions of situational autonomy in which there might be a clash between the state and societal groups within an institutional structure. 40 That Herbst escaped the charge of merely presenting structural functionalism in a new guise. He was alive to the importance of the changing socio-economic context of Zimbabwean politics, and by focusing on societal groups, some strong, others weak, he successfully captured the dynamics of the country's political process. Since the conditions within which such groups operated varied from one African state to another, and in Africa we are concerned with over 50 states, we are presented not with a new grand theory, but with middle-level propositions that offer a means of measuring the extent of state autonomy and of indicating how decisions are reached within a particular state framework. Reno's work, referred to above, added a further dimension to this debate by locating other supports of the ruler's power, within society but outside the confines of the decaying state. Taking Zaire as an example, he pointed out that state power and societal networks are more intimately linked than attention to state or society would have us believe. Rulers of the predator state develop dual interests. As their power appears to recede in the formal sphere of decaying bureaucracies, they increasingly use non-formal state power, including their capacity to intervene in informal markets to seek new opportunities and resources for clients. 41. In Benin's case, grand-scale smuggling benefited businessmen involved in informal market dealing, peasants who chose an exit option to avoid state regulations and revenue collections, and the government which allowed this illicit entrepot trade to continue. Grand theories and methodologies have their place in the social sciences but need to be empirically validated when applied to particular cases. 2 Grade A. 22. 23. Reliance on them may divert attention from the critical issues of politics and society. 42 As identified, on a more modest scale, by both Herbst and Reno. This is especially the case at a time when the failure to regulate competing interests and to resolve disputes has resulted in civil war and state collapse, causing immense suffering among the subject population, as in Angola, Burundi, Chad, Liberia, Rwanda, Sierra Leone, Somalia, and Sudan. 2. Colonialism and the colonial impact. The pre-colonial history of Africa has been pieced together from archaeological findings, oral tradition, and the records of Arab and other alien chroniclers, such as Ibn Battuta, who traveled widely in the Muslim world in the 14th century. A good deal is now known, for example, of the richness of the Egyptian civilization of the pre-Christian era, of the medieval empires of the Western Sudan, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, and of the forest kingdoms which subsequently emerged in West Africa. Some of these kingdoms extended at the height of their power over a wide area and were underpinned by a centralist bureaucracy. Such was Ashanti, which was founded at the end of the 17th century, but about whose internal organization little was known until Thomas Bauduc and Joseph Dupuy visited Kumasi, the Ashanti capital, in the first quarter of the 19th century. Benin, in present-day Nigeria, was another powerful kingdom, which, according to oral tradition, had been founded by immigrants from Ife some 3 centuries before the coming of the Portuguese. Possibly these immigrants brought with them the technique of casting in bronze which in Benin, as in Ife, resulted in sculpture of world renown. Benin City, the capital, seemed to a Dutch visitor to be comparable in many ways with Amsterdam. While there is no doubt that many such states existed in pre-colonial Africa, in the Sudan, deep in the West African forest, and in southern Africa, for example, they were not typical of pre-colonial Africa as a whole. Many Africans lived in stateless societies, organized around the family, kinship groups, and clan, although this did not necessarily mean that they were more backward. Migration from one area to another was frequent, as a consequence of war, disease, drought, and economic need. Almost everywhere, the African was engaged in a constant struggle with a harsh environment. 2. European contact with Africa, through missionaries, traders, and explorers, long preceded the establishment of European rule. Thus, the Portuguese began to trade to the west coast in the 15th century and, in a vain bid to exclude other European seafarers, the Dutch, the Brandenburgers, the Danes, the British and the French, established a number of coastal forts from which they conducted a profitable trade in gold and ivory and, especially from the 17th century, in slaves. They also traded southwards to Angola, which was ravaged by the slave trade, rounded the Cape of Good Hope, sailed up the east coast, where they encountered fierce Arab competition, and so to India. Until the 19th century, Portuguese and other European traders dealt almost exclusively with African middlemen in their coastal stations. Nevertheless, they succeeded in diverting African trade away from the trans-Saharan route, which linked Africa with the Maghreb, and thus increased the power and wealth of the coastal states at the expense of the states in the western Sudan. This pattern of coastal trading began to change, however, when the slave trade was supplanted by legitimate commerce and the interior of the continent was gradually penetrated by explorers and missionaries, culminating in the period of European empire building. In most of the continent the establishment of colonies did not take place until the last quarter of the 19th century. Before that time, only a relatively small part of Black Africa was under European rule. European colonization of West Africa was established long before that of East Africa, but by 1875 only the colony areas of Sierra Leone and the Gold Coast and the areas adjacent to Bathurst and Lagos were ruled by Britain, while France was firmly established only in Senegal. The partition of Africa was precipitated by the ambition of King Leopold II of the Belgians to absorb the whole of the Congo basin into a personal empire and the annexation by Germany, in 1883-5, of the Cameroons, East Africa, Southwest Africa and Togoland, thereby projecting the rivalry of the European powers into Africa. The Berlin Conference of 1884-5, by recognizing the existence of a Congo Free State, was the signal for France and Britain to extend their sphere of influence, preliminary to creating new colonies and protectorates. The boundaries between one colony and another were often drawn arbitrarily, with scant regard for traditional allegiance. Thus, the Bakongo were split between the French Congo, the Belgian Congo and Angola. What prompted this insatiable desire on the part of the various European powers, Portugal and Belgium, Britain and France, Germany, Italy and Spain, to establish colonies in Africa? Was it part of a civilizing mission, as the Portuguese claimed and some of the other colonialists asserted? 3. Was it for purposes of trade, conducted for the mutual benefit of colonizer and 25. Colonist? Was it for economic gain and exploitation, or were strategic considerations paramount? The answer to such questions depends on many factors, and not least the analyst's own ideological perspective. In West Africa, in the latter part of the 19th century, British missionaries and traders pressurized their home governments to extend the colonial boundaries inland as a means of protecting their interests and gains against French and German competition. At first, British ministers held back, being doubtful whether the economic gains of empire in this region would compensate them for the cost of maintaining it. They also took account of strategic considerations, attaching prime importance to the Nile and its approaches. It was left to Joseph Chamberlain, who became colonial secretary in 1895, to break with this tradition and to try to make a business of the tropical African fields which others had staked out mainly with an eye to security. He pressed the need for state enterprise in building roads, railways, and harbors, and sought new opportunities for private enterprise and new markets for British industry. In August 1895 he told a West African Railways deputation that progress and prosperity in Britain depended upon developing the empire. 4. On another view, colonies were established not for reasons of security but to prolong the life of moribund European capitalism. As a French saying has it, the colonies have been created for the metropole by the metropole. 5. While this view does not sufficiently encapsulate the complex motives which sometimes underlay the creation of colonies, there is no doubt that the European powers were anxious to secure easy access to the raw materials needed to fuel the manufacturing industries established following the Industrial Revolution and to obtain a protected market for their manufactured goods. Moreover, as the British showed in 1900 in Ashanti and the Germans a few years later in Tanganyika, they were prepared, if necessary, to fight in order to gain these objectives. Profitable trading networks were established. Thus, the cotton grown by African and Asian peasant farmers was fed into the Lancashire textile mills, via the flourishing port of Liverpool, and the cloth which the mills produced was exported back to Africa by European trading companies. However, while the price which the producer received for his cotton fluctuated widely, and often downwards, the price which he had to pay for imported cloth constantly increased. The unequal and exploitative nature of this exchange is not in question. It contributed to the capitalist development of Europe at Africa's expense. 6. This negative aspect of colonialism, one out of many, must be set alongside Chamberlain's argument that colonial development and metropolitan prosperity went hand in hand. Yet Chamberlain was not wholly wrong, and the impact of colonialism was not entirely negative. It was significant that African leaders, who had 26. Often been educated overseas and nurtured in the Western political tradition, accepted not only the colonial state as the focus of their aspirations but also many of the changes which colonialism had introduced. Its beneficial effects included checking, if never entirely eliminating, intercommunal fighting and establishing a framework of territorial unity out of disparate social elements, in creating an essential infrastructure of railways, roads, and harbors, in providing schools, churches, and hospitals, in introducing new food plants, such as cassava, maize, and sweet potato, imported by the Portuguese from South America, and in controlling disease among cattle through the use of veterinary skills. Whatever assessment is made of colonialism and its impact on Africa, it is important to remember that many different colonial powers were involved. These powers differed, often widely, in their specific policies and overall approach to colonial development. Policies of the powers. Following the Berlin Conference of 1884-5, French troops sought to assert effective political control over the hinterland in West and Equatorial Africa. 8 colonies were eventually established in Afrique Occidentale Française, AOF, and 4 in Afrique Equatoriale Française, AEF, each had its own governor and budget and, from 1946, its own elected assembly. The governors were subject to the general direction and authority of a governor-general. AOF headquarters were in Dakar and those for AEF in Brazzaville, who controlled a general budget and was advised by a Grand Council, made up of elected territorial representatives. Ultimate control was vested in the Minister for Colonies in Paris. 7. Each colony was divided for administrative purposes into circles. A circle was administered by a political officer, the commandant de cercle, and was in most cases divided into subdivisions, each headed by a chef de subdivision, also a political officer. In what amounted substantially to a system of direct rule, traditional rulers were often replaced by straw chiefs, frequently old soldiers and retired government clerks, who constituted the bottom tiers in the administrative hierarchy, chefs de canton and chefs de village, and served as agents of the administration. Like their British counterparts, French administrators sought to adapt existing social structures to their own use, and this gave these structures a measure of flexibility. Thus, the system was more indirect where relatively strong traditional rulers were well established, as the Mossi chiefs were in Upper Volta and the Fulani emirs in the northern provinces of the Cameroons, a French-administered trust territory which, like Togoland, did not belong to AOF, though in certain cases, as in Guineas. 27. Fouta-Djallon, the French deliberately broke up the old political units. It was, overall, a highly centralist system, characterized by parallel administrative structures in each territory and staffed by a remarkably mobile public service, which ruled the vast French African territories with the aid of chiefs. Until the collapse of the Vichy regime and the Brazzaville Conference of 1944, the French system of administration was also strongly paternalist. The mass of Africans were French subjects, not citizens, and were exposed to the indigenat, a form of summary administrative justice, and travail force, forced labor. Following the Brazzaville Conference, French policy moved increasingly from paternalism to what Kenneth Robinson has called a policy of identity, which sought in principle to reproduce in the colony the same institutions as existed at home. Other writers prefer to distinguish between policies of assimilation and association. The educational system was based on the French model and provided the clerks, interpreters and teachers necessary to ensure the smooth functioning of a colonial administration dominated at senior levels by Frenchmen. The system was the avenue by which Africans sought to gain access to the elite, first as public servants and then often as politicians. The most prestigious institution in French West Africa was the William Ponty College in Dakar, the alma mater of the Côte d'Ivoire's Houphouët-Boigny and three of the other heads of the new states which became independent in 1960. 8 Africans, as French citizens, were no longer subject to the indigenat or to compulsory labor. They were granted the right of free association and meeting. They could serve, in each territory, on local government organs called Conseils Généraux, later renamed Assemblées Territoriales, and they were allowed to send representatives to the French National Assembly and the Council of the Republic in Paris. The pull of the metropolitan axis in the immediate post-war period was so strong that African political parties and trade unions tended either to be linked with, or to function within the orbit of metropolitan parties and unions. Nationalism lost some of its force amidst the welter of other ideas to which French theorizing gave rise. For at least 10 years after 1945, the main thrust of most nationalist activity was to secure equal rights for Africans as citizens of an indivisible Fourth Republic. But, ultimately, equality was not enough. Though the Loycata reforms of 1956, which conferred territorial autonomy, constituted on France's part a holding operation without any commitment as to the final outcome and may actually have been designed to prevent independence, they set in motion a train of events which resulted in the independence of Guinea in 1958, by a no vote in the constitutional referendum on the Fifth Republic in September of that year, and of the other territories in French West and Equatorial Africa in 1960. Following individual negotiations with France. 28. British colonial policy was more pragmatic than the French and often seemed to be formulated as a reaction to extraneous events, such as the post-1945 challenge of African nationalism. British rule was also less centralist. Colonial governors were allowed considerable discretion, within the framework of policy laid down by the Colonial Office in London, in initiating policy deemed suitable for their individual territories. Indeed, this discretion extended to senior officers within a colony's administrative hierarchy. Thus, The proposal in the early 1930s to restore the Ashanti Confederacy was put forward initially not by the Gold Coast governor, who was considering the case for amalgamating the administration of the colony and Ashanti in the interests of economy, but by the Chief Commissioner of Ashanti. 10. Restoration took place, in 1935, to further indirect rule, which from the 1920s was a cornerstone of British colonial policy and, together with the concept of preparation, gave it a certain theoretical basis. The chief architect of indirect rule was Lord Frederick Lugard, whose book The Dual Mandate in British Tropical Africa appeared in 1922. This approach entailed the British administration ruling through indigenous political institutions such as chiefs and their councils, who were constituted into native authorities and supported by native courts and, eventually, by native treasuries. The system tapped the innate conservatism of African society and worked best in areas where chieftaincy was strongly entrenched. Northern Nigeria served as the model and the northern emirs were subject to minimal interference by British administrative officers. But it was a more flexible system than is usually assumed, and even in northern Nigeria there were spasms of unequivocal direct rule. As circumstances warranted, 11 indirect rule proved least satisfactory in areas where traditional institutions were weak or non-existent and therefore depended, as in southeastern Nigeria and parts of the Ashanti region in the Gold Coast, on government-created chiefs. Closer administrative supervision was exercised over these areas. The experience was widespread, in British Africa and in certain parts of French Africa, like the Ivory Coast, designated the Côte d'Ivoire from 1986, that a chief who was not selected according to customary procedures or was elevated to a status to which he was not entitled by tradition, lacked legitimacy and had difficulty in securing the respect and cooperation of his people. In the Gold Coast in the early 1930s, this consideration, and above all the people's reluctance to pay taxes to a non-traditional ruler, reinforced the case for restoring the Ashanti Confederacy. While indirect rule, at its best, was a worthwhile exercise in local self-government and resulted in the preservation of certain wholesome African traditions and customs that might otherwise have been lost, it also had negative 29 consequences. It exacerbated existing communal differences, based on ethnicity, language, or geographical region, to such an extent in some territories, for example, Nigeria, as to warrant the designation of divide and rule. These communal sentiments were sometimes fanned by the chiefs themselves. Thus, in the Ashanti region of the Gold Coast, the Asantehene and the great majority of Ashanti chiefs gave open backing to the National Liberation Movement, NLM, a movement of revolt founded in 1954 and directed against the Convention People's Party, CPP, government, on the main ground that the latter was discriminating unfairly against Ashanti interests. The strength of such sentiments made it necessary to incorporate power-sharing arrangements into the independence constitutions of several states. A federal constitution was retained in Nigeria. Its adoption in 1954 was the inevitable sequel of the Richards Constitution of 1946. Federal elements were incorporated into the constitutions of Ghana, Kenya, and Uganda, and Barotseland secured a privileged position for itself in Zambia under the 1964 agreement. Again, in the post-1945 period, the effect of indirect rule was often to drive a wedge between chiefs and those of their people who joined mass-based political parties. The latter castigated the chiefs as government stooges. But this did not happen everywhere. As noted earlier, in northern Nigeria there was a close working relationship between the NPC and the traditional emirs. Resentment of chiefs in French Africa was stronger and more widespread than in British Africa. Moreover, indirect rule made a nonsense of the concept of preparation which, at least in principle, was the second pillar of British colonial policy in non-settler Africa. This concept, according to which the territories ruled by Britain were held in trust until their people could stand on their own feet, involved the early creation of legislative and executive councils, and a steady expansion in the local composition of these bodies. However, it was not until 1946 that the legislative councils of the Gold Coast and Nigeria contained a majority of African representatives, and even then the writ of the Gold Coast Legislative Council did not extend to the Northern Territories. This change came in 1951, when the Executive Council of each country finally secured an unofficial majority. The attempt to marry the principles of indirect rule and crown colony government through the inclusion in the legislature, and subsequently in the executive, of representatives of the traditional councils of chiefs came to nothing when, in the 1950s, it was decided to allow political parties to compete in national elections held under an expanded franchise. This reverse-jur policy of switching support from chiefs to a new political class was also applied at the local government level in British West Africa. Creech-Jones' 1948 reforms sought to restrict chiefs to a ceremonial role 12. Thus it can be argued that the British had trained the wrong people, certainly, as Bernard 30. Schaeffer has pointed out, meaningful preparation for independence began very late indeed and was all along rivaled and hindered by other values, which were predominantly bureaucratic. 13. Preparation was seriously distorted in areas of substantial white settlement such as Kenya, northern Rhodesia, and above all southern Rhodesia. Nevertheless, it remains true that Britain did more to prepare its colonies for independence than any other European power. The contrast with Belgium and Portugal is sharp. The Congo Free State, created in 1885 as the personal fief of King Leopold II, became a Belgian colony in 1908. Belgian rule was extremely centralist, being based on Leopoldville and Brussels, where policy was formulated by the Minister of the Colonies, advised by a colonial council. It was a strongly paternalist system of rule, resting on three main pillars: the state, the Roman Catholic Church and big business, such as Union Miniere du Haut-Katanga. Its object was to create a materially prosperous and contented people, educated, mainly by missions, Protestant as well as Catholic, to the primary level, and subject to close European supervision. It rested on the conviction that social and political change could be arrested and Belgian middle-class values inculcated. The attempt failed, and in the post-Second World War period educated Congolese came increasingly to resent restrictions on their civil liberty, political parties, independent African trade unions, and a free press were proscribed, and the social status of Africans was subordinate to that of Europeans. Europeans, too, enjoyed few political rights, as executive power remained firmly in the hands of the administration. 14. Portugal, Africa's oldest colonial power, conceived itself as a small nation in Europe, but a great nation in the world. It was the hub of a pan-Lusitanian community, geographically scattered over the globe, but held together by the bonds of Portuguese culture. According to this image, Portugal's overseas possessions were not colonies, but overseas provinces, indissolubly linked with metropolitan Portugal and forming an integrated whole. Portugal claimed to be undertaking in Africa a non-racial, Christian civilizing mission, but in fact its colonies, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, São Tomé, and Príncipe, were subject to long years of neglect. In part, this neglect resulted from the poor state of Portugal's own economy. The Industrial Revolution in Europe passed it by, and, as far as Mozambique was concerned, from the collapse of the spice trade with India in the 18th century. But neglected was, according to official government statistics, the illiteracy rate in 1959, after some 500 years of Portuguese presence, was 97.8% in Mozambique, 96.97% in Angola, 98.85% in Guinea-Bissau and 78.5% in Cape Verde. Moreover, economic exploitation and racial discrimination were cardinal features of Portuguese colonial rule. 15. 31. Economic exploitation on a more systematic scale took place in the 1930s following the introduction in Portugal of the corporatist new state, Estado Novo, and was accompanied by a significant increase in forced crop cultivation, notably of cotton, and forced labor. In the post-Second World War period, and especially after the outbreak of the African colonial wars in 1961, Portugal opened up both the metropole and the colonies to foreign investment. The Portuguese economy received a much-needed boost, but Portugal, still an underdeveloped country, could make its manufactured goods competitive in the European market only if it retained a cheap supply of raw materials. For this Portugal looked to its colonies, which also imported more than a third of its cotton manufactures, served as a refuge for unemployed Portuguese peasants, and acted as a major source of foreign exchange. Throughout the period of colonial rule and up to the coup d'état in 1974, these socio-economic policies were worked out within a framework of rule that, in Portugal as in the colonies, was both highly authoritarian and subject to tight bureaucratic control. 16. The colonial period as a whole can be divided, from an economic and social standpoint, into three overlapping phases: the period from the establishment of colonies in the 1880s and 1890s until the First World War, the interwar period, and the period from the Second World War to independence. 17. It should be emphasized, however, that this periodization is inexact and more relevant to France and Britain than the other European powers. Portugal is substantially a case apart and subject to different periodization. The period to 1926, when the colonies were neglected and left to foreign capital to exploit; 1926 to 50, when nationalist economic policies were pursued, the colonies were more systematically exploited and labor repressive policies were adopted; 1950 to 60, when Portugal was again opened up to foreign capital and industrial production increased while remaining dependent on the supply of cheap cotton from the colonies; and 1960 to 74, a period mainly characterized by the impact of the nationalist struggle in the colonies leading to the encouragement of foreign investment. Throughout, colonial rule was authoritarian, and even the tiny number of assimiladores, that is, African citizens who were judged to have assimilated the Portuguese culture and way of life, was denied any meaningful outlets for political expression. Munslow argues, with some force, that Portugal took no steps to decolonize because, unlike the other European powers, it could not neocolonize, that is, Portugal, an economically backward country, could not be certain that it could exploit its ex-colonies economically after granting them political independence. 18. For more than 30 years after the intense diplomatic activity associated with the scramble for Africa, the colonial powers largely neglected their 32 territories. Colonies were expected to be economically self-supporting and were ruled by a handful of men, often with experience as army officers. Thus, in Ronald Robinson's memorable description, the British colonial empire was a gimcrack effort run by 2 men and a dog. 19. Local resistance was overcome, a national administration was established, and intercommunal warfare was prohibited. Taxation was also imposed, railway tracks were laid down both for security and commercial purposes, and cash crops were introduced, eventually to the serious detriment of food production. In territories where Europeans were looking for land and minerals, as in southern and northern Rhodesia, the Belgian Congo, Kenya, Angola, and Mozambique, African land was alienated, most extensively to the south of the Zambezi River. In these territories Africans were employed as wage laborers on settler farms and by plantation and mining companies. They were also, especially north of the Zambezi, allowed to grow cash crops, but only to the extent that these did not prejudice the interests of European agriculture. Elsewhere, that is, where, as in most of West Africa, Europeans sought to trade and govern rather than settle, Africans were actively encouraged to grow cash crops, on communally owned land, for the European market. They were everywhere subject to compulsory labor on which, in one form or another, all the colonial powers relied for porterage and the construction and maintenance of roads, railways, and government stations. 20. The detested travail force was a feature of the French African scene until the Brazzaville reforms of 1944 and, under the euphemistic title of contract labor, of Portuguese Africa until the 1960s and beyond. Direct governmental activity was minimal and most social development, in the sphere of education, for example, was the result of missionary effort. The interwar period began with the breakup of Germany's African Empire and its partition, under the League of Nations mandate, between Britain and France, Belgium and South Africa, which was thus added to the list of colonial powers. As the administrative authority of Southwest Africa, styled Namibia from 1968, South Africa established a grip on the territory's extractive, unbalanced and poorly integrated economy, which was so tight that Namibia became virtually the state's fifth province. For Africa generally, the interwar period was the high water mark of colonial rule. Civil administrations were served by an increased, though still fluctuating, number of colonial officials, with the district administrative officer as the linchpin of the system. The functions of colonial governments were still extremely limited. Medical, educational, agricultural, and veterinary services were improved, but remained grossly inadequate for the needs of the bulk of the African, as distinct from the European, population. Roads and harbors were built, but further expansion of the public works program, as of other forms of 33. Development, was curtailed by the worldwide economic depression of 1929–31. In the 1930s and during the subsequent war years, neither colonial governments nor Christian missions had the resources to extend throughout the country the educational, medical, and other services which they had already provided in areas adjacent to the national capital, for example, in the colony areas of Ghana and Sierra Leone and the southern part of Nigeria. African peasant proprietors stepped up their supply of produce for the world market and purchased imported goods, thus further linking the African economies to the international environment. In some instances, they adopted the tactic of holding up their produce when the price offered by the buyers fell below the costs of production. This happened in the Gold Coast, where farmers in the colony and Ashanti areas staged cocoa hold ups in 1931 and 1937 in an attempt to force the price upwards. They were convinced, with justification, that pooling arrangements among the European companies had artificially depressed the cocoa price. No comparable action was taken in Nigeria, where cocoa played a lesser part in the total economy, but the device of the hold-up was not unknown in that country also. In Senegal, peanut running, the practice whereby peasants smuggled their produce across the border into the Gambia in order to secure a higher price, had a long history, though it reached its peak only in the post-independence period. 21 European investment, both private investment and public loans, went especially to territories whose economies were based on mining, above all to South Africa, the Rhodesias, and the Belgian Congo. Multinational companies began to loom large on the African scene, for example, the South African-based Anglo-American Corporation and the American-controlled Rhodesian Selection Trust, later renamed Rhone Selection Trust, in northern Rhodesia, and the Société Générale, through its subsidiary Union Minière du Haut-Katanga, in the Belgian Congo. There was also limited investment in plantation agriculture, tea in Nyasaland and Kenya, for example, but, in general, European investors found it more profitable to support companies which concentrated on buying and selling to African producers, rather than those which themselves undertook agricultural production. Among such trading companies were the French-controlled Compagnie Française de l'Afrique Occidentale, CFAO, and Société Commerciale de l'Ouest Africaine, SCOA, and the British-controlled United Africa Company, UAC, which was itself a subsidiary of Unilever, the Anglo-Dutch monopoly. These companies had a wide range of interests in Africa and made handsome profits for their European shareholders. Turning to the third phase, the demand for raw materials during the Second World War and the shortage of foodstuff and many raw materials in the post-war period brought home to the European powers the great economic value. 34. Of their colonies. Copper exports from northern Rhodesia and the Belgian Congo increased enormously, while certain cash crops, including Gold Coast cocoa and Tanganyika and sisal, commanded high prices. Even after purchasing European manufactured goods out of their earnings, many of the richer colonies were left with substantial credit balances in London and the other European capitals, thus easing the credit position of the European powers, and in the 1950s they were therefore able to embark on what then seemed ambitious development schemes. An increased number of functional specialists, in agriculture, education, health, and public works, now served at district level, though in most colonies only a small number of them were African. On the political front, mounting discontent outpaced the significant constitutional advance conceded in a number of colonies, For example, the grant of greater African representation in the territorial legislative councils of the Gold Coast and Nigeria in 1946, marking the attainment of the representative stage of Crown Colony government. Ex-servicemen returning from the war found jobs difficult to obtain and goods as scarce as they were costly. Together with the young men educated to primary school level in the rapid educational expansion which had taken place in the interwar period and who were now either unemployed or underemployed, they became fodder for the new nationalist movements that were springing up in various parts of the continent, such as French North and British West Africa, closely followed by British East and Central Africa. The colonial powers seemed oblivious to this growing ferment of unrest and to the inherent contradiction between empire and liberal democracy, in defense of which the Second World War had been fought, though not by neutral Portugal. Even in the case of the Gold Coast, the pacemaker in tropical Africa, Britain gave no serious thought to preparing the country for self-government before the 1948 riots. However, these riots, coupled with pressure from the UN and the USA, as well as liberal elements at home, led Britain to quicken the process of decolonization. For successive British governments, conservative as well as Labour, the issue in dispute throughout British Africa was not the final end, namely independence, but the timetable by which that end should be achieved. In colonies like the Gold Coast, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone, such delay as occurred in the achievement of self-rule in the 1950s was caused not by British reluctance to transfer power, but by internal communal conflict. The only seriously disputed areas were those where it was not clear who should receive the transfer of power, notably the areas of white settlement in East and Central Africa. In November 1965, the white minority in Rhodesia tried to resolve this issue by declaring their independence unilaterally and, in doing so, precipitated a protracted liberation struggle. 35. The French faced the dilemma of how to reconcile liberty and empire by stressing equality, the equal treatment of all citizens regardless of origin and color. Representation was provided in Paris for departments like Algeria and overseas territories, including Senegal, Gabon, and other African dependencies. Decolonization did not become an immediate policy objective. For France, the retention of its African empire, and the resources that went with it, offered a means of reviving its political and economic power. There was indeed always more than a touch of the Lusitanian syndrome in French official thinking. France conceived itself as the hub of a global pan-French community in much the same way as Portugal, though a much weaker state, did in relation to its own colonies. However, the Loycotter reforms of 1956 showed that the French government was beginning to move in the direction of the British. It followed up recognition of the independence of Tunisia and Morocco in 1956-7 with the grant first of autonomy and then of independence to its sub-Saharan African colonies. It hesitated only in Algeria, which, like Rhodesia, was an area of substantial white settlement. Eventually, the Belgians followed suit. In 1960 they catapulted the Congo to independence in a brief 6 months, initially with disastrous consequences. The alternative course to granting decolonization would have been to attempt to hold the nationalist forces in check through a long process of repression, as the Dutch had tried unsuccessfully to do in the Dutch East Indies. This option, which would have been intolerable to British, Belgian and, following the reverses in Indochina and the experience in Algeria, French public opinion, was chosen by autocratically ruled Portugal for reasons that were economic, political, and cultural. The possession of colonies, overseas provinces, according to the myth of Lusotropicalism 22 boosted Portugal's international image and provided the cheap raw materials necessary to fuel the country's nascent industrialization program. It also served as an outlet for poor, and often unskilled or semi-skilled, white immigrants who sought employment opportunities denied them at home. Portugal's decision to fight to retain its colonies thus resulted in a protracted armed struggle to win independence by Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, and Cape Verde, with the leadership committed in each case to the pursuit of Marxist, Leninist principles. The non-decolonization path was also taken by white minority-ruled South Africa in respect of Namibia, and with the same bloody consequences. The colonial legacy. Since Africa was subject to rule by several different colonial powers, the colonial legacy has varied from one part of the continent to another. The difference. 36. Between Anglophone and Francophone countries at independence was in many respects marked, while the difference between these countries and the ex-Portuguese colonies was profound. Though, as we shall see in Chapter 3, President Charles de Gaulle's attempt to maintain the historic bonds between France and the French-speaking states by means of a French community founded, the cooperation agreements that France made with individual states meant that ties between France and its former colonies remained close. This made for a greater divergence between French and British policies than had previously existed. At least initially, the newly independent Francophone states benefited substantially from membership of the Franc zone, which gave them an assured market for their produce at stable prices. France benefited economically too. It was assured a regular supply of raw materials at controlled prices, while French firms and industries were guaranteed the right to the free transfer of profits and capital within the Franc zone. 23. The relationship between France and its former colonies was more than economic and, with roots in French language and culture, in Francophonie, was also cultural and political. And it persisted, to the displeasure of the government of the USA, as was shown in the acerbic comments made in late 1996 by Warren Christopher, the Secretary of State, that France continued to try and monopolize relations with its former colonies, but that the days are over when Africa could be carved into spheres of influence and when outside powers could view whole groups of states as their private domain. 24. The arrangements made by France reinforce the first point to be made, that generalizing, the economies, and the communication networks, of the African states were largely developed in accordance with the needs of the colonial power. Primary products, whether cash crops such as cocoa and coffee or minerals such as copper and bauxite, were exported to European markets in their raw state. In return, the colony imported manufactured goods from abroad, mainly from the mother country. Purchasing and distribution were handled by large European companies, such as the UAC, until at least the terminal phase of colonial rule, when some colonies established marketing boards in an attempt to break the European trading monopoly and to pay the farmers a stable price. The price of African produce on the world market fluctuated widely, sometimes falling dramatically, hence the importance of price stability afforded to members of the Franc zone, but the price of manufactured goods was subject to the inflationary pressures of the European domestic economies, and these were acute in the immediate post-1945 period. 25. Though political independence was achieved by most African colonies in, or about, 1960, economic dependency remained, giving rise to charges, as formulated by Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, for example, of neocolonialism. A corollary of the monopoly. 37. Long exercised by the large European companies was that the great majority of indigenous, African, entrepreneurs had scope only at the lowest levels of business activity. Private entrepreneurial activity was very extensive at the level of the petty trader. While some Africans did prosper, in Nigeria, for example, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe established his Zik group of newspapers. Few Africans at this time possessed managerial skills, and the commercial banks were reluctant to grant Africans credit facilities. The effect was to retard the pre-independence growth of an African middle class and to vest the leadership of many nationalist movements and parties in the hands of petty bourgeois elements such as primary school teachers, clerks, storekeepers, and small-scale businessmen and traders. A further effect was to deprive the post-independence state of the experienced manpower required to run the large number of public enterprises which, in the absence of African private business on any substantial scale, were almost everywhere established. Second, the introduction of cash crop farming had a profound impact on the rural scene. It led to the emergence of peasant societies integrated into the world economy. Examples of such societies in Tanganyika were the Chaga and Haya. However, there were also in Tanganyika, as in many other countries, intermediate regions which provided migrant labor. In Tanganyika's case, for the European and Indian-owned sisal plantations in the eastern part of the country. Thus, we can observe the differential impact of capitalism on a given country and the juxtaposition within the modern state of advanced economic regions and areas in which pre-colonial patterns of social organization persisted. This juxtaposition was evident in the Gold Coast between the southern regions and the underdeveloped northern regions of the country. Cocoa was introduced at the turn of the century and flourished in the humid conditions of the forest areas. By the 1950s it accounted for 90% of export revenues and vitally affected the lives of southern Ghanaians, as is indicated by the local high life sung during a 1954 by-election in Ashanti. If you want to send your children to school, it is cocoa. If you want to build your house, it is cocoa. If you want to marry, it is cocoa. If you want to buy cloth, it is cocoa. If you want to buy a lorry, it is cocoa. Whatever you want to do in this world, it is with cocoa money that you do it. 26. While cocoa growing was essentially a people's industry, the larger farmers employed labor, drawn from the north and neighboring French colonies, and invested their wealth in buildings in the urban centers. Apart from 38. Increased social differentiation. Another effect of a cash crop such as cocoa was to increase social mobility and to help further erode traditional institutions and values. In the third place, the level of industrialization was low in colonial Africa, though there were some exceptions. The latter were mainly in areas of substantial European settlement, such as southern Rhodesia, which was developed as the manufacturing base of the Central African Federation between 1953 and 1963. On the other hand, substantial mining was undertaken, for example, bauxite in Guinea, iron ore in Sierra Leone, gold in the Gold Coast, copper in the Belgian Congo and northern Rhodesia, and diamonds and uranium in southwest Africa, with ownership, production and control vested in European or South African-based companies. In relation to the total African population, the labor force involved was small, often unskilled or semi-skilled, and mostly migrant. However, after the Second World War a settled labor force began to emerge in many colonies, including the Belgian Congo and on the northern Rhodesian Copper Belt, and this facilitated trade union organization. The difference in salaries and conditions of service between African and European workers became an obvious target of trade union attack. 27. Fourth, the effect of colonialism was much more detrimental to women than to men. In general, the role and status of women deteriorated in the colonial period and failed to improve markedly with the achievement of independence, despite a few exceptions in certain spheres of economic activity, including aspects of the cattle and fishing industries. Whereas in many pre-colonial African communities, women had effective control of economic resources, in money or land, they were disadvantaged as incorporation into a cash economy proceeded. One of two things happened: they were either excluded from areas of production in which they had previously been involved and relegated to the domestic sphere, or the productive activities in which they continued to engage were deformed and devalued in a new context. This can be graphically illustrated by Etienne's description of experience among the Ball of the Ivory Coast. In the pre-colonial economy men had controlled the distribution of yams, while women had controlled that of cloth, intercropping cotton in the yam fields, spinning and dyeing thread for the men to weave, and engaging in or directing long-range trade of the resulting product. In the colonial era, the importing, and subsequent manufacture, of thread relieved male weavers of their dependence upon female spinners, and eventually the introduction of cotton as a cash crop with new seed and technology controlled by men broke the interdependent relationship between women and men entirely. In the wake of these developments, women lost land rights and control over production. 39. And became laborers on fields owned by individual men. These trends were reinforced by the growing availability of manufactured cloth, purchased with the proceeds from cash crops, such as cotton, cocoa, and coffee, controlled by men. 28. In sum, essential features of the colonial legacy were that women were disadvantaged by Western imports and by the introduction of cash crops and new technology, that men had much better access than women to education, capital, and wage employment, and that women, driven back into the domestic arena, became the targets of programs on home economics rather than agricultural or industrial production techniques. Finally, rapid urbanization resulted from mining, the growth after the Second World War of manufacturing industry, if as yet on a limited scale, the commercial activity associated with the introduction of cash crops, and an expanding administrative machine. Rural dwellers were attracted to the towns by the prospect of employment and relatively high wages, as well as by urban amenities such as pipe-borne water, street lighting, and cinemas. Many immigrants were disappointed and eked out a precarious existence in overcrowded and unsanitary compounds in the shanty areas which ringed, for example, Lagos and Ibadan in Nigeria and Nairobi, the capital of Kenya. Windhoek faced the same problem when Namibia became independent in March 1990. The capital had served as a magnet for the country's unemployed and especially for migrants from Oambaland, a neglected and overcrowded area in the populous north, where unemployment was running at some 60% at independence. 29 Thus, the political leaders of the new African states inherited dependent economies that were still bound to the former colonial powers by established patterns of trade and by membership of European currency blocs, notably the franc zone and the sterling area. They faced formidable problems, in the socio-economic as well as the political sphere. Since, as we have seen, there were few large companies owned by Africans, the state itself became almost everywhere the main agent of economic development outside the mining sector, yet in most states, skilled manpower was in critically short supply. The alternative, and in mining there was no choice at independence, was domination by multinational companies, as in Congo Leopoldville, later Zaire, Zambia, and Namibia. Namibia's position was particularly unenviable since it had a fragile and poorly integrated economy and was dependent on three South African-based companies, De Beers, Rossing Uranium, and Sumab Corporation, to extract its minerals. These minerals made up some 65% of exports and were extracted from mines which were expected to be worked out by the year 2012. 30 Another colonial legacy was that the growth of a market economy resulted in economic imbalances between different regions of a country, as 40. Well as sometimes within a single region, the central area of Zambia being one such example. Social differentiation had also taken place, though as yet on a limited scale. An incipient middle class existed in states such as Congo-Brazzaville, Ghana, the Ivory Coast, Kenya, Nigeria, and Senegal. The growth of this class was to be enormously facilitated in the post-independence period when the holding of public office, as politicians, bureaucrats, and army officers, gave more people, and men much more than women, an opportunity for personal advancement. Again, new state leaders headed political parties which had to be transformed from parties of revolt into parties of rule. They also inherited bureaucracies whose strength and experience for undertaking the immense tasks which confronted them was questionable. 3. Nationalism and the transfer of power. Tropical Africa, the Anglophone and Francophone experience. Since colonial states in Africa were created within artificial boundaries which rarely coincided with those of traditional polities, we are dealing with anti-colonial nationalism, a nationalism that was predominantly expressed within the confines of the colonial state. One as compared with European nationalism, there were no strong historical and social identities upon which African nationalists could build. Ethnically homogeneous Somalia was a partial exception, but was itself divided into a number of competing clans, as was also predominantly Tswana-speaking Botswana. This is not to suggest, however, that Africa was a tabula rasa when colonial rule was imposed. As we saw in Chapter 2, many different forms of political organization existed in pre-colonial Africa, ranging from Central East kingdoms to stateless societies. There was also a rich variety of cultural forms, though no shared culture such as would have been provided by a system of universal primary education. 2. The problem facing anti-colonial nationalists was that popular loyalties tended to gravitate towards a traditional unit which in the great majority of cases lay within, rather than being coterminous with, the colonial state boundaries. the Buganda Kingdom within the Uganda Protectorate affords a good example of this phenomenon. One of the nationalists' most important achievements during the independence struggle was to render loyalty to a subnational unit secondary to loyalty to the countrywide unit, in other words, to submerge subnationalism within a wider nationalism. This chapter seeks to explain why, and how, this happened. The imposition of Western institutions and values upon the colonies disrupted the social structures and cultural life of the subject peoples. European rule, while sometimes psychologically damaging insofar as it instilled a sense of black inferiority and a tendency to imitativeness, also gave rise to a cultural self-awareness and a pride in the African past. This found expression in the search for a national language, in the emergence of a literature, in works of history and oral traditions that both recalled African suffering and resistance to colonial rule, and glorified in past achievements. Distinctly African religious protest movements also emerged. In these ways, African nationalism acquired a certain emotional content through the assertion of popular identities that sometimes, as with the concept of Pan-Africanism, cut across colonial boundaries. There was, however, also another, deeper side to African nationalism. Popular, emotional appeals were buttressed by instrumental arguments, which condemned colonial rule as authoritarian, bureaucratic, and exploitative. The colonies, said the nationalists, were the milch cows of the industrial East-West and could develop only when the colonial yoke was removed and political independence was achieved. African nationalism was most assertive in the post-Second World War period, when jobs were scarce and inflation was rampant and, at least in French and British Africa, political parties and interest groups were formed to articulate the people's grievances. The conflict which thus developed between nationalist leaders, who had been educated in government and mission schools and occasionally overseas, and colonial administrators was not, over most of Africa, a class conflict. Classes, so far as they existed, were only incipient, and we cannot talk convincingly in terms of the assertion of the collective interests of an economic class against an exploitative, foreign bourgeoisie. On the other hand, certain economic interests were involved. Among these interests was a traditional elite of chiefs and elders, some of whom identified with the post-war nationalist movements while others remained aloof and sought to preserve their own privileged positions as allies of the colonial administration. Next there was a small professional group, especially of doctors and lawyers, who, together with successful merchants and contractors, were prominent in their country's congresses and early political parties. The fact that members of this group constituted an economically privileged stratum of colonial society did not deter them from political agitation, although it was usually well-mannered. They sought full social status for Africans, as well as political enfranchisement and, ultimately, political power. For third, we can identify a thrusting petty bourgeoisie of mainly primary school teachers, clerks and small businessmen who were impatient to change places with the colonial elite for a variety of mixed, and sometimes contradictory, reasons, to develop the state. Nationalism and the transfer of power. 43. For the benefit of the people, to enrich themselves, or to transform the inherited socio-economic structure according to socialist principles. Fourth, there was a bureaucracy, hierarchical, compartmentalist and influenced by Western administrative values, whose members expected to profit from post-independence Africanization policies. In the fifth place, there was an urban workforce, which sought to improve the wages and conditions of employment of workers through trade union activity. Within a particular territory, the trade union movement was occasionally linked with the dominant political party in a symbiotic relationship, as in Guinea, but more often it preferred to take independent economic or political action. Next, there was a large informal sector in the urban areas, made up of small shopkeepers and petty traders, sometimes supplementing an inadequate family income. Many of these petty traders were women, since colonial policies gave high priority to male wage employment over that of females. Women, in West Africa especially, erected temporary pavement stalls, offering for sale cigarettes, matches, soap and other small articles, Market trading was also important for women, and a minority of them, such as Ghanaian women trading in imported cloth in Accra and Kumasi in the 1950s, did very well out of it. Finally, we identify a community of mostly cash crop farmers who, in the southern areas of the Gold Coast, in other parts of West Africa and in Uganda, formed quite powerful farmers' associations in the post-Second World War period. The socio-economic impact of cash crop farming was often very great. In the Gold Coast, for example, cocoa was the people's industry and led to the emergence of a new influential group of prosperous trading and business interests: the townsman with a number of cocoa farms in nearby villages, the trader with his cloth and general store, the cocoa broker acting as the link between farmer and European firm, and in time, too, the lorry owner. In addition, there was a very large community of peasant farmers who grew food for themselves, their families and the urban market, and who sometimes, as in Tanganyika, protested loudly against colonial agricultural regulations and thereby created a climate in which nationalism could develop. 5. These peasant farmers, constituting the bulk of the population in virtually all African states, together with urban workers and the unemployed, were the ordinary people who looked for an improvement in their standard of living, better health care and increased educational opportunities for their children. Great importance was attached to education. If an educated citizenry is a characteristic of the modern nation-state, the lack of educational provision, extreme in Portuguese Africa, was acutely felt and powerfully reinforced anti-colonial nationalism. 44. Religious associations. African nationalism was therefore composed of a number of different elements, representing sometimes interlocking, but often divergent, economic interests which united temporarily in an anti-colonial struggle. This latter in turn appeared in various forms, according to the particular colonial context. One form was religious, especially in the early colonial period when opposition to colonial rule was either impossible or ineffective. Prophetic movements, such as Kimbanguism in the Belgian Congo, expressed new ideas and asserted an African way of doing things. The prophets themselves were remarkable people, and none more so than the Liberian William Wade Harris and Simon Kimbangu of the Belgian Congo. 6. With his cross, his Bible and his bowl for baptism in hand, Harris walked and preached from 1913 to 1915 along the West African coast in the most extraordinarily successful one-man evangelical crusade that Africa has ever known. 7. In the Western Congo in 1921, reports of Kimbangu's healing powers attracted large numbers of people to his village of Nkamba. Both men were harshly treated by the colonial authorities. Harris was expelled from the Ivory Coast, while Kimbangu spent 30 years in prison in the Congo, where he died, still in prison, in October 1951. Yet they had a profound impact on the people's religious beliefs, leading eventually to an unintended outcome, the foundation of independent churches. In their messianic beliefs, these prophetic movements were paralleled by the Mahdiist tradition within Islam. 8. The independent church movement was another expression of African descent. Christian nationalists broke away from the European-dominated mission churches. In Nigeria, for example, many of them regarded Christian missionaries as the front troops of the government to soften the hearts of the people. 9. They founded self-governing, separatist Ethiopian churches, modeled substantially on the churches from which they had seceded. Similarly, in Muslim Africa, political radicals reacted against traditionalism in Islam and founded not only Mahdiist movements but also, and especially in French Africa, expressed Wahhabist and modernist doctrines. In these ways, both Christians and Muslims created a climate in which modern forms of African nationalism, in the shape of congresses, parties, and interest groups, could develop. Where, as in settler Africa, Namibia throughout most of the pre-independence period, and South Africa, such modern outlets for the expression of nationalist claims were absent or minimal, the independent church was important for a longer period, serving as a vehicle for radical nationalism. 10. Nationalism and the transfer of power. 45. Political parties. The political parties which became the vehicles of African nationalism within a few years of the ending of the Second World War were preceded by loosely structured and mainly urban-centered organizations. The latter had a limited appeal and were led in the main by middle-class elements, among whom lawyers, other professionals, and merchants predominated. An early example of such an association was the Aborigines Rights Protection Society, ARPs, founded in the Gold Coast in 1897 to safeguard African rights to land. It continued in being to champion the African cause after the land issue was settled. Another was the National Congress of British West Africa, which, following its foundation in 1920, tried to bridge the communications gap separating the four British West African colonies and to press for moderate constitutional reform in each territory. It was not founded as an anti-government movement, and Casely Hayford, a prominent Gold Coast lawyer and one of its leading spirits, conceded that our interests as a people are identical with those of the Empire. The 1930s saw the emergence in British West Africa of territorially based youth movements, congresses, and leagues, though better organized and more broadly based than such earlier associations as the ARPs and the NNDP. The Nigerian National Democratic Party, founded in Lagos in 1923 by Herbert Macaulay, a civil engineer and journalist, they put forward programs of limited reform, appealed above all to a predominantly urban and educated public, and therefore did not attract effective mass support. Despite the radicalizing effect of the Second World War, comparable with the effects of the First World War on India, the return of ex-servicemen who could not find jobs at a time when prices were rising sharply, and an increasingly strident African nationalist press, the Congress-type organization continued in the main to dominate the scene in British and French Africa in the early post-war years. The Congress claimed to represent all the people. It had a loosely knit, often federal structure comprising a number of affiliated associations, and pressed its claim to eventual self-rule or, in French Africa, to equality of political and social rights by petitions and deputations, supplemented, when these did not succeed, by mass demonstrations, national boycotts, and general strikes. 12 notable examples of such congresses were the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC, formed in August 1944, the Rassemblement Démocratique Africain, RDA, an interterritorial party established in French Africa in 1946, and the United Gold Coast Convention, UGCC, and the Northern Rhodesia African Congress, founded in 1947 and 1948, respectively. The NCNC was made up of a large number, 46, of affiliated organizations, some 180 in 1945, including tribal unions, which were very important in the growth of Nigerian nationalism, professional associations, and social and literary clubs. The decision in 1951 to admit members on an individual basis marked the transformation of the council into a political party. The RDA, similarly, viewed itself as a national front. In the words of Gabriel D. Arbasier, its Secretary General, it was a broad political organization, including within itself all sorts of ideology, open to every national group, to men of all social conditions, and every territory, grouped around a program of concrete, definite aims. 13 Some of these congresses proved short-lived, while others gave birth to political parties, either because a new type of organization was required to fight a general election or as a result of an internal split. The Gold Coast riots of 1948 and their aftermath revealed the sharp disagreement over strategy and tactics between the UGCC's moderate, middle-class leadership and Kwame Nkrumah, its general secretary. In 1949 Nkrumah broke with the UGCC and founded the CPP out of the already existing Committee on Youth Organization. The CPP was a new type of political party, pledged to self-government now and with a well-articulated structure. It sought to enroll the bulk of the Gold Coast's adult population as individual members, but significantly, too, it retained the word convention in its own title. 14 In Nigeria, as we have seen, the NCNC became more of a political party and less of a congress with the changeover to an individual member basis of organization in 1951. it could reasonably claim to be more national than any of the other parties which emerged in Nigeria in the 1950-60 period, but the extent of its support was limited. Though it won the backing of groups in the Christianist middle belt of the northern region, it made little impact on the Muslim north and yielded the initiative to the Action Group, AG, founded in 1951, in the Yoruba areas of the western region. Its strength lay in the eastern region and the decision of its national president, Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe, to become premier of that region in 1953 sealed the NCNC's identification as an Igbo-dominated body, no less committed to regional nationalism than its main rivals, the AG and the Northern People's Congress, NPC. 15. As for the RDA, its national front broke down in 1950 over the issue of compromise with the French administration. This was favored by Houphouët-Boigny, its Ivorian president, and the RDA's conservative wing, while continued cooperation with the French communists was advocated by Gabriel d'Arbossière and the radical wing. Houphouët-Boigny was left in control of the RDA machinery but, as the emphasis in French policy shifted in the 1950s towards greater territorial autonomy, the strength of the RDA increasingly came to be located in its individual sections, such as the PDCI and the Parti démocratique de Guinée, PDG. Nationalism and the transfer of power. 47. Rather than in its central organization, these parties adapted their organization to fight elections to the territorial assemblies. The RDA's radical wing retained strong backing in Senegal and the French Cameroons and among trade unionists and students. 16. If some political parties emerged out of parent congresses, others, like the Bloc Démocratique Sénégalais, were breakaways from existing parties or, like the Ghana Congress Party and the Sudanese National Unionist Party, came into being, in 1952 and 1953, respectively, as a result of a merger between minor parties and groups. Some parties, especially in French Africa, were nurtured by metropolitan parties, thus the French Mouvement Républicain Populaire supported the Parti Républicain de Homine, founded in 1951, while the French Socialist Party, Section Française de l'Internationale Ouvrière, established a section in Senegal in 1936, under the leadership of Lamine Gueye. Other parties, such as the Union Progressiste Mauritanienne and the Union Démocratique Chadienne, received such strong official backing as to be frequently dubbed partis de l'administration. Several parties were of mixed origin. The National Liberation Movement, NLM, which was founded in the Ashanti region of the Gold Coast in 1954, contained a number of former CPP members who imported into the movement many of the organizational techniques which they had learned in the CPP. To that extent, the NLM, as well as the Muslim Association Party, MAP, and the Togo Land Congress Party, TCP, can be regarded as communal parties which were in effect breakaways from the CPP. 17. But the NLM, which was backed by the Asantehene and all except one of the leading Ashanti chiefs, was also powerfully rooted in Ashanti tradition, and the traditional organization reinforced the modern party organization. An emotional appeal to Ashanti nationalism was invoked to express Ashanti dissatisfaction with what was perceived to be the region's meager share in the nation's resources. It was this belief that Nkrumah's government was discriminating unfairly against Ashanti interests and individuals that brought together in one hybrid organization chiefs, cocoa farmers and traders, wealthy businessmen and ex-CPP leaders, and, Ashanti, townsmen and villagers. Many of the key members of the NLM, such as its chairman Bafour Ose Akoto, senior linguist of the Asantehene and a prosperous cocoa farmer, had not formerly belonged to any political party, while others, such as Dr. K. A. Bizia, had actively opposed the CPP. Bafour Akoto and the outlying paramount chiefs swore the Great Oath of Ashanti, or their own state oaths, in support of a movement that was also underpinned by paramilitary action groupers, the equivalent of the CPP's action troopers, who were bedecked in NLM colors and armed with soda water bottles, cudgels, and guns. 18. 48. Finally, a number of political parties emerged out of cultural or other voluntary associations. Prominent examples were the Parti démocratique de Côte d'Ivoire, PDCI, founded in the Ivory Coast in 1946, which had begun as a comité d'action politique of the Syndicate Agricole Africain, an organization of African planters, the AG, which grew in western Nigeria out of Egbe Omo Odujuwa, a Yoruba cultural association, the NPC, northern Nigeria, 1951, a political offshoot of Jam'iyyar Mutanen Arewa, a pan-northern, predominantly Hausa cultural organization, the Sierra Leone People's Party. SLPP, 1951, which originated in the Sierra Leone Organization Society, a body formed to promote cooperatives in the Protectorate, and TANU, 1954, which had its roots in the civil service-dominated Tanganyika African Association but whose subsequent growth owed a great deal to the strong rural protest against government agricultural regulations. Whatever their origin, it was extra-parliamentary in nearly every case. African political parties often differed in important respects. There were obvious and sharp differences in the political experience of British and French Africa, as we shall see. These overlaid significant differences between parties within each region. The metropolitan axis of French colonial policy had its counterpart in the party political sphere, since a political party might well affiliate with a French political party, as the PDCI did for a time with the French Communist Party in the late 1940s. The ties were severed in October 1950. The PDCI was itself a territorial section of an interterritorial political party, the RDA, of which there was no equivalent in British Africa following the Second World War. French African experience was also distinct in that the primary objective of political parties in at least the early post-war period was to secure for Africans equality of rights as French citizens rather than independence. In 1956, France reacted to the rising tide of nationalism by accepting territorial autonomy as a way to prevent independence. 19 in other countries again, including Algeria, the Portuguese territories and the white minority-ruled regimes of southern Africa, political parties had to engage in protracted armed struggle to secure their independence. Such parties, in the pre-independence period, had no, or virtually no, opportunity of influencing and controlling the personnel and policy of government. This also corresponded with the experience of Zaire, though here there was at least an attempt, if mismanaged, at a constitutional transfer of power, but it contrasted with that of a country such as Ghana, where the transition to independence was relatively smooth and the CPP ruled, in a diarchical arrangement with the British, for 6 years before independence in March 1957. This varying historical experience of Africa's political parties was supplemented by other distinctions based on differences in structure, recruitment, nationalism and the transfer of power 49. And the social basis of support, as well as on ideology and leadership. While some parties, like the CPP in Ghana and the PDG in Guinea, sought to appeal to the lower middle strata of the population, others, such as the NPC in Nigeria and the Parti Progressiste Nigerian, PPN, in Niger, had a narrower appeal, the NPC especially being at the outset the mouthpiece of the native authorities. The former type of party has been characterized as a mass party, which was structurally strong, ideologically based, had leaders who were selected for their political ability, sought to enroll as many individual members within its ranks as it could, and tried to take under its wing such interest groups as trade and cooperative unions and farmers' organizations. The NPC type of party has been described as an elite party, built up out of associations affiliated to it, with a leadership enjoying ascriptive status and with a weakly articulated structure. 20 This categorization, however, is inexact. The elite and mass parties represented ideal types and the divisions between them were never clear-cut. Moreover, parties sometimes grew away from their origins. Thus, when it was forced by events to conduct a general election campaign, the NPC in Nigeria changed its nature and developed many of the structural features and organizational techniques of the mass party. 21 other parties were difficult to categorize. The PDCI, for example, had many of the characteristics of the mass party but was more pragmatic than ideological and made formal use of ethnic bases of support in its organization. 22 From the outset its policies were geared to the interests of the wealthy African planter group to which the party owed its existence rather than to the needs of the peasants and workers. Moreover, the patron-client relationship, which was supposed to typify the elite party, was also important within mass-type party organizations such as the Kenya African National Union, KANU, in Kenya, UNIP in Zambia and the UPS in Senegal. The ideological spectrum of Africa's pre-independence political parties was broad. Few of the parties which led their countries to independence in or about 1960 were revolutionary and committed to the transformation of the existing socio-economic structure, though the Front de Libération Nationale, FLN, in Algeria promised to be one such group and the Parti Démocratique de Guinée, PDG, in Guinea another. Most parties were reformist, including the CPP in Ghana and TANU in Tanganyika, while others, the Ivory Coast's PDCI and KANU in Kenya, for example, were inclined to be conservative in orientation. The case of KANU is particularly instructive, demonstrating that a liberation struggle, assuming that Mau in the 1950s can be interpreted in this light, does not necessarily have a radicalizing effect. Evidence from Zimbabwe, independent in April 1980, and Namibia, independent in March 1990, reinforces this conclusion, despite the strong commitment to socialism expressed by the political leaders of 50. Both states when they were fighting for independence. In Zimbabwe, socialist ideology influenced foreign policy to an extent, but had limited impact on public policy generally. 23 Notwithstanding Mugabe's anti-capitalist invective over the land issue, the government's predominantly pragmatic and political approach to economic issues was mirrored in Namibia, where the Southwest African People's Organization, SWAPO, government recognized the country's extreme dependence on South Africa by publicly stating that it was in favor of a mixed economy. The experience of Guinea, Bissau, Angola, and Mozambique suggested that the transition from liberation movement to revolutionary regime could occur only where the movement's leadership unambiguously embraced socialism during the course of the struggle and mounted an intensive political education campaign among its followers. However, subsequent events in all three states raised the question of the strength of their revolutionary commitment. The quality and style of party leadership also varied. The contrast was sharp between the quiet authority of Milton Margai of Sierra Leone and Seret Sekama of Botswana and the showmanship, combined, however, with considerable organizational skill, of Nkrumah or Egypt's Jamal Abd al-Nasser, or again, between the philosophical reflectiveness of Leopold Sedar Senghor of Senegal and Julius Nyerere of Tanzania and the strident nationalism of Guinea's Sékou Touré. Many of these leaders were said to have been charismatic in that, in the view of their followers, they possessed exemplary powers. However, as Chinoy observed, no prophet can succeed unless the circumstances are propitious, and in the run-up to independence the sociological aspect of charisma was no less important than the psychological. Innate qualities of leadership might have gone unrecognized if the party leaders had not also had the right message to convey at the right time. 24 In many cases, the message, of freedom and the importance of unity to attain it, Uhuru na Umoja in Tanganyika, was commonly delivered at a public rally during pre-independence election campaigns. The social context within which a leader such as Samora Machel of Mozambique operated was very different, though in practice charismatic leadership was hardly less important even where there was an ideologically based liberation movement. This is illustrated by the standing of Amilcar Cabral in Guinea, Bissau. All leaders recognized the importance of mounting a united campaign. For this purpose, many of them, and especially the heads of the so-called mass parties like the CPP in Ghana and the US in the French Sudan, now Mali, founded party youth, elders, and women's wings. They also sought to bring trade union and farmers' organizations and cooperative groups under the party umbrella in order to form a single national movement. The Nationalism and the Transfer of Power. 51. Following section focuses on trade unions which, unlike the peasant farming community in non-plantation industrial economies, were not a scattered labor force but were mostly urban-centered. Potentially, therefore, the trade union movement was a powerful ally of the political party in the struggle against colonialism. Interest groups. The phrase African societomania has been coined to describe the process whereby a large number of voluntary associations sprang up in the expanding urban centers of colonial Africa, especially in the post-Second World War period. 25 These associations ranged from youth, student, women's, old boys, and professional bodies to organizations, such as savings clubs, ethnic mutual benefit groups, craft groups, and trade unions, which were in large measure a response to the sense of social and psychological insecurity felt by people who had left their rural homes and entered a new and strange urban environment. They served at once as the vehicles of new ideas and a proving ground for political leaders. Though many of the early groups were small and short-lived and had an interlocking leadership, their cumulative effect was vitally important for the emergence of the African nationalist movement. A small number of these associations, such as the Boy Scouts, were inspired by the colonial administration, but others bore a more distinctly African imprint. Among the latter were craft organizations. Many of these were linked with traditional structures, while others occasionally grew out of old boys' associations. In time, the early syndical groups were transformed into mass organizations. An association at Bamako was instrumental in creating the first trade unions in the French Sudan in 1937. 26 That these organizations often became linked to the territory's emergent nationalist movement was an unintended consequence. Official advice, given, for example, by British Labour Commissioners and French Inspecteurs du Travail, was that the trade unions should not become politically involved. Instead, trade union leaders should, they were told, concentrate on strengthening union organization by replacing, as in Tanganyika, a plethora of small craft unions with nationwide industrial unions affiliated to a central organization, and on using the new structure to negotiate better wages and conditions of work for their members. However, there were forces pulling in an opposite direction. The new nationalist movements that were beginning to emerge in post-war Africa sought to politicize, and bring under their wing, a large number of voluntary associations, including the trade. 52. Unions. Thus, in the pre-independence period, the labor movement was subject to dual pressures. It was both pulled towards political involvement, because of the sympathy of trade unionists with the nationalist movements to which most of them belonged in an individual capacity, and away from it in order to concentrate on industrial relations. The result, perhaps inevitably, was a very mixed picture and one which has evoked a sharply contrasting response from scholars who have studied the political role of African trade unions in the pre-independence period. 27 There is universal agreement that in Guinea the party and trade unions constituted two legs of a single nationalist movement. Sékou Touré, the president of the PDG, had a trade union background, and the Union Générale des Travailleurs d'Afrique Noire, UGTN, which was founded in January 1957 as a result of a merger between the country's principal labor groups, played an important part in the achievement of independence. 28 Union party ties were generally closer in French Africa than in British Africa, though the French Cameroons was an exception to the typical francophone pattern. 29 In some countries a period of intense political activity on the part of a labor movement might be followed by a long period of quiescence. Nigeria was a case in point. The vigorous activity of one segment of labor under the sponsorship of the Zikist movement after 1945 ended in 1950, and for more than a decade thereafter the labor movement was altogether outside the political mainstream. 30 As in several other countries, it was itself divided over the question of political involvement. In the Gold Coast the CPP, which formed the government in 1951 under a diarchical arrangement with the British, sought to use a reconstituted TUC to bring the labor movement under its control. It was supported in this move by CPP activists in the TUC, of whom the most prominent was John Tediga, but was opposed by the leaders of individual unions, notably the mine workers, the UAC workers, and the railway employees, who successfully battled to maintain the autonomy of their unions in the period up to 1958, when the Industrial Relations Act cut the ground from under their feet. 31. A similar split within the labor movement occurred in northern Rhodesia, where the main upholder of the principle of non-involvement in politics was the powerful African Mine Workers Union, AMU. What Amsden said of trade unionism and politics in Kenya also applied, mutatis mutandis, to northern Rhodesia/Zambia. When examining the relations between trade unions and political life in Kenya, it appears crucial to avoid the pitfall of viewing Kenya's trade union movement as a homogeneous unity. It was important, he maintained, to distinguish between the highly publicized political forays at the top of the union structure and the activities of the individual unions affiliated to the Kenya Federation of Labor. Nationalism and the transfer of power. 53. KFL, most of which were concerned almost exclusively with bread and butter issues. 32. The relationship between parties and unions often fell short of formal ties until the eve of independence. This was the case in Tanganyika where, as in the Gold Coast and many other colonies, the fact that trade unions antedated the formation of the dominant party gave them an independent basis of power and influence. There was also the fear that if the government should move against TANU, which it regarded as an extremist organization, the trade union movement might also be proscribed. By the end of 1958, with TANU's victory in the first part of the 1958-9 general election, the danger was past, and the party and TFL grew closer together, though it was not until February 1961 that the TFL was given 2 seats on the TANU National Executive Committee. A review of the history of party-union relations in Tanganyika, which can be paralleled by the history of the Gold Coast and a number of other British dependencies, reveals periods of cooperation, estrangement and conflict, with the tendency for disagreement increasing in the terminal period of colonial rule, when substantial issues, such as Africanization and citizenship in Tanganyika, divided the two sides. 33. While Berg and Butler rightly challenged the earlier view that African trade unions were merely party instruments in the pre-independence period, Jeffries rightly points out that by concentrating too much on the behavior of the majority of workers, or unions, and overlooking the significance of particular, more radical groups, Berg and Butler misconstrued the dynamics and direction of union development. 34. Radical elements within a country's labor movement did indeed have interests which conflicted sharply with those of apparatchiks in the Nationalist Party. However, it must also be stressed that in the pre-independence period most trade unionists shared the politicians' resentment of foreign rule, being convinced that the economy was geared to foreign commercial and industrial interests. They believed that the standard of living of the workers could not be significantly improved until political independence was achieved. This belief was perhaps most strongly held in areas of white settlement, such as northern Rhodesia, where the wages and employment conditions of the white workers were much better than those of the blacks. There is no doubt that the effect of this common, party-union, outlook was often to strengthen the thrust of African nationalism. In Tanganyika, for example, individual unionists joined TANU, while new union members were largely recruited from party ranks, resulting in a rapid expansion in the size of the trade union movement in the second half of the 1950s. However, we need to think predominantly in terms of parallel lines of resistance to colonial rule, with the political party and trade union movement sometimes agreeing, but also 54. Often disagreeing, on the appropriate tactics to adopt. Though in Kenya the KFL, under Tom Mboya's leadership, conducted a holding operation for KANU, then the Kenya African Union, during the emergency period of the 1950s when nationally based political parties were proscribed, the fact was that the political party was avowedly political in a way that the labor movement was not, or at most times could not afford to be. It was above all the political party which aggregated and voiced the demand for independence. Partly in consequence, but also because of the differing functions of trade unions and political parties, it was the politicians rather than the trade unionists who were to benefit most when independence was achieved. As far as most women were concerned, This distinction between the benefits accruing to members of political parties and labor organizations was not very meaningful, as they were losers on both counts. As noted above, technical advance had passed most women by, and relatively few of them were in wage employment. Moreover, although they had played an active political role in the women's wings of the political parties which were returned to power in pre-independence general elections, for example, those held in the Gold Coast in 1951, 1954, and 1956, they were severely underrepresented in the parliaments, and even more in the governments, which emerged from those elections. This pattern was carried over into the post-independence period. The transfer of power. Nationalist pressure, particularly following the Gold Coast riots of 1948, quickened the tempo of constitutional reform throughout British Africa. The Gold Coast itself progressed from semi-responsible government in 1951 to internal self-government in 1954, and finally to independence in 1957. The progression was much the same in the other three West African colonies, though the adoption of federalism in Nigeria made that country's constitutional arrangements necessarily more complex. There were hiccups along the way, caused, however, not by the reluctance of the British to transfer power but by the outbreak of domestic political conflict, notably the eruption of communalism in the Gold Coast, the colony, protectorate cleavage in Sierra Leone and, though less fundamental, in the Gambia, and the demand for the creation of more states in Nigeria. The process in each case was punctuated by a series of elections to what, in the Gold Coast by mid-1954, had become an entirely African legislature from which the cabinet was drawn and to which it was responsible. These elections were keenly contested by a number of parties and gave a good indication of how the nationalism and the transfer of power 55 political system worked. In each pre-independence election the CPP won comfortably in the Gold Coast, as did the SLPP in Sierra Leone and, from 1960, the People's Progressive Party, PPP, in the Gambia. In Nigeria, by contrast, the operation of the Westminster system of government was distorted because of the absence of truly national parties. Each of the three main parties had a regional power base. However, it is important to note that several of the parties which spearheaded the freedom struggle and formed the government when independence was eventually achieved, rested on a somewhat slender base of voluntary support. Take, for example, the showing of the CPP in the pre-independence general election of 1956 in the Gold Coast. The results were as follows: CPP, 71 seats, 57% of the total votes cast, non-CPP, 33 seats, 43% of the total votes cast. Judged by the standards of a multi-party election in the West, this was a convincing win for the governing party. However, when these results are broken down by region, the victory is less impressive. The CPP won only 2 out of the country's 4 regions, losing Ashanti to the NLM and the MAP and the North to the Northern People's Party, NPP. Again, the figure of 57% of the total votes cast for the CPP is reduced to 28.5% if the CPP vote is taken as a percentage of the registered electorate, and to a meager 15% if the eligible electorate, adults aged 21 and over who were entitled to register, is taken as the basis of calculation. 35 The CPP rule in the post-independence period rested on the express support of roughly 1 in 6 of the estimated eligible voters. Of course, many people in the 2 colony regions may not have registered because they regarded the contest as a foregone conclusion in areas where the CPP was dominant. Support for the governing party declined further under the republic inaugurated in 1960, though no free elections were held to test the extent of that decline, and the one-party state created in 1964 rested on flimsy foundations. This pattern of constitutional advance punctuated by periodic elections was repeated in the rest of British Africa, except Rhodesia, though the early stage of multi-tiered, indirect elections in West Africa was omitted in East Africa. 36 other variations occurred according to local circumstance, such as the constitutionally entrenched position created for Buganda within the Uganda Protectorate and the existence between 1953 and 1963 of a Central African Federation embracing the self-governing colony of Southern Rhodesia and the protectorates of Northern Rhodesia and Nyasaland. In East and Central Africa, as in Britain's West African colonies, elections were contested by two or more parties, the challenge to the dominant party being weak in some cases, in Nyasaland and Tanganyika, for example, and strong in others, such as Kenya, Northern. 56. Rhodesia and Uganda. Multi-party elections even preceded the transfer of power in Rhodesia, under the abortive internal settlement in April 1979 and again under British supervision in February 1980, the Zimbabwe African National Union, Patriotic Front, ZANU-PF, emerging a more decisive victor the second time than many observers had predicted. In most cases, the Gold Coast lesson was repeated, measured in terms of support among eligible voters. The legitimacy of the party which took the country to independence was not impressive and meant that on this calculation the designation Mass Party was not warranted. On becoming independent, a British-ruled territory, whether colony, protectorate, or even trust territory like Tanganyika, in principle became a constitutional monarchy with the British Queen as its queen, represented by a Governor-General, and with a Westminster model of constitution, providing for an interlocking cabinet and legislature, a separate judiciary, and an independent public service commission. The monarchical arrangement was to prove short-lived, India having earlier demonstrated that republicanism was not incompatible with Commonwealth membership. While Nigeria and Uganda opted for formal, non-executive presidents after the Indian model, encountering some problems in each case in defining acceptable limits in practice to the scope of presidential influence, the other British territories followed Ghana's lead in 1960 in making constitutional provision for an executive presidency. Though Malawi waited 2 years after achieving independence in 1964 before adopting a republican constitution with an executive president, by 1964 the pattern had been set. On attaining independence that year, Northern Rhodesia immediately became the Republic of Zambia, headed by a president vested with executive powers. At independence 2 years later, Bechuanaland Protectorate became the Republic of Botswana, though the other former High Commission territories, Lesotho and Swaziland, chose to remain monarchies, albeit with their own monarchs replacing the British Queen. The changeover to republican status had in all cases more than symbolic importance since it opened the way to the establishment of personal rule. However, it did not necessarily involve an abrupt change in the practice of government. Thus, for some time after Tanganyika changed from a Westminster-style parliamentary regime to a republic in December 1962, President Nyerere did not impose his own views on his ministers and an attempt was made in cabinet to secure unanimity. However, as the country faced a series of crises both at home and abroad in and after 1964, the president increasingly took important initiatives, often acting without any reference to the cabinet. The constitutional context within which elections were held in French Africa was very different. Independence was never demanded throughout the nationalism and the transfer of power. 57. Fourth Republic, 1946–58, and the overseas territories remained integral parts of an indivisible republic. 37 With responsibility for legislation vested in the French Parliament, the territorial assemblies established in each French African colony and in Togo and the Cameroons, both UN Trust territories, possessed limited powers, and these were primarily in the budgetary and financial spheres. It was only under the Loikata reforms of June 1956 that these powers were increased and provision was made for the introduction of universal franchise and elected territorial executives. Although these reforms changed significantly the relations between France and its overseas territories, they were not designed as a prelude to the grant of independence. 38 A uniform pattern of elections was introduced throughout French Africa and, under the Fourth Republican Constitution of 1946, voters went to the polls frequently, in order to cast their ballots in elections to the territorial assemblies, the French National Assembly and in referenda. The result was that they had more experience of limited suffrage and universal suffrage elections before independence than their British or Belgian counterparts. 39. In the Belgian Congo, where the process of the transfer of power was drastically telescoped, there was only one territory-wide election before independence that was comparable to those held elsewhere, and there were only two such elections in Rwanda-Urundi, the Belgian-administered UN Trust territory. 40. Universal suffrage was introduced in French Africa in 1957, and in the general elections held that year the victorious party won so convincingly in many cases that it was able to consolidate its position at the next elections in 1959. Thus, PDCI candidates obtained 89% of the votes cast and won all but 2 of the 60 seats in the Ivorian Territorial Assembly, 54% of those registered voted, representing about 49% of the eligible electorate. 41. On the other hand, an overwhelmingly dominant party did not emerge in every case, and in Congo-Brazzaville, Dahomey, and Niger the party that won control of the government in 1957 lost power at the subsequent elections, leaving the way clear for the new ruling party to make use of the government machinery to strengthen its position. In general, party dominance resulted in high levels of electoral participation in French Africa. In British Africa, by contrast, a high turnout was most likely when, as in the Gold Coast and Nigeria, party fragmentation occurred and inter-party competition increased. 42. One of the reasons for the generally higher levels of party dominance in French Africa than in British Africa was the different electoral system in use. Voters chose a party under the French multi-member list system and an individual candidate under the British single-member constituency system. The French system favored the strongest party and tended to 58. Eliminate weak ones. A second explanation was rooted in the nature of colonial rule. The French reduced the power of chiefs and traditional institutions and thus fostered elite cohesion, while the British policy of indirect rule sponsored two systems of authority and legitimacy, the traditional and the modern, and thereby heightened elite fragmentation. Whereas British policy enabled local and traditional leaders to serve as power brokers, there was less opportunity in French Africa to politicize ethnic groups. Moreover, because of the later and more limited provision of education in French than in British Africa, there was less of a split within the modern elite in most French colonies than occurred in British, and especially non-settler, Africa, between an older, predominantly urban elite of doctors, lawyers, and merchants and the petty bourgeoisie of primary school teachers, clerks and small traders which had emerged in the nationalist ferment of the post-Second World War period. 43. The type of franchise in use was also probably important. The French list system of voting may have exaggerated the extent of party support. Whatever the explanation, the leading parties in French Africa were successful in using subsequent elections to secure very high voter turnouts. By independence they had consolidated their position to such an extent that de facto one-party regimes already existed and appeared to enjoy a high level of legitimacy. It needs to be stressed, however, that although elections were more frequent and attracted higher voter turnouts in post-war French than British Africa, they were less meaningful from a nationalist perspective. They were not signposts along the road to independence but stages in the achievement by Africans of equality as French citizens. The 1958 Constitution of the Fifth Republic made independence possible, but also incompatible with membership of the French community, a grouping of French autonomous republics with its own Senate and Executive Council, possessing consultative powers. 44 President de Gaulle made it clear that a territory voting no in the constitutional referendum of September 28, 1958 had to take the consequences. These were that it would receive no aid from France. Only Guinea chose the independence option, the other colonies in French West and Equatorial Africa electing to belong to the community. Powers on certain enumerated matters, including foreign policy, defense, and currency, were reserved in practice to France and in effect to its president. However, these arrangements proved short-lived. the French changed their stance in 1959 and the next year amended Title 12 of the Constitution in order to make it possible for a state to be independent and yet remain a member of the Communauté Rénovée 45. Each French African state negotiated its own independence with France. The resultant economic and political cooperation. Nationalism and the transfer of power. 59. Agreements included new defense arrangements, negotiated on a bilateral basis or in the form of collective sub-regional defense agreements like that between France and the 4 countries of AEF. In the event all the Francophone states, except Guinea, entered into military assistance agreements with France, and a nucleus among them, including Cameroon, the Ivory Coast, and Senegal, retained closer links with France by also signing individual defense agreements. By contrast, the Anglo-Nigerian Defense Pact of 1960 was a modest affair, yet it was strongly attacked in Nigeria by the opposition and by radical and other critics, and was abrogated in early 1962. These new, predominantly single-party states also inherited the centralising traditions of the French. In general, they possessed strong executives, modeled on the presidential institutions which de Gaulle had made the centerpiece of France's still novel Fifth Republic. Except where 2 political leaders of more or less equal stature necessitated a power-sharing arrangement between a president and prime minister, as in Senegal between 1960 and 1963 and in Dahomey and Congo-Brazzaville for short periods, executive authority in the immediate post-independence period was monopolized by the president to a greater extent than in Anglophone Africa, where vestiges of the British cabinet system, with its emphasis on collective responsibility, persisted. Moreover, in this period, too, legislatures in French-speaking Africa were considerably weaker than in English-speaking Africa and, within the framework of a prefectural-type system, local authorities were less autonomous. 46. The Lusophone experience. The 3 main movements fighting for independence in Portuguese Africa were the Movimento Popular de Libertação de Angola, MPLA, the Partido Africano de Independencia de Guiné-Cabo Verde, PAG, and the Frente de Libertação de Moçambique, FRELIMO. In conducting such a struggle, the movements were not unique. Guerrilla warfare subsequently paved the way to independence in Zimbabwe and Namibia. Again, independence in both Algeria in 1962 and Kenya the following year was preceded by several years of bloody conflict. The post-independence government established by Mohamed Ben Bella in Algeria expressed socialist pretensions, but a pragmatic brand of non-revolutionary socialism was established and maintained until Ben Bella was removed in a military coup in 1965. Zimbabwe, similarly, did not transform its inherited socio-economic structure. In Kenya, Mau Mau was an integral part of an ongoing, rationally conceived nationalist movement, 47 employing oaths and covert organizational methods in a militant protest against the colonial settler system and leading to the 60. Declaration of a state of emergency. However, it did not result in the radicalization of Kenyan society, and Sessional Paper No. 10 of 1965 on African socialism did no more than provide a thin socialist veneer to a predominantly capitalist framework. These various examples, from Algeria, Zimbabwe, and Kenya, appear to substantiate Munslow's contention that a protracted armed struggle is a necessary, but not a sufficient, condition for the revolutionary transformation of a nationalist movement. 48. The nationalist movements in Portuguese Africa supplied the missing ingredient, ideological commitment based on Marxism, Leninism. In Mozambique, FRELIMO, founded in June 1962, brought together 3 proto-nationalist parties and different classes, workers, peasants, and the petty bourgeoisie, in a common front to oppose colonialism and demand national independence. The armed struggle began in September 1964. However, unity was fragile and needed to be cemented. The period 1967–70 particularly was one of internal crisis for FRELIMO, as 2 sharply opposed conceptions of the nationalist struggle emerged. 49. One section of the leadership, represented by the chairman of Cabo Delgado, saw independence not as a means of accomplishing a social revolution but of establishing themselves in power within what would necessarily be a neocolonial framework. On the other hand, the revolutionaries in Frelimo sought to transform the nature of society in the liberated zones, for example, by collectivizing production and through cooperatives. They argued that they were not fighting the whites so much as the exploitative system upon which Portuguese domination rested, and that women, youths, and elders should all participate in the liberation struggle. The views of the revolutionaries prevailed both at the Second Congress of Frelimo, held at Niça in July 1968, and subsequently, despite severe setbacks to their cause, including the assassination of Eduardo Mondlane, the party president, in February 1969. With the election of Samora Machel as president and Marcelino dos Santos as vice president in May 1970, Frelimo embarked on the final phase of the national liberation struggle. It did so under a leadership convinced that in our struggle everything, absolutely everything, depends on the people 50 and that revolutionary ideology, drawing upon Marxist, Leninist principles, must inform daily practice. Political work was intensified at all levels and increased stress was placed on the primacy of the ideological struggle and the conduct of party cadres in the liberated areas. Old ideas and structures were discarded in favor of new economic and social relationships. The achievement of independence in 1975 provided Samora Machel and his government with the opportunity of establishing these relationships throughout the new state of Mozambique. In Angola, nationalism grew apace in the 1950s, and by the beginning of 1961 Angola was, in John Markham's graphic description, a black powder. Nationalism and the transfer of power. 61. Keg with a ready fuse. 51 Rebellion erupted that year in northern Angola. In a way that was more reminiscent of Rhodesia than Mozambique or Guinea-Bissau, the nationalist movement was subject to deep internal divisions, along primarily ethno-linguistic lines. Under this communal tripolarity, the Frente Nacional de Libertação de Angola, FNLA, which resulted in 1962 from the merger of two earlier parties, drew its main support from the Bakongo of the north, the União Nacional para a Independencia Total de Angola, UNITA, founded in 1966, from the Ovimbundu and Chokwe of the south, and the MPLA, established in 1956, from the Mbundu of north-central Angola. However, the MPLA especially nurtured wider, national loyalties. It was strongly entrenched in the major urban centers and had a well-educated, largely Marxist and mulatto leadership. It appealed to the urban intelligentsia of all the country's communities, including the Mesticos, people of mixed race, and the Portuguese. 52 Though the MPLA initially lacked the rural orientation of its rival organizations, it tried to identify with Angola's peasants and established camps, clinics, and schools in the liberated areas under its control. Of the three nationalist movements, it was the most active in fighting the liberation struggle and the most assiduous in its attempts to involve the peasants in a variety of participatory structures. It also introduced a politicization program in Marxism, though ideological penetration was shallow in parts of the country. 53 While no ethno-linguistic region was entirely solid in its support of a particular liberation movement, the basic communal tripolarity persisted throughout the liberation struggle and Angolan nationalists failed to form a united front. 54 Apart from these communal differences and the deep mistrust which the leaders of the liberation movements had for each other, the movements varied in their policies and their external alliances. FNLA's chief support came from Zaire. It was also backed by the OAU, in the early 1960s, and by the USA, China, and North Korea. The MPLA's basis of external support was wider and included the OAU, from about 1964, the Soviet bloc, Cuba, and left-wing parties in Portugal. Though it had established a clear dominance by 1972, the chip end crisis, a power struggle within the MPLA in 1972-3, proved a serious setback and checked MPLA's penetration into the Huambobi area of central Angola. This worked to the advantage of Jonas Savimbi, the UNITA leader, who was able to gain followers in this important, food-producing region. The result was that no movement achieved permanent dominance before the collapse of Portuguese rule. 55 The coup d'état in Portugal in April 1974 and the preparations for Portuguese withdrawal from its African colonies ushered in a bitter power struggle in Angola. The Government of National Unity, established under the Alvar Agreement of January 1975, collapsed and the power struggle was 62. Internationalist. South African troops invaded Angola in October 1975 in support of UNITA and the FNLA, which were also helped by clandestine U.S. military aid and the recruitment of mercenaries. 56 However, the decisive factor proved to be the massive Soviet and Cuban intervention on the side of the MPLA. An MPLA government under Dr. Agostinho Neto soon came to be widely, though not universally, recognized as the legal government of Angola. The USA withheld recognition. Guinea-Bissau 57 was the smallest and least developed of the Portuguese colonies. It was geared to the interests of a large Portuguese firm, the Companhia União Fabril, CUF, which had almost a monopoly in the country. The use of forced labor for crop cultivation was widespread and cash crop prices were artificially depressed. The PAIG, which was founded in 1956, combined members of the main ethnic groups of the mainland, Fula, Mandinga, Manjaca, and Balant, and the geographically separate and lighter-skinned population of the Cape Verde Islands. Within 6 years of launching the armed struggle in 1963, the PAIG, led by Amilcar Cabral, an agronomist from Cape Verde, controlled over half the country. Elected village committees, people's stores, and people's courts were established in the liberated areas and the work of socio-economic reconstruction was begun, emphasis being placed on agricultural production, healthcare, and education. The great strength of the PAIG was its ability to adapt itself to the conditions imposed by the struggle and, in this respect, it was helped by what Cabral has called its pragmatic attitude towards ideology. Though Cabral drew substantially upon Marxist theory in his own writing, he insisted that the party should avoid doctrinal rigidity. He told his party cadres, to whose training he gave a great deal of personal attention, to remember that the people are not fighting for ideas, but to gain material advantages, to live better and in peace, to benefit from progress, and for the better future of their children. 58 The result of this approach was not only that the party avoided ideological disputes and party splits, but that its cadres spoke in a language which the ordinary villager could understand. Sadly, Cabral was assassinated in January 1973, some 9 months before the PAIG Assembly proclaimed the independence of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands. Portugal delayed recognition of independence until 1974 and 1975, respectively. Zimbabwe and South Africa. Rhodesia became independent in 1980 as the Republic of Zimbabwe, following a protracted period of armed conflict. The latter culminated in British-supervised elections in February 1980, resulting in a sweeping victory. Nationalism and the transfer of power. 63. For the ZANU-PF party led by Robert Mugabe. The conflict took the form of a nationalist struggle rather than, in the words of Samora Machel, a revolutionary struggle that implies profound changes in the society. 59 Mugabe and the other early nationalist leaders, who were detained inside Rhodesia between 1964 and 1974, lacked direct experience of guerrilla warfare until the mid-1970s. ZANU was also racked by infighting among its various factions. However, the party changed its methods after 1972 and its military wing, the Zimbabwe African National Liberation Army, ZANLA, improved its guerrilla war tactics, relying heavily on politicizing the peasantry. The assassination of Herbert Katepo, the national chairman, in 1975, and the wholesale detention of leading ZANU members by the Zambian government, set back ZANU's conversion into an effective instrument of war. But the setback was only temporary. Close links were established between ZANU's political and military wings, and the importance of ideology was stressed. 60 new organizational structures, in the form of elected people's committees and a network of mujibas, mobilized youth who served as intermediaries between the guerrillas and the people's committees, were also established and some political education was undertaken. 61. For its part, the Zimbabwe African People's Union, ZAPU, adopted different tactics. It was the older, and increasingly Ndeb-based, nationalist party which became the Patriotic Front Party, PFP, when the Patriotic Front split to contest the 1980 elections. The majority of ZAPU troops were not committed to fighting a protracted people's war, of which mass politicization and mobilization were essential components, but were held in reserve in their external, mainly Zambian, bases, waiting for an opportunity, which never came, to strike against Rhodesia's main economic centers and to seize power in Salisbury and the other cities. Joshua Komu, the party leader, was confident that the people still supported ZAPU, which relied on organizational structures established in the early 1960s and subsequently maintained underground. The fact was, however, that such residue of countrywide support as remained began to ebb in the second half of the 1970s as the Liberation War, spearheaded by ZANU rather than ZAPU, spread and achieved greater impact. While ZAPU retained some support in the operational areas, almost entirely in Matabeleland through the successes of the Zimbabwe People's Revolutionary Army, ZIPRA, its military wing, it did not assume direct responsibility even here for administering the liberated areas. Its tactics contributed to a marked regional split in the 1980 general election. ZAPU failed to win any seat outside Matabeleland. South Africa 62 is a complex multiracial society made up of blacks, whites, Asians, and coloreds numbering some 44 million in all. Its present-day politics have been shaped by inter-white confrontation between British 64 rulers and the descendants of Dutch settlers, Boers or Afrikaners, leading to the Boer War of 1899 to 1902, and by a black-white confrontation only finally resolved by the advent of majority rule in 1994. Following the Boer War, moderate whites designed the structure for an independent South Africa that came into being in 1910 and substantially ignored the interests of the African majority. Excluded from the best land, and ultimately from all but 13% of the land area, Africans were expected to provide the cheap labor needed by the white-controlled mines, commercial companies, and farms. Discrimination against them increased following the assumption of political power in 1948 by Afrikaner nationalists under the banner of the National Party, NP, the latter was led by Dr. D.F. Malin, who became Prime Minister. Having campaigned on a platform of apartheid, separate development of the races, the NP government sought to make substantial inroads into the sphere of financial and industrial capitalism hitherto monopolized by English-speaking whites, and to protect white labor from African competition in the urban areas. Apartheid therefore came to embody a far-reaching program of separate territorial development. Most Africans were to live in Bantustans or homelands, enjoying partial self-government but denied any rights as South African citizens. Conditions in the homelands were so poor and work opportunities so limited that large numbers were forced to migrate to the towns to seek employment. Living in mine compounds and in crowded and insanitary townships, of which the southwestern township, Soweto, in Johannesburg is the largest and best known, they were to be excellent fodder for the African nationalist movement. The main African challenge to white rule was mounted by the ANC, an organization founded in 1912 and committed to Gandhi-style passive resistance. Congress used boycotts, strikes, and civil disobedience as its weapons until the Sharpeville massacre, discussed below, NP government excesses finally turned it to violent protest. As discrimination was extended to other population groups, the African National Congress, ANC, was joined in its opposition to apartheid and in its bid for a share in political power by Indian, colored and liberal white organizations. In 1959, stimulated by the success of African nationalist movements in Ghana, Nigeria, and other parts of the continent, the Pan-Africanist Congress, PAC, was formed as a breakaway from the ANC, whose vision of a multiracial society it rejected. In March 1960 the PAC organized demonstrations against carrying passes. At Sharpeville in the Transvaal the police reacted by firing on an unarmed crowd, killing 72 Africans and wounding more than twice that number. International opinion was outraged and for a time there was an outflow of foreign capital. However, the reality of white control within South Africa was in no way diminished. Indeed, the structure of white power, nationalism and the transfer of power 65 remained awesomely intact and, with the banning of both the ANC and POC and the life imprisonment of Nelson Mandela, Walter Sisulu and other African leaders in the 1964 Rivonia trial, the nationalist movement entered a quiescent phase. Oliver Tambo and other exiled ANC officials concentrated on winning external backing for their cause. Following Sharpeville, the NP government retreated for a time into a logger strategy, from which it eventually emerged to open up a dialogue with African leaders, notably President Houphouët-Boigny of the Ivory Coast and Dr. Kofi Bizia, the Ghanaian Prime Minister, who had become convinced that armed conflict with South Africa would get nowhere. It also attempted in the late 1970s to encircle South Africa with a protective ring or constellation of independent friendly states and semi-autonomous homelands. The dialogue initiative split the ruling NP into the Verligts, enlightened, or outward-looking, and the Verkrampties, stubborn and inward-looking, over the best way to maintain white supremacy. The government's opponents lacked the strength and unity to capitalize on these divisions. The creation of a constellation of southern African states was the South African government's response to the situation resulting from the collapse of Portuguese rule in Angola and Mozambique in 1974. In a more fluid and potentially threatening setting than ever before, it was the latest of the government's schemes for forging closer economic links with the black states to the north. However, the chances of immediate success were slim. The demise of Portuguese colonialism, and the grant of independence to Zimbabwe in 1980, changed the whole political climate in southern Africa. It meant that the South African government could no longer control its external environment or be confident of containing indefinitely mounting domestic political pressures. Western governments, and especially the British government, were anxious to protect their economic and security interests in southern Africa and were convinced that peaceful constitutional change was essential. 63 This came to be the view also of the Soviet Union. While wishing to preserve its influence in the region, it was not willing to risk a major confrontation in an area which, historically, lay within the Western sphere of interest and over a country, South Africa, which it saw as part of an integrated capitalist international society. 64 The Constellation idea was part of P.W. Botha's all-encompassing theory of total strategy which he pursued between 1978 and 1989, first as Prime Minister and from 1984 as State President. 65 It resulted in a considerable increase in presidential power and centralist decision-making and amounted to reform from above by an authoritarian regime bent on narrowing the scope of political participation, a strategy recommended by Samuel Huntington, an American revisionist within the modernization. 66. School of Development whose thesis on these lines appealed to General Yuan Kutsi, the South African Police Commissioner. 66 The total strategy was a national security policy designed, according to official statements, to safeguard South Africa from the threat posed by the Soviet Union and its allies. The real threat was perceived to be African nationalism, presented as being orchestrated and controlled by Moscow to advance its own agenda. However, the remit of the strategy was broad and embraced virtually every sphere of government activity both at home and abroad. 67 It entailed the restructuring of South Africa's internal and regional environment in order to preserve white minority rule, the continued political dominance of the NP, and the promotion of economic development. In the event, the formation and implementation of this total strategy sharpened conflicts within the state, while the strategy's inherent contradictions weakened its thrust. Whereas B.J. Vorster, Botha's predecessor, had promoted the interests of traditional small-scale Afrikaner capital, agriculture, and the white working class, Botha sought to liberalize South Africa's economy in exchange for large-scale, and not least foreign, capital's political and economic support. 68 For a time, wrote Nalushung, it looked as if a coalition of the military and capital had ascended to power in South Africa. 69 However, the stable regional environment which large manufacturing capital needed to sell its produce was not created. The State Security Council, which met twice a week under the chairmanship of the state president and included key ministers and the heads of the defense force and police, became the seat of power under Botha. The Securocrats exercised a very strong influence on policy, and this led to tensions within the military, political, business alliance, to such an extent that after the July 1985 emergency a number of prominent South African businessmen went to Lusaka to talk to the ANC in order to dissociate capitalism from apartheid and ensure their position no matter who eventually came to rule the state. 70 Under Botha, the long-term objective of full economic and political regional integration was sacrificed to the short-term objective of destabilizing neighboring, mainly radical, regimes which were perceived as hostile to the South African government and replacing them with moderate, pro-Western ones. In pursuit of this military-dictated policy, South African troops launched direct military attacks on ANC facilities in Mozambique and Lesotho and penetrated deep into Angola, allegedly in pursuit of SWAPO guerrillas. South Africa also provided both military training and a great deal of equipment to dissident groups in Angola and Mozambique, and on a smaller scale to dissidents in western Zimbabwe. In defiance of the UN, it continued to rule Namibia, where, by consolidating power in the hands of a multi-ethnic, puppet government, it tried to prevent a SWAPO takeover. 71. Nationalism and the transfer of power. 67. The South African government continued to pursue this destabilization policy despite the non-aggression and security pacts signed with the governments of Mozambique and Angola in 1984, and despite the damage which this policy inflicted on the South African economy. For its part, the United States government, which had maintained a policy of constructive engagement with regard to South Africa since the early 1980s, announced publicly in 1986 that it would give military aid to UNITA rebels. Unrealistically, it linked the withdrawal of Cuban troops from Angola with the independence of Namibia and refused to recognize the MPLA government. The Cubans, it would seem of their own volition, became the Soviet surrogates in Angola, as in Ethiopia, though the government of the Soviet Union continued to station its own advisors in both countries. The rapidly expanding African population continued to be denied even the partial representation which was granted to coloreds and Asians under the 1983 tripartite constitution. 72 This, and the tight control of a repressive and often brutal state apparatus, added up to an explosive situation. A period of prolonged civil unrest in South Africa's black townships in 1984-6 forced the Western powers to reappraise their attitudes to the white minority regime. In 1985, Chase Manhattan's decision to call in its South African loans was followed by other U.S. banks and paved the way politically for the introduction of economic sanctions. The U.S. Congress, against the opposition of leading members of the administration, including George Bush Sr., then Vice President, imposed a string of sanctions under the 1986 Comprehensive Anti-Apartheid Act. To add to the existing arms embargo, they included a ban on trade, investment, and air links with South Africa. In September 1986, the EEC, after months of argument, banned the import from the Republic of gold coins, steel and iron, and placed an embargo on new investment in South Africa by community firms. The effect of economic sanctions, for which the Commonwealth also voted, was to increase South Africa's international isolation, while the decision of Barclays Bank to pull out of the Republic in December 1986 was a notable example of an accelerating process of corporate disinvestment. Between 1984 and 1989, some 184 U.S. firms and approximately 125 firms from other countries disinvested from South Africa. Though welcomed by the ANC, sanctions sapped business confidence and aggravated an already acute unemployment situation. 73 Faced with urban unrest and mounting debt problems, President Botha was afraid of being outflanked on his right. He therefore failed to undertake liberal reforms at home which would have given him an alternative source of support on his left. The continued imprisonment of Nelson Mandela and other ANC leaders, and the fact that the ANC remained a banned organization. 68. ruled out a negotiated settlement. Then, in December 1988, the unexpected happened. Astute U.S. diplomacy succeeded, with Soviet connivance, in bringing to the negotiating table representatives of South Africa, Angola, and Cuba to find solutions to the vexed problems of Namibian independence and the Cuban military presence in Angola. The result was the formal signing of a tripartite agreement between Angola, Cuba, and South Africa, and a bilateral agreement between Cuba and Angola at the UN headquarters in New York on December 22, 1989. These agreements, despite a number of hiccups on the way, facilitated the holding of elections to a constituent assembly in Namibia on November 1, 1989, the achievement of independence by Namibia on March 21, 1990, and the phased withdrawal of Cuban troops from Angola. Withdrawal was completed by the end of May 1991. The agreements relieved South Africa of the real danger of military defeat if the war persisted and of the heavy financial costs of its commitments in Namibia and its support for UNITA. The agreements were effectively guaranteed by the superpowers. 74 The attitude, and the longing for peace of the Angolan people, were critical in the signing of a peace agreement on May 31, 1991 between the Angolan government and UNITA. The South African government also claimed to be seeking an end to the Mozambican conflict and the establishment of a multi-party system of government in Mozambique. The issues of peace or war in the southern African region had an obvious bearing on political events within South Africa itself. This was appreciated by F.W. de Klerk, who succeeded Botha as state president in September 1989. De Klerk moved quickly. In February 1990, to the consternation of his white conservative critics, he released Nelson Mandela from prison and removed the ban on the ANC, PAC, and the South African Communist Party, SACP. His subsequent discussions with Mandela were designed to pave the way for negotiations leading to a constitutional settlement. The prospects of this were improved by the ANC's suspension of the armed struggle and the government's grant of amnesty to South Africans living in exile. The Western powers applauded de Klerk's reform program and responded to it by removing most economic sanctions. The arms embargo remained. The sports boycott of South Africa was also ended. The ANC, PAC, the Black Consciousness Movement and the South African Council of Churches protested that the lifting of sanctions was premature, though the ANC would probably have accepted a phased withdrawal. 75 The concern expressed by these organizations was understandable. They faced pressure from their constituents, for whom little that was fundamental had changed. Black urban unemployment then stood at nearly 40%. There were also serious setbacks to the settlement process. The first, nationalism and the transfer of power. 69. Was the continued violence in rural Natal and the Transvaal's urban townships resulting from clashes between pro-ANC followers and activists belonging to the Inkatha Freedom Party, IFP, a KwaZulu organization led by Chief Mangosuthu Buthelezi, and the inability of the security forces to control it. This violence had its roots in ethnic, Zulu/non-Zulu, rivalry, accentuated by the hopelessness created by unemployment, malnutrition, and poor housing, as well as in the Inkatha leadership's fear of being excluded by the ANC from a share of power in a future black-ruled South Africa. Ugly incidents occurred in Ciskei and other homelands, while white right-wing extremists also gave violent expression to their anger at de Klerk's betrayal. 76 The second main setback was Inkatha Gate, the revelation that the South African government had covertly funded Inkatha and that Inkatha and the South African secret police together managed and controlled the United Workers' Union of South Africa, UWSA. This organization had been launched in May 1986 allegedly as a counterweight to the Congress of South African Trade Unions, COSATU, a radical labor federation founded 6 months earlier and subsequently allied with the ANC. Inkatha Gate, and the admission by Pik Botha, the foreign minister, that South Africa had provided massive funding to SWAPO's opponents in the 1989 election campaign in Namibia discredited the government and raised the question of President de Klerk's personal integrity. An alternative explanation was that he was a prisoner of the powerful military. Security apparatus built up during P.W. Botha's presidency. 77 De Klerk's transfer of General Magnus Malin from defense and Adriaan Vlok from law. An order to lesser ministries, though still with seats in the cabinet, and his commitment both to end any further secret funding of South African political organizations and to overhaul his government's covert operations, was given a guarded welcome by the ANC. However, the ANC subsequently accused the South African government of double-dealing over covert security force operations, claiming that it had evidence of continued involvement in dirty tricks. Project 78. The signing on September 14, 1991 of a wide-ranging national peace accord by President de Klerk, Nelson Mandela, Chief Buthelezi, and the leaders of some 20 other political organizations was a promising event. However, the chances of its resulting in a lasting peace settlement were not good. Dr. Andries Treurnich's Conservative Party and white extremist movements refused even to attend the meeting, while Chief Buthelezi expressed publicly his skepticism about the accord's practicality. About 3,000 Inkatha supporters armed with traditional weapons, spears, machetes, and clubs, demonstrated outside the Johannesburg hotel where the signing ceremony was taking place. 79. Moreover, township violence both preceded and followed. 70. The ceremony, raising the real possibility that a hidden hand was behind this violence, intent on wrecking the settlement process. 80. The ANC's natural suspicions of the reforming president's motives inevitably increased the task of bridging what Spence called the gulf between the government's desire to share power without losing control and the ANC's firm commitment to black majority rule in a unitary state. 81. Despite these setbacks and suspicions, multi-party negotiations led to the adoption of a new post-apartheid interim constitution in November 1993. This constitution provided for a bicameral parliament consisting of a 400-member National Assembly, elected by a system of proportional representation, and a Senate composed of 10 members from each of the 9 regional legislatures. Executive power was vested in a president, to be elected by the National Assembly, and a government of national unity. The interim constitution, which was subsequently replaced by a permanent constitution, also provided for the 10 Bantustans or homelands to be reincorporated into South Africa. 82. After a number of alarums and excursions, centered principally on the non-cooperative attitudes of Buthelezis IFP and Lucas Mangope's Bophuthatswana, Bantustan, regime, non-racial multi-party legislative elections were held in April 1994. The results of these elections, in which the IFP finally agreed to take part, signaled the effective end of 350 years of white domination in South Africa. 83. If further confirmation was required, this was provided in November 1995 by the local government elections, the effect of which was to bring segregated local administration to an end. 84. The ANC, under Nelson Mandela's leadership, won 62.6% of the total votes cast and gained 252 seats in the 400-member National Assembly, which was a clear majority, although just short of the two-thirds required to dictate the terms of the country's permanent constitution. The NP came next with slightly over 20% of the vote and 82 seats, followed by the IFP with 10.5% of the poll and 43 seats. The great majority of Africans supported the ANC or Inkatha, but the detailed results showed that, while the former won countrywide support, the latter was mainly a regional organization. Nearly all whites voted for the NP or other white parties, very few of them supported the ANC or IFP. The colored and Indian communities gave substantial backing to both the ANC and NP, they accounted for over a third of the latter's total vote. In the simultaneous elections for the 9 provincial legislatures, the ANC obtained majorities in 7 of them, the IFP was declared the winner in KwaZulu-Natal and the NP won Western Cape. 85. Nelson Mandela was installed as President of South Africa on May 10, 1994 and included NP and IFP ministers in his ANC-dominated cabinet. Thabo Mbeki, ANC, and F.W. de Klerk were inaugurated as first and second deputy executive president, respectively. 86. Conclusion. The origins of African nationalism are different from those of European nationalism. Pre-independence Africa did not experience an industrial revolution, and class divisions were comparatively weak. African nationalism was anti-colonial nationalism, which lacked deep historical roots and was born out of a protest movement against European rule and exploitation. It represented also the Africans' claim to human dignity and the right to self-rule. In some cases, in areas of white settlement such as Algeria and Rhodesia, and above all in Portuguese Africa, the African protest went unheeded by the colonial power and violent conflict followed. In the majority of cases, however, to talk of an independence struggle in the post-Second World War period is misleading even in areas, such as Tanganyika, where the initial imposition of colonial rule had been strongly resisted. In the 1950s, successive British governments seemed to be all too ready to rid themselves of the burden of African empire, while leading French-speaking Africans themselves raised the issue of independence, as distinct from equal status with Frenchmen, only at the end of the decade, when President de Gaulle realized that he could best preserve French economic and other interests in Africa by granting political independence. It is therefore easier to trace, as we have done, expressions of nationalist discontent than it is to assess with any degree of certainty the impact of nationalism upon colonial policy, or to determine the extent to which nationalism quickened the tempo of reform. The Gold Coast riots of 1948 certainly seem to have had that effect, though the Gold Coast itself would probably have moved towards independence even if these riots had not occurred. 87 The year 1948 was a watershed in the political history of South Africa, since it marked the assumption of power by the NP and the establishment of a white minority government committed to the pursuit of separate racial development. A long and bitter struggle to end apartheid and establish a non-racial government and society was championed by the ANC and culminated successfully in the advent of majority rule in April 1994 and the installation of Nelson Mandela, a man of high principles and integrity, as president. The struggle was against an entrenched and powerful white regime underpinned by Western capital rather than against a colonial power. South Africa had secured its independence from Britain in 1910. Nevertheless, South Africa shared with several African territories a trajectory of 72. National liberation. The parallels with those countries, notably Zimbabwe, Algeria, and Kenya, where African nationalists were confronted by white settler interests, were particularly close. In a perceptive article comparing and contrasting the Zimbabwean and South African liberation struggles, Ian Phimister has drawn attention to the differences and similarities between the two situations. Differences included the terrain on which the struggle was fought, almost exclusively rural and dependent on peasant support in Zimbabwe and largely urban with working class backing in South Africa, the greater threat posed to the survival of the settler regime in Zimbabwe than to that in South Africa, and therefore the much stronger negotiating position of ZANU-PF in Zimbabwe. The ANC, by contrast, was forced to accept the constitutional provisions for compulsory coalition government. However, the similarities between the settler colonialism of Zimbabwe and the settler state of South Africa were more striking than the differences. Phimister wrote, "In neither Zimbabwe nor South Africa did armed struggle turn out to be synonymous with revolutionary liberation, although in both instances the middle period 1984-9 in South Africa of intensifying conflict appeared to have been the most radical. There is certainly no evidence to back the notion that protracted struggle necessarily goes in a progressive direction. In both countries the old guard nationalist leadership survived, and in both cases the struggle was manifestly anti-colonial and anti-racist, not anti-capitalist. And because political reform rather than social transformation triumphed in both Zimbabwe and South Africa, gender issues were left not only unresolved but hardly addressed. 88 Moreover, although broad-based, the liberation struggle in both countries depended on the leadership and support of black professionals and other middle-class elements in society. In each case the process of de-radicalization and embourgeoisement worked to the detriment of those already socially disadvantaged, such as peasants, workers, and women who, once again, did not reap benefits commensurate with their contribution to bringing an end to white minority rule. 89. As we shall see in Chapter 8, trade unionists in both Zimbabwe and South Africa came to feel in the late 1990s that their government ignored workers' interests. In South Africa, the leadership was confronted with a major financial problem. It could not fulfill both its heavy domestic agenda, in tackling, for example, the acute urban problems of housing shortage, serious unemployment, and mounting crime, and make the substantial financial input to Africa-wide development that the states north of the Limpopo expected of it. In part, these expectations resulted from the failure of the leaders of these states to realize that, despite nationalism and the transfer of power 73, its relative wealth, the post-apartheid state faced many of the same sort of problems as they themselves, as rulers of new tropical African states, had experienced in the immediate post-independence period. Indeed, their horizons were still limited, absorbed as they were in grappling with pressing political, economic, and social problems. As Hugh Seaton Watson pointed out, if national consciousness, based on religion, language, and deeply rooted historical mythologies, were not available, then the agent of continuity could only be the central power. 90. South Africa, Zimbabwe, and the black states north of the Limpopo were reasonably secure in juridical terms, their political independence being attested by membership of the OAU and the UN, among other international organizations. In sociological terms, however, many of them were weak. 91. In some respects, including South Africa, there was no shared culture, and the typical state was characterized by ethnic pluralism, linguistic diversity, the strength of communal ties and loyalties, and an educational system which hitherto had benefited only a minority of the population. Vitally important questions for the future, and mutatis mutandis, many of them were also relevant to South Africa, were therefore first whether those who inherited power at the center would be able to sustain or create a strong sense of national identity now that the cohesive factor of alien rule was removed, and second, whether the state had the organizational and administrative capacity to withstand the societal pressures to which it was now exposed. Expressed in Herbst's terms, discussed in the introduction, the issue was the extent of situational autonomy. Certainly, the nature of the society within which the new state operated was critical. This forms the subject of Chapter 4. 4. Inheritance. At independence, leaders of the nationalist movements in Africa, or of the victorious political parties in the elections of the decolonization period, came to power and became ministers, MPs and, in some cases, regional and district governors/commissioners. However, they had mostly not been adequately trained by the colonial government and had limited experience of operating a governmental system on a national scale. A vitally important question was whether these new rulers would be able to adapt to their own purposes the structures of power established within the former colonial state. Their inheritance included the essential machinery of government, notably a legislature, executive, and judiciary at the center and, in Anglophone Africa above all, the rudiments of a representative local government system at the base. As noted in the introduction, adaptation generally proved easier in Francophone African states, which followed the Gaullist constitutional model with its stress on firm executive leadership, than in Anglophone countries which initially adopted Westminster-type constitutions. However, within 10 years at most of independence, the latter had been discarded almost everywhere in favor of executive presidencies and one-party state systems. Unfortunately, the new rulers did not also inherit the administrative capacity needed to work either these institutions or the new institutions, such as a large number of parastatal bodies, which they themselves created, although this was essential if they were to withstand the intense societal pressures to which they were subjected by universally enfranchised electorates. Trained and experienced manpower was in short supply, and in some cases the shortage was critical. In Zambia, at independence in 1964, few of the country's 109 African graduates possessed administrative experience at a senior level, and a number of chief clerks became permanent secretaries overnight. In Mozambique, the exodus of expatriate managers in 1974-5 and the dearth of Africans with managerial skills had a crippling effect on the state-controlled economy. the transportation system, marketing, and distribution were badly hit. The lack of trained personnel made it impossible to sustain the extensive measures of nationalization that were undertaken to revive flagging industrial output and to underpin bold experiments in the communal production of agriculture, on which the economy was dependent. This acute manpower shortage in Black Africa generally was partly the result of the slowness with which colonial regimes had adopted Africanization policies, and reflected above all the inadequacy, or sometimes the irrelevance, of the colonial educational provision. In the Belgian Congo, for example, the primary educational net was spread very wide, but secondary and higher education was badly neglected. In 1960, when the Belgian Congo became the newly independent state of Congo-Leopoldville, later known as Congo-Kinshasa, then Zaire, and now the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, there were only 16 graduates out of a population of over 13 million. In northern Rhodesia/Zambia, which, like the Belgian Congo, had a large copper industry, next to no attention was given to technical education. As we saw earlier, the Portuguese educational record in Africa was abysmal. The governments of the newly independent African states accorded education a high priority. In Zambia, educational expenditure rose from K13 million in 1963 to K85 million in 1973, primary education doubled during this period and secondary, technical and university education expanded even faster. In 1974 Tanzania, one of Africa's poorest countries, set the end of 1977 as the date for the achievement of universal primary education. Though this target proved unrealistic, it was well within sight by the scheduled date. In Nigeria, educational objectives changed several times. At independence, the emphasis was on secondary, tertiary, and vocational rather than primary education. The number of universities increased from 1, at Ibadan, before independence, to 13 by 1975 and 21 by 1985. During the 1970s, the military, mainly for political reasons, shifted the emphasis to primary education, and in 1974 launched a plan to phase in universal primary education from 1976. The enrollment of children was up from 3.5 million in 1970 to 13 million by 1980. Despite heavy investment in teacher training institutions, the number of children entering primary schools outstripped the state's ability to supply trained teachers and, inevitably, there was some fall-off in the quality of the education provided. In Nigeria and elsewhere, these educational measures, and corresponding initiatives in health and the other social services, were commendable, but they were adopted at the expense of investment in more directly productive. 77. Job-creating sectors. In view of the downturn of their economies from the 1980s, the 1970s in the case of most non-oil producing countries, many states had to cut capital expenditure and were hard-pressed to maintain high levels of recurrent expenditure on the social services generally. This was serious because urban migration proceeded apace following independence. In the continent's temperate zones, sizable towns and cities already existed before the population explosion occurred in tropical Africa. North Africa had experienced urbanization for at least 2,000 years, and by 1945 Egypt had 10 towns with more than 100,000 inhabitants, two of them, Cairo and Alexandria, each had more than 1 million, Morocco had 9, Algeria 4, and Libya and Tunisia 1 each. In southern Africa, white settlement and the early development of mining and industry had stimulated urban growth. By 1945 South Africa had 11 towns with more than 100,000 people and southern Rhodesia had 2. But elsewhere in Africa in 1945 there were few large towns. Nigeria had 4 cities with over 100,000 inhabitants, but all the other countries between them possessed only 7. The situation was transformed over the next 30 years when the number of towns in Africa with more than 100,000 inhabitants grew from 49 to 120 or more. Very few countries had none, and Nigeria had 32. During the 1960s and 1970s the number of urban residents was estimated to have doubled. The increase continued apace in the next decade, and by 1990 over a third of the population were town dwellers. Whereas in 1960 no tropical African city had a population of over 1 million, by 1985 there were 28 such cities. Today, the urban population of many states, including Cameroon, the Central African Republic, the Republic of Congo, Ghana, the Côte d'Ivoire, Zambia, and the DRC, is approaching, or already exceeds, 40%. The continuing rapid rise in the urban population is illustrated by the experience of Botswana, a large predominantly rural country with rich diamond deposits and only some 1,700,000 inhabitants. The population of Gaborone, its capital city, which stood at 138,471 in 1991, was close to 200,000 10 years later, with extensive government offices, large company buildings and broad, busy highways. It was a far cry from the small town of 17,718 inhabitants in 1971. Sadly, as I discuss below, the death rate resulting from the rapid spread of HIV/AIDS has also risen sharply. Urban migration and high levels of urban unemployment militate against trade union organization and effectiveness. Moreover, as Michael Lofke has pointed out, industrialization in Africa, as distinct from the West, did not have healthy social pluralistic effects through the creation of new interest groups. On the contrary, the prevailing pattern of social inequality was deepened and increased social conflict resulted. 3. This conflict was expressed in ethnic or regional, linguistic terms, though the real 78. Competition was over educational opportunity, jobs, and government contracts, and the provision of roads, bridges, and hospitals. A further consequence of this urban drift was the reduction in the number of able-bodied men to work the land, thus contributing to a fall in food production. The situation was made much worse because there was a series of successive years in which the amounts of rain that fell, particularly in the arid and semi-arid zones astride the equator, were markedly less than the average. As crops failed and pastures became exhausted, animals died or had to be moved onto lands hitherto used for food production. Where access to food was precarious, as it was for the many people who could not afford to buy it even when it was available locally, natural disasters such as drought or flood or a plague of locusts, exacerbated by man-made disasters such as civil war and by distribution problems, rapidly led to crisis. This occurred in several regions of Africa from the late 1960s onwards. In 1968 to 73 drought severely affected countries in the Sahel, the area stretching from Senegal in the west along the southern edge of the Sahara Desert to Ethiopia and Sudan in the east. In 1983-5 drought was again widespread. It was centered this time in Sudan and Ethiopia, but extended also to Somalia, Mozambique, and Botswana, a country in southern Africa which over the years has learned to cope with 1 or 2 seasons of drought. It is persistent drought that helps to account for widespread famine. After the animals, large numbers of people were to die, especially if they were infirm, or very young or very old. The survivors fled to swell the populations of the towns, or were brought together in refugee camps with minimal shelter and sanitation, there to be supplied by international relief agencies with what was hoped to be enough food and medical care to permit as many as possible to survive both the famines and the epidemics, of infectious diarrhea, measles, and pneumonia, and the tuberculosis that accompanied them. For the problems of famine and starvation simply would not go away. In July 2001, 17 African countries faced food emergencies because of drought, civil strife, the influx of refugees and people returning home, and internally displaced persons. The situation was particularly worrying in Sudan, Somalia, and Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe the maize crop was down by 28% and farm workers had lost their jobs, while in urban areas real incomes had declined, fuel shortages were acute and low-income households were hard hit. Whereas in 1970 Africa's population was increasing at a slower rate than food was produced, after 1975 population growth, at about 3% a year, overtook the rate of increase in food production. Moreover, it was a very young population since about one half consisted of children. Other consequences were urban problems of housing, sanitation, and unemployment, and rising crime rates, and, through subsidies to keep the price of 79. Food and other produce artificially low, the distortion of government policy in favor of often politically volatile urban dwellers who, as in Zambia in 1974, 1986, and 1990, and Morocco and the Sudan in 1984, demonstrated angrily when these subsidies were removed or threatened. Rural producers were disadvantaged and often reacted to the prevailing low prices by ceasing to produce for the market, merely growing enough food for themselves and their extended families, or by smuggling their harvest across the state borders. The reaction, as we note below, of Senegalese peanut-producing peasants in 1969–70. Both these practices had serious consequences for the state economy, since the need to import grain and other essential foodstuff from abroad increased the already high level of external debt. 5. Most African states were dependent for foreign exchange on the agricultural crops, including cocoa, coffee, sugar, tea, and tobacco, which they exported, as well as, in some cases, mineral products ranging from oil, for the minority, to chrome, copper, and diamonds. African leaders, anxious to end their dependence on primary produce, sought to diversify their economies, with industrialization as a favored strategy. Unfortunately, the new manufacturing industries that were established in many states, mostly in the towns, tended to be capital-intensive and dependent on the importation of costly machinery from abroad. They therefore created only a limited number of jobs. Even oil-rich countries like Nigeria and Gabon suffered. Though they benefited from the increased price of oil, the price of crude jumped within a decade from $1.80 a barrel to some $34 by 1981. They suffered with the rest from the worldwide inflation that followed. They had to pay more for the capital and manufactured goods which they all needed for their development, while the market for their own primary commodities was depressed. South Africa was less seriously affected than the black African states to its north. During the 1960s and 1970s, the republic's economy had been growing steadily at an average rate, in real terms, of 2.5% per annum, with the result that by the beginning of the 1980s the country's gross national product was about $2,500 per head. Though in South Africa wealth was very unevenly distributed between the races, in monetary terms black people in the republic would seem to have been better off than the inhabitants of almost every other country in Africa south of the Sahara. Oil-rich Gabon, a rentier state with a small population, was one exception. Other exceptions included Mauritius, which had prospered in agriculture and business, and, as their mineral wealth of diamonds and oil, respectively, came to be exploited, Botswana and Equatorial Guinea. The 5 countries north of the Sahara were also less hard-hit than the tropical African states, though they too had earlier faced the same strategic 80. challenge. Up to the 1960s they were all largely dependent for foreign earnings on the export of primary agricultural produce. However, despite competition from their European neighbors across the Mediterranean, they achieved commendably high growth rates. In the 1970s the situation in the former desert kingdom of Libya and to an extent in Algeria was transformed by the exploitation of oil and, in Algeria also, of natural gas. Morocco and Tunisia were helped by profits from tourism, while Egypt, which by the mid-1980s had a population of 50 million, received subsidies from Saudi Arabia and the other oil-rich, but thinly populated, Arab countries. Communalism. Initially, the main problems that confronted Africa's new state leaders were not those of economic development primarily, but much more urgently, those of legitimacy. 6. They had to establish their right to rule culturally diverse societies which were rent by social cleavage and were characterized, as a result of the differential impact of colonialism and capitalism, by varying levels of political and economic development. Faced with a fragile national unity, many African leaders privately echoed the statement made by Jawaharlal Nehru in post-independence India: "We were simply horrified to see how thin was the ice upon which we were skating." 7. The communal challenge took various forms, including acute ethnic rivalry, as in Rwanda and Burundi, disaffection on the part of ethnic minorities, such as the Kalenjin in Kenya under Jomo Kenyatta's presidency, regional pressure for a federal form of government or even for secession, as exerted by the Eritreans in Ethiopia, and movements for self-determination by people divided by artificial and colonial-imposed boundaries, as with the Somalis in the Horn of Africa. The governments to which power was being transferred could not, like the colonial governments, stand outside the societies which they ruled. The imminence of independence often excited demands on the part of particular communities which lacked confidence in the impartiality of the new government and led them to try to maximize their position, constitutionally or otherwise, within the emergent state. Take the case of the Gold Coast, Ghana, where a strong Ashanti subnationalism clashed with Gold Coast nationalism, as represented by the CPP, in the 1950s. By 1954, with independence in sight, Ashanti, rich in gold, cocoa, and timber and proud of its cultural traditions, felt that it was not receiving its fair share of political and economic resources at the hands of Nkrumah's CPP government. The NLM was founded with the backing of the Asantehene and the Great Majority. 81. Of Ashanti chiefs, and it linked up with the NPP and other regionally based parties to demand a federal constitution. Though this movement failed to gain power in the 1956 elections, or even to have its demand for a federation accepted, it left behind a legacy of bitterness and probably inclined Nkrumah to adopt after independence what in his autobiography he termed emergency measures of a totalitarian kind, including the Preventive Detention Act of 1958. Buganda, the seat of another powerful traditional kingdom, posed an even greater threat to the integrity of Uganda, the state to which it was destined to belong. Burotseland in northern Rhodesia provides a third example of a community with a strong traditional base seeking to secure a privileged constitutional status within the newly independent Zambian state. These problems were solved differently. In Ghana, the CPP government removed the federal elements which had been incorporated in the independence constitution as a concession to the NLM and its allies by passing the Constitutional Amendment Bill, 1959. The latter abolished the assemblies which had been established in the 5 regions, including Ashanti. The Buganda problem was solved in 1966 by the forcible removal of the Kabaka, the traditional ruler of Buganda, and the dismemberment of his kingdom as a unit of government. In Zambia, in the period between independence in 1964 and 1969, the government used a mixture of persuasion, threats, and legal enactment to bring to an end the privileged position accorded to Burotseland under the agreement reached at independence in 1964. While tradition bolstered regional demands in each of these cases, it is important to stress that factors other than the traditional, or in addition to the traditional, lay behind the existence of subnational loyalties. Ashanti, Buganda, and Burotseland each sought not only to retain its separate customs and traditions, but also to secure access to political power and economic resources. Moreover, the existence of a centralist traditional authority within the boundaries of a new state did not necessarily constitute a threat to the integrity of that state, as the cases of Benin in Nigeria and the Mossi Kingdom in Upper Volta, now Burkina Faso, illustrate. Again, subnational loyalties might flourish without there being a centralist traditional unit upon which they could build, although, in general, the absence of strong subnational units facilitated, as in Tanganyika, the process of nation building. The Igbo in eastern Nigeria and the Kikuyu in Kenya both lacked a centralist authority, yet in 1967 the Igbo sought to secede from Nigeria and establish the new state of Biafra, while the Kikuyu not only constituted the spearhead of the nationalist movement but, under the presidency of Kenyatta, 1964-78, came to dominate Kenyan politics to an extent which alienated the Luo and other ethnic groups. 82. In Zambia, the conflict between the country's ethnic groups was sharp and was fanned by national leaders out to win support and votes. It was often expressed within the idiom of tribalism, misleadingly so since the reality was vastly more complex. Tribe is largely the invention of European administrators who found it convenient to assign people living in a certain environment to a particular social group presided over by a chief. The designation is as unsuitable in political science as it is in social anthropology. In the Zambian context, the competition was between regional, linguistic groups, each of which, the Bimba and Lozi, for example, comprised many distinct tribes. Possibly, contemporary ethnic conflict in Zambia revived memories of historic enmities which made it more acute. But this is unlikely. The fact that the Lozi exercised hegemony over the Tonga in the 19th century was not sufficient to explain why the Lozi and Tonga were on different sides in the 1967 UNIP Central Committee elections, since the bulk of them were on the same side in the 1968 general election. The conflict was over jobs and access to economic resources, but was expressed in ethnic terms. As Robert Molteno, writing on communalism in Zambia, put it, sectional groups are essentially interest groups competing for scarce resources. Sectionalism was reinforced by the heightening of the emotional dimension, sometimes making it difficult for ethnic leaders to restrain the enthusiasm of their followers. 9. Thus the graphic statement which Sklar made about Nigeria in 1967, that there was often a non-traditional wolf under the tribal sheepskin 10, also applied to Zambia. It was no less relevant to experience in the Central African Republic of Rwanda, even though, on the face of it, contemporary cleavages in that country are firmly rooted in historic ethnic rivalries. Ethnicity was indeed an important dimension in the tragic events of 1994, but in fact it was less the cause of them than the vehicle through which political and economic competition was symbolically expressed. Ethnic conflict in Rwanda 11. In the very densely populated small territories of Rwanda and Burundi, the Tutsi cattle-owning aristocracy had imposed overlordships on majority populations of Hutu agriculturists before the colonial era. These overlordships had been perpetuated under European rule. Belgium administered Rwanda-Urundi, then a single entity, as a mandated territory after the First World War and as a UN trusteeship territory after the Second World War, giving the Watutsi preferential access to education and administrative office. In July 1962 Belgium conceded independence, without any real 83. Preparation, to the two separate states of Rwanda and Burundi. Their legacy was unenviable. The new state leaders lacked political and administrative experience and were left with a weak infrastructure and a poor communications network. The Watutsi retained control of the government and army in Burundi, but had lost power to the Wahutu in Rwanda on the eve of independence. Periodic clashes between the two communities occurred in both states. Before the 1994 atrocities occurred in Rwanda, the most serious conflict took place in Burundi, where in 1966 the Tutsi monarchy was overthrown in a coup which made a Tutsi officer, General Michel Micombero, president of a republic, thereby upsetting the traditional balance that the monarchy had maintained with the people. In 1972 the Wahutu rose in a rebellion which was brutally crushed, resulting in some 100,000 deaths, including large numbers of educated people, and causing some 150,000 others to flee the country. Events in one country reacted on those in the other. Thus, the massacre of Wahutu in Burundi resulted in reprisals against Watutsi in Rwanda, forcing a large number of them to seek refuge in neighboring countries. It was from among these refugees, many of whom joined the Ugandan army, that the Rwandan Patriotic Front, RPF, was formed in the 1980s. That there was a marked ethnic character to the 1994 massacres in Rwanda is not in doubt. Some 800,000 unarmed Tutsi men, women, and children were killed by Hutu extremists, while an even larger number sought refuge in Zaire, now the DRC, and Tanzania. But this was much more than an ethnic conflict. At the root of these horrendous events was the determination of certain elements in the Rwandan army, especially the Presidential Guard, and unscrupulous politicians to retain their power and privileged positions by eliminating internal opposition to the regime of President, Major General, Juvenal Habyarimana. The invasion of Rwanda by the RPF in October 1990 led on the one hand to repression of political opponents of the government by the army and well-documented human rights abuses, but also on the other hand to the promulgation in June 1991 of a new constitution that recognized opposition parties. There were increasing demands for political reform and greater democratization, and the shape that democracy might take was discussed openly in newspapers, pamphlets, and other publications. New organizations promoting human rights also emerged. In April 1992, 4 opposition parties were included in a government of national unity alongside ministers drawn from Habyarimana's party, the National Republican Movement for Democracy and Development, MRNDD. These reforms were anathema to extremist Hutu politicians and soldiers in the Rwandan army. They felt that the reforms and the terms of the Arusha Peace Accord of August 1993 to end the 3-year civil war threatened their power and privileged position. Habyarimana had committed himself at Arusha to 84. Restructuring the armed forces and reducing their size. His death in a plane crash in April 1994 sparked off a pogrom aimed principally at Tutsi civilians, first in Kigali, the capital, and then in other parts of the country. The massacres were carried out by gangs of party militias using army weapons and machetes, and directed by members of the military and extremist politicians. Initially, there was some planning behind the slaughter, which in time became random and indiscriminate. Early victims included prominent democratization and human rights activists from both ethnic communities. Among them were Agathia Wailingi-Yumama, the Hutu prime minister, and Africa's first female head of government, together with ministers from opposition parties. Anyone, whether Tutsi or Hutu, and no matter what his social standing or calling, several priests and nuns were killed, were at risk if they were identified as an opponent of the MRNDD, the former ruling party, or its allied extremist Hutu party, the Coalition for the Defense of the Republic. Account needs to be taken of other considerations in assessing the extent to which this was a purely ethnic conflict. Though the RPF, which by the end of July 1994 was in effective control of the whole country, thereby precipitating another mass exodus, this time of Wahutu, was Tutsi-dominated. It included a number of Wahutu within its senior ranks. The socio-economic context was also important. Rwanda was, and remains, a poor country with an acute shortage of land and a high population density. Over 8 million people live in area of 26,300 square kilometers. The sharp drop in the price of coffee in 1989, subsequent food shortages and lack of opportunities for paid employment may have excited local ethnic animosities and prompted local acts of violence. In sum, while there was an important ethnic dimension to the 1994 conflict in Rwanda, ethnicity became above all a vehicle of expression for a brutal political struggle, in which ethnicity was manipulated by a small clique who sought to avoid losing control of the state. Indeed, as Alex Duval, quoting other sources, has pointed out, there is a very influential school of thought that the Wahutu and Watutsi were not separate ethnic groups originally, but separate class or caste groupings, and that it was the German and Belgian colonial administrators and anthropologists who were responsible for generating an ethnic loading with regard to what were at the time divisions based on functional role and class position. Belgian officials, when undertaking a census in 1936, used ownership of cattle to determine whether individuals were in one group or another. If a person had 10 head of cattle, he qualified as Tutsi, if less than 10, as Hutu. The labels then entered popular discourse, helped by the fact that the Belgians issued identity cards to everyone, placing them in one camp or the other. 1285. In a cogently argued paper, Catherine and David Newberry conclude that the evidence suggests that this assassination was a calculated, deliberate act, with the ultimate purpose of neutralizing the democratic movement at all levels, using the confusion of Habyarimana's death as a pretext. To be sure, it was carried out under the cover of an ethnic conflict, but one clearly provoked and orchestrated by the competing armies, most especially by the Presidential Guard and its allies. It is clear that in this case, as in many others, ethnic conflict was a derivative factor of the conflict, a political stratagem sic, not a causal factor or a simple case of primordial tribal hatred unleashed. 13 The authors of this paper also argue that the Rwandan crisis was not simply an example of an ethnic explosion resulting from a weakening of state power. 14 On the contrary, they maintain that in Rwanda and in many cases in Africa these conflicts result precisely from the overweening power of the state, not from the dissolution of state power. 15 Support for this contention is to be found in Ethiopia, where Mengistu Haile Mariam's pro-Amhara policies provoked the resentment of the Tigrayans and other ethnic groups, and in Kenya, where in recent years the ethnic clashes in the Rift Valley directed against Kikuyu immigrants have been prompted by state policies favoring the Maasai, Kalenjin and other minority groups. The evidence from Sudan is less straightforward, though the pro-Arab policies pursued by the Khartoum government were the prime cause of the southern revolt and the ensuing civil war. However, evidence from countries such as Angola, Chad, Liberia, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, and Somalia, which have been ravaged by civil war, is more ambiguous and less obviously confirmatory of the Newbery thesis. Though the ethnic dimension was present in these cases, the root causes of conflict were complex. The personal ambition of rival political leaders and warlords was an important ingredient, as was sometimes external intervention, for example, by Libya in Chad and South Africa in Angola. In states such as these, ethnic conflict became more acute as the weakness of the state became more pronounced. Inter-ethnic cooperation and intra-ethnic conflict. Ethnic conflict models can both help to promote understanding of African political realities and distort them. Moreover, they often understate the degree of inter-ethnic cooperation evident in many new states and do not explain some forms of intra-ethnic conflict. 16 In the African context, where a broad consensus on goals and values may be lacking, bargains are struck. 86. At the highest political level, resulting in the accommodation of different factional interests, this bargaining strengthens the hold of the factional leader over followers who, in return for their support, expect a share in the national economic cake. 17 This process could be seen at work in both the Côte d'Ivoire and Zambia, each of whose presidents long sought to maintain a regional balance in allocating cabinet posts to ruling party leaders. In Zambia the establishment, under the one-party state, of the Central Committee on a full-time basis both widened the scope of President Konde's patronage and opened up a new arena of competition between the country's regional, linguistic leaders. 18 Zambia also affords other examples of interfactional cooperation. In the UNIP Central Committee elections of 1967, the powerful Bimba-speaking group ignored language boundaries and struck an alliance with the much weaker Tonga-speaking group within the party. By this tactic it succeeded in increasing the Bimba share of key posts in UNIP at the expense of the Eastern and Loza-speaking blocs. Similarly, in the 1959 federal election in Nigeria, Chief Obafemi Awolowo realized that his party, the AG, could not win if its support was limited to Yorubas of the western region. He therefore sought and secured allies in the minority areas of the east and north, but still lost the election. The 1979 Constitution of Nigeria sought to guard against the domination of the country's affairs by one or more ethnic groups by incorporating provisions which would promote national unity and reflect the federal character of the new Nigeria. Thus, political associations whose activities appeared to be confined to a part only of the geographical area of Nigeria were proscribed, and the federal cabinet had to satisfy the principle of state equality by incorporating one minister from each state. However, in this search for an acceptable solution to Nigeria's acute ethnic problem, the fundamental socio-economic issues facing the country were substantially ignored. 19 Chief Mashood Abiola's apparent success in the Nigerian presidential election of June 1993 showed his ability to win inter-ethnic support as he could never have won by relying narrowly on the votes of his fellow Yorubas. The fact that he was a Muslim was probably important to northern voters. A serious effect of General Babangida's folly in annulling, and refusing to publish, the election results was to aggravate communal tensions. It is also important to note that while patron-client networks may link people exclusively from the same ethnic group, they sometimes cut across ethnic identities. That faction as a technique of elite competition is compatible with contexts where ethnic, and/or religious, ties are not particularly salient or, at least, are apparently passive in their influence, is indicated by Epstein's study, among others, of the internal politics of the 87. African Mine Workers Union, AMU, in Luancha, Northern Rhodesia, in the early 1950s, by Sandbrook's analysis of trade union politics in Kenya, by El Hussein's thesis on rural development in the Gunaut area of Sudan, and by Donald Cruz O'Brien's study of the organization of Senegalese peasant society. 20. In Senegal, peanut-producing peasants shared economic interests which both transcended and reinforced communal divisions. Though exploited as a socio-economic category and marginal to the political operation of the state to which they were subject, the peasants were able to secure concrete benefits by giving their support to a local leader who had influential connections in the capital city. Leaders of the Moride Brotherhood were particularly effective patrons. They articulated peasant grievances and persuaded the government to double the peanut producer's price in a single year, 1974. In this way, they proved the efficacy of a bizarre and theatrical form of trade unionism. 21. The key roles in Senegal's factional politics were played by urban activists who dominated the alliances which they forged with rural notables. However, the field of operations of these activists was not infinitely malleable, according to the needs of shifting factional alliances at the center. In Sudan also politicians and bureaucrats had to be attentive to the parameters which society itself imposed, thereby further underlying the validity of Herbst's arguments relating to the state's situational autonomy. After coming to power in 1969, the military regime in the Sudan introduced new political and administrative structures which were designed to strengthen the center and to break the power of the traditional and tribal land-owning elites. In the event, the government was forced to integrate the old social forces into its new structures and could not, in the Gunaut area and elsewhere, prevent merchants and other local leaders from manipulating these structures for the economic benefit of themselves and their followers. In Burkina Faso it was Captain Thomas Sankara's persistence in trying to break down traditional structures and clientelist networks revolving round chiefs, religious leaders, and big city merchants influential in the Muslim community, many of whom transferred their activities to Lomé or Abidjan, together with his cavalier attitude towards the trade unions, that led to his downfall in 1987. Sankara seriously underestimated the continuing strong influence of the Muslim chiefs, underlining the point made by Naomi Chazan and her co-authors that in much of Africa, regardless of the type of political system in force, ethnic intermediaries remained active, engaging state leaders at the political center in a continual process of informal political exchanges. 22. Like inter-ethnic cooperation, intra-ethnic conflict can be largely explained in terms of patron-client politics, where the patron is either a 88 national leader who reaches down to the grassroots level or a local leader who is himself a client of the national figure. Again, we take examples from Zambia. As is shown further in Chapter 5, the solidarity of the Bimba-speaking group, which straddled 3 provinces, broke down in 1969 as the Luapula province leaders expressed dissatisfaction with northern Bimba domination of the alliance and their own meager share of offices and resources. Though the unity of the eastern province, with its numerous ethnic groups, including the Swa, the Ngoni, and the Tumbuka, was maintained after 1967 and was reflected the next year in the formation of a Unity in the East movement, alleged Tumbuka domination was resented within the province. As Zeftel has pointed out, the creation of the one-party state in 1972 removed the necessity to maintain party unity in order to contest multi-party elections and meant that a faction united at the center might split into rival sub-factions at a lower level. Thus, in Livingstone, this Tonga, Lozid alliance, which had been a feature of politics between 1968 and 1973, was replaced by bitter factional competition between the two groups when confronted by a candidate from each in the 1973 elections. 23 That leaders and their followers tended to act situationally was not only a characteristic of political behavior in Zambia, the same phenomenon was also to be observed in other African states. For example, In Nigeria, the Igbos of the former eastern region retained their identity in relation to the country's other cultural, linguistic groups, being linked in this respect with Igbos in the Midwest, but were themselves split over local matters between the landlocked Oeri Igbo interior and the better-off Igbo riverain groups, Onitsha, Ogita, and Aro. In Uganda, the solidarity of the Bantu peoples of the southern part of the country was less meaningful for most purposes than Uganda. Soga, Kiga, or Jisu identity, and in Kenya, the dominant Kikuyu group was rent by rivalry between the three Kikuyu districts of Kiambu, Murunga, and Nyeri. Again, in Zimbabwe, where the Shona, Ndeb ethnic split is still meaningful in distributional issues, there are also significant intra-Shona conflicts, for example in the operation and staffing of the government, between the Menyika, Zazuru, and Kernga. Similarly, in recent years fighters of the rebel, southern-based Sudanese People's Liberation Army, SPLA, have split into factions and turned against each other, while Somalia has been racked by inter-clan rivalry, particularly between the Isaac clan in the north, the Hawai in the south, and the Darod in the center and northeast. Siad Barre, the former president of Somalia who was from a sub-clan, the Merhan, of the Darod people, was able to hold on to power for so long because the other clans were unable to unite against him. The fact is that ethnic groups are heterogeneous units and the individuals who belong to them have more than one cultural 89. Identity, which has relevance depends on the situational context. Context determines the saliency and intensity of such multiple cultural identities. Thus, in Nigeria ethnic identities flared up as civil war threatened but were more subdued following the federal victory and the policy of reconciliation pursued by General Yakubu Gowon. However, the attempted counter-coup of February 1976 revealed that they were far from being stilled. 24. The situational context was different again in pre-independence Namibia, where the South African administration had determined the shape of factional competition by carrying forward, in Proclamation AG 8 of April 24, 1980, the policy of racial and social fragmentation inherent in the Addendal Plan of 1962-3. 10 population groups were defined on a racial and ethnic basis and the representative authority created for each of them, alongside an executive council, was made responsible for all members of that particular ethnic group throughout the country, even though some groups, like the Hereros, lived in several different areas. Taxation and other arrangements worked to the great advantage of the richer population groups, the colored group to an extent, but above all the whites, whose administration, in the educational field, for example, was able to spend 6 times as much on each pupil as the Oambos, by far the largest population group. The fact that government in pre-independence Namibia was so obviously geared to the perpetuation of white dominance served to direct inter-ethnic and intra-ethnic competition into racial, black versus white, channels. 25. Nevertheless, some underlying conflict between the non-white groups themselves persisted. This stemmed largely from the imbalance, to an extent resembling Nigeria at independence, between the populous, underdeveloped northern part of the country, inhabited mostly by the Oambos, and the more economically developed regions to the south. The Oambos dominated the guerrilla army fighting for independence, their admitted maltreatment of Namibian prisoners in Angola, on the ground that they were South African spies, alienated members of some of the other population groups. 26. This consideration, and worry that they would be disadvantaged in a SWAPO-dominated independent Namibia, explains why many Hereros, Damaras, and Namas supported the white-dominated Democratic-Turnhali Alliance, DTA, in the 1989 unsupervised general election, thereby denying SWAPO the 2/3 majority in the Constituent Assembly which it needed to dictate the terms of the independence constitution. However, by winning 53 of the 72 National Assembly seats in the first post-independence elections in December 1994, SWAPO secured the power to change the constitution. President Sam Nujoma, who obtained 76% of the votes in the presidential election, gave an undertaking that he would test any such alterations in a nationwide referendum. 90. Class formation and class action. The current, significant alternative to the ethnic conflict model focuses on social class as the prime determinant of political change. This alternative, and predominantly Marxist, model rests on two assumptions: first, that classes exist objectively in Africa, and second, that class consciousness is sufficiently developed for political conflict to be explained primarily in class terms. In his paper A Jama, written in 1962, Julius Nyerere argued that the capitalist, or the landed exploiter, was unknown to traditional African society. 27 If this was the reality in some pre-colonial African societies, it was not true of others. In the forest kingdoms of West Africa and the emirates of, what was to become, northern Nigeria, society was sharply divided between a chiefly strata, often supported by a well-organized bureaucracy, and commoners. Office holding, especially at the higher levels, and wealth went hand in hand, though some commoners became successful traders. The advent of colonialism reinforced existing social stratification patterns in some areas, such as northern Nigeria, the birthplace of indirect rule, but resulted also in the emergence of new, educated elites. Some of the latter became doctors and lawyers, others were employed in the native authorities or the public service, nearly all at the lower levels, and others again became merchants and traders. The class structures generated by colonialism were incipient and uneven in their development. Their unevenness depended on the levels of industrialization and urbanization reached by the end of the colonial era, as well as on the spread of education. Class formation was distorted in the white settler communities, where Africans competed with whites on very unequal terms. The resultant class patterns in the newly independent states differed from those to be found in Western settings. The number of Africans in professional occupations was small and, because of the tardiness of Africanization policies, many senior posts in the public service were still held by expatriates. Again, while a mercantile bourgeoisie was present in some states, there were very few African industrial capitalists. The petty bourgeoisie was of a highly mixed character. Alongside primary school teachers and clerks, who would be recognizable in Western terms, were a large number of people, many of them women with no, or limited, education, who engaged in private entrepreneurial activity as small shopkeepers and traders. A number of them prospered, including in West Africa lorry owners in the transport sector and some of the market women. At independence, except for domestic service, very little paid work was available for women outside the home. This, and the small size of the proletariat generally, was mainly due to the 91. Low level of industrial activity in the great majority of African states. South Africa was an exception to this pattern, and the employment opportunities open to women there were increasing. Most workers were male, migrant, and unskilled. African states still suffered from the legacy of colonial neglect because the colonial powers had given next to no attention to technical education and training. Even in a territory like Northern Rhodesia with its large copper industry, the Belgians in the Congo had a better record in developing workers' skills. The urban proletariat. An identifiable urban proletariat was slow to emerge in Black Africa, though the growth of manufacturing industry quickened its formation. Mounting unemployment and a deteriorating standard of living in most countries were the source of discontent. 28 One reason for this slowness was that urban workers retained close social ties with their kinsmen in the rural areas. Many villagers still migrated to the towns in search of employment and, although a settled labor force was soon to be found in the towns of most states, thus creating a potential base for trade union organization, seasonal migration remained widespread. Another consideration was that the urban workforce was not monolithic, being divided into skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled workers, the first category being itself subject to many gradations. Urban workers in many countries benefited from food and other subsidies, often at the expense of the rural population, but in other respects state rewards most advantaged those who were already well off. Upward mobility, or the prospect of it, dampened class polarization even when differences of status and wealth were clearly perceived. Early in the 1970s, Michael Burawa found that mine workers on the Zambian copper belt saw their own union leaders as part of a new Zambian elite. 29. Moreover, the fact that factional politics penetrated labor organizations and other modern interest groups also militate against the development of class consciousness. Nevertheless, by the late 1980s, urban workers were showing political solidarity as a class and were to play a key role in the pro-democracy movement. Certainly in South Africa they were showing increasing militancy. In August 2001, trade union leaders called a two-day general strike ostensibly to protest against the loss of jobs which were expected to result from the government's privatization policy in a country where one-third of the workforce was already unemployed. But they also accused President Mbeki's ANC government of pursuing conservative policies which showed no concern for the lot of the poor. A clear picture is emerging, said Guide. 92. Mantashe, General Secretary of the National Union of Mine Workers, of an ANC that was elected by the left-wing working class and is governing for the right-wing middle class. This represented a public rift in the pre-independence tripartite alliance between the ANC, the 2 million-strong COSATU and the South African Communist Party. 30. The peasantry. The peasantry at independence also did not constitute a monolithic body. It was divided into peasant farmers who grew cash crops for export, those who produced food for the expanding urban markets, and those, mostly living on marginal land without easy access to the centers of population, who were essentially subsistence farmers. Only those, the smallest category, who in Angola and elsewhere were engaged as laborers in plantation agriculture, belonged to what might loosely be called a rural proletariat. While considerable socio-economic differentiation occurred within the peasantry following independence, for example, in Zambia's Luapula province 31, the peasantry as a whole was exploited by urban elites. It was the latter who controlled the marketing boards which, all too often, fixed the price of agricultural produce at a level that bore little relation to the costs of production. Such exploitation was resented and occasionally led to peasant revolts, as in Senegal in 1969–70, when some peanut-producing peasants expressed their dissatisfaction with government policies by smuggling their harvest across the border to the Gambia, where they both received a higher price and were paid in cash, while others either abandoned or curtailed their cultivation of peanuts. 32. Though an instance such as this shows that it was not only wage employees who could develop a common perception of exploitation, it remains true that the peasantry faced substantial problems in organizing concerted resistance. Most African rural economies were not based on plantation agriculture, and the great majority of the people lived in scattered homesteads or in small villages, with poor communications linking the various communities. The peasantry was a divided rather than a monolithic body, cross-cut by particularistic loyalties to age set, clan and tribe. With a low level of class development and consciousness, it was not geared for class action. 33. Again, patron-client networks extended down to the village level, and the ability of patrons, such as the Mouride Brotherhood of Senegal, to defend peasant interests against governmental economic intrusion reduced the felt need for concerted action. This was particularly the case where there were no visible mechanisms of exploitation such as marketing boards. A further consideration militating. 93. Against overt resistance was the peasants' ability, shown in the 1970s and early 1980s in Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia, among other states, to retreat from production for the market into subsistence farming. These various factors help to account for the lack of revolutionary consciousness among the peasantry, an additional consideration being the absence of a landlord class, except in Ethiopia under Haile Selassie, the remittances received from urban relatives, the habit of deference to superiors, identified by education, public office holding, and wealth, and the lack of peasant self-confidence and requisite leadership to challenge a repressive state apparatus. In sum, African peasants generally exhibit a very low classness. 34. The middle class. A middle class has emerged in most African states and is made up of political leaders, public servants, businessmen, lawyers, doctors, and other members of the professions and military officers, all of whom, in Sklar's terminology, constitute a managerial bourgeoisie. 35 While those members of the middle class who are public office holders have benefited greatly from state expansion, those among them with private business interests have often done especially well, not least in contexts when the state itself has been in decline. In Mobutu's Zaire, for example, the new middle class received preferential access to trade in diamonds, timber, and consumer goods through ties to the president, especially as state institutions collapsed. 36 Some scholars are convinced that elements of the managerial bourgeoisie, more commonly termed the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, or the bourgeoisie collectively, consistently act in their own narrow, class interest. This may often be the case, though not invariably. Issa Shivji, in his Class Struggles in Tanzania, argued that the bureaucratic bourgeoisie in Tanzania sought, through the nationalization measures which followed in the wake of the Arusha Declaration of 1967, to bring the economy under its control for its own class interests and for the protection of the interests of international capitalism with which this bourgeoisie remained intimately linked. On this view, the Arusha Declaration was not a socialist initiative, but a selfish class-motivated intervention manipulated into being by the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, whose agent President Nyerere had become. This was not a convincing argument. 37 If it had been valid, Nyerere and his government would have been less resistant throughout the 1979–85 period to the IMF's demands that they should moderate the thrust of their socialist policies. Significantly, success in pursuit of these policies was most marked in the very area where it would be least expected if the bourgeoisie was narrowly. 94. Pursuing its own class interest, that is, in the achievement of a greater equality through the government's policies on income tax, wages and salaries, education and public health. Senior public servants accepted policies that were mainly initiated by Nyerere himself in pursuit of a populist socialist experiment which, for more than a decade, attracted international interest and support. 38 No doubt there were some public servants who, either immediately or in time, questioned the wisdom of these policies. It certainly cannot be assumed in Tanzania or other African states that the interests of politicians and bureaucrats will necessarily coincide. After all, the managerial bourgeoisie comprises different elements, with often divergent interests, and does not constitute a monolithic class united in pursuit of its own aggrandizement. This point can be illustrated briefly from Zambian experience. The middle class grew markedly in Zambia following independence. In particular, the economic reforms of 1968–72, which extended state control over a wide range of activities, resulted in an enormous expansion of the parastatal sector and therefore of the bureaucracy, and opened up massive new opportunities for citizen entrepreneurs. All sections of the middle class subscribed to a materialist ethic, which was strongly entrenched in Zambian society and which humanism, Zambia's official ideology, proved powerless to counter. Though the country's leadership code specifically prohibited leaders from having private business interests, other than small-scale enterprises or small holdings of land, an overlap of public position and private business interests was characteristic rather than exceptional. Zambian public office holders, like their Kenyan counterparts, either acquired business interests while still in office or followed a business career after leaving office. 39 If such links, reinforced by connections with multinational companies, warranted Sklar's description of a managerial bourgeoisie, this bourgeoisie was also subject to internal divisions, which were reflected in both domestic and foreign policy. Humanism, which was first elaborated by President Kaunda in April 1967, favored a mixed economy and combined capitalist, socialist, and populist strands. For Kaunda, socialism had a purely instrumental value, it was an instrument for building a humanist society. However, many of the key tenets of humanism, such as the commitment to a more egalitarian, participatory society, were not acceptable to bureaucrats and businessmen. W. H. Bunda, a representative of the latter in Parliament, stated boldly on February 5, 1976 that the party and government's policy of nationalization was scaring away foreign investors and endangering the economy. In the next year the indigenous bourgeoisie began to demand that the mass welfare programs and policies should be jettisoned to cope with Zambia's 95 economic crisis, thereby threatening the base of popular support on which the UNIP leadership depended. For the latter, the potential consequences of this trend were serious, as Maurice Zeftel asserted: if individuals articulate class interests in their capacities as members of the bourgeoisie, they must nevertheless continue also to articulate geographic interests in their capacities as politicians and leaders of factions. 40. In the event, the ability of Conde and the UNIP leadership to retain popular support receded further as the state of the economy, and the people's standard of living, continued to decline. Food riots in June 1990 were linked to mounting criticism of one-party rule and forced a reluctant president to concede multi-party elections in October 1991. The post-independence experience of the Lusophone states pointed in the same direction as that of Zambia, to a divided managerial bourgeoisie with divergent interests, despite the avowed commitment of the leadership to Marxism, Leninism. In the cases of Mozambique and Angola, members of the variant middle class belonged to rival nationalist movements. Unable to reconcile their differences by compromise and negotiation, they resorted to fighting and thus condemned their countries to long years of bloody civil war in which the poorest members of society were the principal sufferers. In the case of Guinea, Bissau and Cape Verde, the outcome was that each of these two states, hitherto linked by a single political party, elected to go its own way with its own separate party. All these countries eventually abandoned Marxism, Leninism in favor of political pluralism and a market economy. At independence in 1975, a middle class hardly existed in Mozambique, which was a desperately poor state with a predominantly agricultural economy hard hit by rising oil prices. However, the exodus of white shopkeepers and traders and of Portuguese managers and technicians served as a forcing house of class formation. Indigenous state and party personnel had to fill the gaps thus created and also to try and sustain the extensive measures of nationalization that Samora Machels's government adopted. Pursuing a Marxist, Leninist strategy of development, they built up a creditable record in the spheres of health and education, but could not maintain pre-independence production levels or prevent the breakdown of the transport system and of marketing and distribution. Peasants flocked to the urban areas, causing food shortages and food rationing in the towns. Speculation and black marketeering grew alarmingly. 41. In the 1980s, in an attempt to eliminate corruption and improve the performance of self-indulgent party and state bureaucracies, the government took corrective action that amounted to an almost puritanical cleansing of Mozambican society. 42. However, this was not effective. The economy, overdependent on South 96 Africa, which was supplying arms to the National Resistance Movement, MRN/Renamo, guerrillas. 43, remained critically weak and many of the rural and urban poor were starving. In March 1984 the Mozambican government had little option but to sign a non-aggression pact with South Africa, the Nkomati Accord, on terms dictated by the white-ruled republic. It also introduced austerity measures recommended by the IMF, and in July 1989 formally abandoned its former adherence to Marxism, Leninism in favor of democratic socialism. Angola at independence was potentially a very rich country, with vast deposits of oil, diamonds, and other minerals, much fertile land and 1/10 of Nigeria's population. A middle class emerged earlier than in Mozambique, though the gap between rich and poor was wider and ethnic divisions were more acute. While the FNLA, backed by the Bakongo of the North, soon became a spent force, UNITA, operating from its ethnic home base in the south and well supplied with arms by South Africa and the United States, challenged the MPLA's right to rule Angola. Jonas Savimbi, the UNITA leader, vitiated most attempts to make a government of national unity work, and his political ambition condemned the country to a seemingly endless civil war. 44. From the outset, independent Angola faced serious economic difficulties alike in production, marketing, and distribution. Agricultural output was low in a country that used to be the world's fourth largest exporter of coffee, industrial production declined, and poor distribution resulted periodically in acute food shortages in Luanda, the capital, and other urban centers. Sweeping nationalization measures brought some 80% of Angola's enterprises under state control and necessitated the recruitment of foreign managers and technicians. It also opened up opportunities for the advancement of indigenous state and party personnel, the middle class was expanded, patronage and corruption increased, and in due course many senior politicians and administrators prospered as businessmen. On the other hand, the suffering of the ordinary people in both urban and rural areas was immense. Heavy defense expenditure, including the high cost of Cuban and Soviet military aid, forced Angola to the negotiating table with South Africa. UNITA played no part in these negotiations and talks with the MPLA during 1989 came to nothing. The next year opened with heavy fighting in the center and southeast of the country. A war-weary people longed for peace, especially the nearly 2 million people in southern Angola who were suffering from famine brought about by drought and war. The MPLA government abandoned Marxism, Leninism, became a member of the IMF, and introduced elements of a market economy. In May 1991 it signed a peace agreement, the Estoril Accord, with UNITA, under which multi-party elections were to 97 be held the next year. However, UNITA refused to accept the results of either the presidential or the National Assembly elections and the country was again plunged into civil war. Though at independence in 1974-5 the two states of Guinea, Bissau and Cape Verde were linked by a single party, the PAIG, there were tensions between them. These resulted from spatial, racial, and educational differences. Most Cape Verdeans, numbering some 430,000 today, were of mixed European, African descent and lived in a chain of islands situated some 300 miles off the Senegalese coast. As assimilados, they had much easier access to state education than Guineans. This meant that the number of educated Cape Verdeans far exceeded the number of educated Guineans despite the much larger population of the mainland state, approximately 1 million at independence and some 1,260,000 by 2001. In general the islanders had a more assured middle-class lifestyle, many of them had served as junior civil servants in other Portuguese colonies and thus, like the Asians in East Africa, were tarred with being colonial auxiliaries. There was resentment that a number of key posts in Guinea-Bissau were held by Cape Verdeans and it was alleged that power was being increasingly personalized in the hands of President Luis Cabral, Amilcar's younger brother, and a small circle of advisors. The ostentatious lifestyle and surly attitude of some of the city-bound officials was also resented and there was, above all, mounting dissatisfaction in Guinea-Bissau with the government's handling of the economy. Rice, the staple diet of many people of Bissau, was frequently unobtainable. In November 1980 leading Guineans within the PAIG staged a coup d'état. This brought to power a revolutionary council composed predominantly of military personnel and led by João Bernardo Vieira, chairman of the National Council of Guinea-Bissau, the country's supreme party organ, and a former guerrilla commander. Its effect was to bring to an abrupt end a unique experiment, whereby a single socialist party, the PAIG, had been in power in two separate countries, an experiment which, the coup makers alleged, had been conducted for the benefit of Cape Verdeans. The latter established a party of their own, the Partido Africano de Independencia de Cabo Verde, PAICV. A decade later the governments of both Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde introduced multi-party systems of government. 45. The role of women. 46. Falling living standards in Zambia and elsewhere increased the burden on women who were struggling to bring up their families on meager resources. Many of them tried to supplement the family income by petty trading. 98. Displaying their modest wares, cigarette sticks, matches, soap, biros, pencils and combs, on pavement or market stalls. Women who had prospered in business were often hard hit in the post-independence period, as the following examples show. In Kumasi, capital of Ghana's Ashanti region, several African women had done very well throughout the 1950s by trading in imported cloth on a wholesale basis. However, adverse political conditions towards the end of the decade began to work against them, and in the 1960s the rising price of imported textiles and import restrictions made necessary by the shortage of foreign exchange, coupled with a decline in the cocoa trade, knocked the bottom out of a once flourishing business. The Ghanaian women traders of Accra also suffered. They encountered competition from men with access to imported goods, capital, and extended trading networks and were pushed into less profitable areas of trade. 47 The experience of women was the same, though in different circumstances, in Zimbabwe. Under the land resettlement program, land was being made over to individual males, while programs for women concentrated on home economics and small-scale craft and related projects. Women lacked rights both over land and over the means of production. 48 These were all examples of how women were adversely affected as their country became increasingly integrated into the global economy. After independence, African women retained or obtained a foothold in certain spheres of economic activity, including aspects of the cattle and fishing industries, while losing it in others. Overall, however, their standing tended to decline. In spheres where advance was made, it was woefully slow. Post-independence cabinets continued to be male-dominated institutions, with only a sprinkling of women ministers. In the former Marxist-Leninist states of Angola and Mozambique, whose constitution declared the emancipation of women to be one of the state's essential tasks, the political rewards to women were not commensurate with the important contribution which they made to the liberation struggle, especially as freedom fighters. In Africa as a whole, rather more was achieved in the professional, non-technological and non-scientific field as an increasing, though still inadequate, number of girls proceeded to higher education, and subsequently became secondary school teachers, middle and senior level civil servants, lawyers and doctors, and business executives. However, the numbers involved were still small, and it was clear that the standing of African women in general would be advanced only when more women came to occupy positions of authority in society, notably as ministers and MPs. The 1987 figures for sub-Saharan Africa made depressing reading. On average only 6% of the members of national legislatures were women. No. 99. Country had more than 4 women ministers and over half the states had none at all. 49 Thereafter change came slowly. In Zambia and Zimbabwe, party women's wings were mostly founded as adjuncts of the main parties in the pre-independence period. In Botswana, however, they were not launched until 1977 in the case of the Botswana National Front, BNF, and 1987 in that of the ruling Botswana Democratic Party, BDP. In each country these women's sections became the preserve of tradition-minded women loyal to the party leadership. They were diverted into welfare-oriented activities and had virtually no impact on policy formulation. These groups had no attraction for professional women, who preferred to join non-government organizations, NGOs, such as the Botswana Council of Women. The mutual distrust between women party members and educated women weakened the women's cause, as did the reluctance of many women to vote for women candidates. In Zimbabwe especially, post-independence rewards for women were poor in relation to their pre-independence efforts. By 1979 thousands of women had enlisted as guerrilla fighters in the Zimbabwe African National Liberation Army, ZANLA, the armed wing of ZANU-PF, and fought side by side with men on a basis of equality. However, very few ex-combatant women, and indeed women generally, were brought into Robert Mugabe's independence government, leading Gisela Geisler to conclude that the demobilization of the combatants in Zimbabwe went hand in hand with their depoliticization. 50 In the 1990s, as an offshoot of the democratic process, there were some, though not dramatic, changes. 51 The indications were that because women constituted a majority of voters in most African state electorates, governments were becoming increasingly wary of alienating the women's lobby. A number of countries, including South Africa, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, and Eritrea, took steps to increase the representation of women in parliament. In South Africa, where the ANC adopted a quota system of representation, 106 women entered parliament in 1994. In Tanzania in 1995, though only 5 women were directly elected to seats in the country's 232-member union parliament, the electoral law reserved 36 additional seats for women. This number was increased to 40 for the 1999 legislative elections. In Zimbabwe, following the 1995 general election, more women became MPs than ever before in the post-independence period. Among them were professional and ex-combatant women newcomers. Eritrea's new 1997 constitution reserved 11 popularly elected seats for women. A few women achieved high political office during the decade. In Uganda, Specious Kazibwe was appointed national vice president in 1994 and was confirmed in that post when a new cabinet was sworn in on July 24, 2001. Agathia Wilingi Umama, 100, was the Prime Minister of Rwanda at the time of her assassination in 1994, and in Tanzania Fatima Majimbi, a lawyer and lecturer, became leader of the official opposition in the Union Parliament following the 1995 parliamentary elections. Overall, however, there was no significant increase in the number of women who were given ministerial posts. Zambia's experience was revealing. The MMD's gender-aware election manifesto attracted several professional women to the party, but few rewards came their way after the 1991 general election. A small number of women became deputy ministers, but no woman was given a cabinet post, and in fact the overall representation of women in government decreased. Prospects for women seemed to be improving when, in February 1992, President Chiluba responded to mounting pressure exerted by the Women's Lobby Group, a coalition of women's NGOs, by appointing 3 women to his cabinet. On the other hand, women were intimidated by male MMD supporters into withdrawing their candidatures for the ensuing local government elections and, increasingly, women's issues within Zambia's ruling party were more and more relegated to a conservative women's wing. A telling point following the November 1999 general election was Chiluba's inclusion of only 1 woman in his 23-member cabinet. The disappointing experience of Zambian women was not exceptional. The democratic advances in sub-Saharan Africa in the late 1980s and early 1990s did not lead to any significant improvement in the representation of women in government. Indeed, in some countries their representation actually declined. The number of women given cabinet posts in 10 countries during the year 2000 was as follows: Malawi, March, 2 out of 24, Rwanda, March, 3/22, Senegal, April, 4/28, Zimbabwe, July, 1/19, Chad, August, 1/29, DRC, September, 3/23, Cape Verde, October, 3/19, Togo, October, 1/21, Burkina Faso, November, 3/30, and Tanzania, November, 2/27. 52 cultural reasons help to account for the underrepresentation of women in African cabinets and for their slow political advance overall. In Botswana, a group of professional women founded Imangbe Stand Up Women, to demand that government and political parties ensure equal participation and representation by women in the 1994 general election. 53 The group faced an uphill struggle and was accused by government officials of trying to torpedo the God-given right of men to rule and be superior to women. 54 This was reminiscent of the Tswana proverb, "Cows never lead the bull," which explains the great difficulty faced by women in achieving leadership positions in this male-dominated society. Despite the efforts of Imangbe Sadi, fewer women than previously were nominated as parliamentary candidates. On the plus side, however, was the group's publicity campaign drawing attention to the glaring underrepresentation of 101 women and its subsequent success in persuading the BDP to nominate 2 women as special MPs and also to adopt another woman as a parliamentary candidate in a by-election, which she went on to win. If the political role of women is thus restricted in Botswana, a country where Christianity is the dominant formal religion, it is reasonable to assume that the impediments to women's advancement will be greater in countries, especially the less developed countries south of the Sahara, whose people have predominantly embraced the Islamic faith. Some confirmation of this was given in 2000 in Kenya, when an equal rights bill in favor of women and minority groups was opposed by Muslim women as contravening Islamic law and was therefore dropped. Though the number of well-educated women occupying important positions in teaching and administration, law, medicine, and business is increasing year by year, in relative terms their number is still small. Few women hold important government posts and exercise a powerful voice in policy making. This works to the disadvantage of women in the fight against AIDS. HIV/AIDS. In their editorial to a special issue on AIDS for the Review of African Political Economy, Carolyn Bayliss and Janet Bajera wrote, "The epidemic comes at the worst possible time for Africa, already facing economic crisis and indebtedness, the deliberate downsizing of national governments through externally imposed neoliberal policies, as well as riven by more armed conflicts than any other region of the world." 55 The articles in this special issue underline the fact that AIDS is deeply embedded in the dynamics of political economy and that it is profoundly grounded in social behavior and underwritten by social relations of inequality. The editors do not accept President Mbeki's thesis that poverty causes AIDS, but say that poverty is everywhere deepened by its impact. Their concern is that African governments should appreciate the enormity of the problem which AIDS poses and that they should adopt effective strategies to tackle it. 56 The AIDS infection had been active in Central Africa since at least the beginning of the 1970s. It spread throughout East Africa and then into Southern Africa, with devastating effects. North and West Africa were less affected. The disease is thought to have been spread mainly by men who engaged in unprotected sex with infected prostitutes or other women and then passed it on to their wives. The latter, in turn, passed it on to the children. 102. Whom they conceived. Western antiretroviral drugs were not available at affordable prices to prevent transmission from mother to child or to stay the onset of full-blown AIDS. Taking the continent as a whole, since the early 1980s, AIDS has led to the deaths of some 16 million people in Africa out of a worldwide total of 18.8 million, a conservative figure since the death certificate of an AIDS victim might ascribe death to fever or chronic anemia or other illness which the sufferer's immune system could not resist. The UN estimated that as the new millennium opened there were 34.3 million people living with the AIDS virus across the globe and that 24.5 million of these lived in sub-Saharan Africa. The spread of the virus had reached pandemic proportions in southern Africa. The rate of infection at the end of 1999 was reported by the UN, as a proportion of the 15 to 49 age group in each case, as Botswana, 35.8, Zimbabwe, 25.1, Lesotho, 23.5, Namibia, 19.9, South Africa, 19.9, and Zambia, 19.9. AIDS had replaced war, drought, and every other disease, including malaria, as the cause of death. 57 The repercussions were political, economic, and social. In South Africa, where more than 4 million people are HIV positive, President Mbeki embraced for a time the rejectionist theories of a University of California professor who disputed the claim that AIDS was caused by a virus. Mbeki was widely denounced for questioning the link between HIV and AIDS and the utility of antiretroviral drugs in controlling the disease and preventing infected, pregnant mothers from passing it on to their unborn children. Western pharmaceutical companies were strongly criticized for asserting their patent rights and pursuing monopolistic marketing techniques. Though they made some policy changes and dropped the legal action which they had brought against the South African government to protect their monopoly, they remained more interested in maximizing their profits than in meeting the urgent need in South Africa and other affected countries for cheap drugs to control the disease. Sadly, the South African government itself failed to give the HIV/AIDS issue the priority that it deserved. Politically, this seemed ill-advised. In November 2001, the Treatment Action Campaign, which had played a prominent part in challenging the drug companies, sought a court order forcing the Minister of Health and 8 AN-controlled provincial governments to draw up a timetable to distribute the drug nevirapine to public hospitals and to develop the infrastructure for supplying it to HIV-positive pregnant women. The fact that the government of the Western Cape province, which was not controlled by the ANC, made Neverappan widely available was a further embarrassment for the Mbeki government. In December 2001, the High Court judge hearing the case ruled against the government. The latter is expected to appeal. 58. 103. The impact of HIV/AIDS on a country's economy was profound. The high death rate caused by the disease endangered the supply of skilled personnel, including teachers, doctors, nurses, engineers, agricultural and veterinary staff, and administrators, to implement development programs. It meant, too, that there might not be enough men and women working on the land to produce the food required to meet the needs of rapidly expanding urban populations. In Malawi, the prevalence rate among the 15 to 49 economically productive age group was 16%. The DRC, Tanzania, and several other countries also had to feed hundreds of thousands of refugees. Inevitably, the food import bill increased sharply. The social effects of HIV/AIDS were often calamitous, since they bore most heavily on the poor and marginalized in society, who stood to benefit least from the education, testing, and treatment programs which, according to the president of the World Bank, had caused infection rates to fall in countries which undertook them. While President Museveni had at an early date mounted a vigorous and effective anti-AIDS health campaign in Uganda, the political leaders in Kenya and a number of other African states were for some time reluctant even to admit that they had a problem. What was certain was that unless the disease could be brought under control, the fabric of village society would be destroyed and the extended family system disrupted. Already a serious orphan problem was created in a number of countries. In one Malawi village near the shores of Lake Malawi, a grandmother was left to care alone for 28 orphaned grandchildren. Political behavior. In the great majority of African states, class divisions have become more marked over the last 30 years, however, it is doubtful whether class has not yet become the sole, or even the primary, determinant of political behavior. Take the position of the urban workforce in Tanzania and Zambia. Shivji's contention that the strikes and lockouts which took place in Dar es Salaam in 1972 were the prelude to a revolutionary struggle for socialism by workers and poor peasants is untenable. These groups were not out to promote a particular ideology, but wanted to improve the standard of living of themselves and their families. They were reacting spontaneously to the call made in Wangoza, the Tuna Guidelines of 1971, for the assertion of workers' rights. 59. It seems likely that securing these rights rather than taking an ideological stand is still their main preoccupation. In Zambia the situation was more complex than in Tanzania. On the Copper Belt, there was a greater class consciousness among an urban 104 workforce that became more stabilized following independence. However, taking the post-independence period as a whole, mine workers especially have been highly paid and, at least until the downturn of the economy from the mid-1970s, merited the designation of labor aristocracy rather than urban proletariat. To a considerable extent, urban workers did not perceive conflict in class terms, and political leaders did not seek to win support by exploiting class divisions. The position in Zambia was admirably summarized by Morris Zeftel, writing in 1978, "In the urban context, the differential incorporation of various regions has tended to offset the solidarity created by class and interest associations such as trade unions and business groups. The process of labor migration has preserved the links between peasant and proletarian, and indeed combined them within many individuals. In any case, urban groups on their own are generally too small to be attractive as recruiting grounds for political leaders who can more easily and more profitably, in terms of support, continue to use the vertical links based on regionalism. More importantly, uneven development ensures that the most preferred resources and rewards are concentrated in the urban areas. It is there that faction leaders compete for spoils and that many rural people look for the opportunities which might free them from the poverty of the village economy. Thus, within the interest associations of the towns, the regional character of competition for scarce resources is also manifest, Allegations of factionalism occur within the arena of trade union or business activities just as they do within the political party itself. In consequence, the articulation of factional interest in the towns takes much the same form as that in rural areas. People compete for a share of the spoils in terms of a faction defined with reference to the region of origin of the individuals concerned. 60. This description remains substantially valid. While the importance of class must not be understated, there would appear to be still more of a patronage than a class dimension to the inter-party conflict in Zambia. The 1991 and subsequent elections revealed a struggle for power between an incumbent and an aspirant middle-class leadership, with each side vying for popular support. Evidence from Nigeria also points to the rise of a vigorous and assertive middle class which, following the Civil War of 1967-70, consolidated its class position through the further expansion of the state sector and the indigenization of capitalist enterprise. 61. However, the 1979 and 1983 general elections showed that Nigerian political leaders, like their counterparts in Zambia, still sought to win support on the basis of ethnicity and language rather than class. 62. Corruption and serious ethnic divisions confronted General Rtd. Olusegun Obasanjo upon his inauguration as elected president. 105. In 1999, tensions between the Western Yoruba and Northern Hausa peoples mounted and there were intercommunal clashes in Lagos and Kano causing many deaths. It seemed that the Yoruba believed that the new president, though a Yoruba himself, represented northern and military interests. In the presidential election held in February 1999 they therefore voted overwhelmingly for Olufale, the All People's Party Alliance for Democracy candidate. For their part, the Hausa were alarmed that a significant number of Southerners had been promoted to senior military posts. This was done to offset the preponderance of Northern officers. Clearly, in Nigeria material interests underlay what on the surface seemed a purely ethnic conflict. Class also did not become the main determinant of political behavior even in states, such as Angola and Mozambique, which at independence opted for a scientific socialist path of development. Both these states were subject to acute internal divisions and civil war. The ruling party in each case attempted to raise the level of class consciousness through political education campaigns, but patron-client networks, which cut across the party's organizational ties, were often salient in rural areas. At best, such states could claim to be in transition to socialism and the interests of urban workers and poor peasants were often ignored. The leaders of both Mozambique and Angola subsequently renounced socialism and adopted economic liberalization measures. The results were much better in Mozambique than in Angola, which continued to be rent by civil war. In general, then, class identifications by themselves have not yet emerged sufficiently to structure political conflict in most of sub-Saharan Africa. In the late 1980s and early 1990s trade unionists played an important part in the huge popular demonstrations across the continent against politically repressive and economically incompetent one-party regimes. However, even in a state such as Zambia, where the 1991 elections brought a trade union leader to power, their influence has since waned. Pre-capitalist forms of production persist in many upcountry areas and the rural people, often operating at little above subsistence level, do not yet see themselves as an obviously or directly exploited class. Urban residents in employment tend to earn high wages by comparison with the rural people, but often retain close social links with them. Despite a relatively high level of cohesion, organized labor has, in the words of Baylis and Zeftel, represented a reformist and economistic, rather than radical, voice in most countries. 63 Partly for this reason, proletarian solidarity may first become pronounced among the growing number of urban unemployed. Class consciousness is most highly developed among the middle class, which is traditionally closely associated with the state apparatus and has 106. Prospered because of the extensive privatization measures adopted. Middle-class leaders exercise a patronage type of politics and value workers as voters rather than as members of a downtrodden class. The middle class itself is internally divided. Even the bureaucracy often lacks unity and cohesion. though an important segment of the middle class, it does not constitute an autonomous center of power. For its part, the entrepreneurial bourgeoisie can vigorously oppose policies which are detrimental to its interests, but in most countries it is dependent on the state for public subsidies and loans and for creating a climate in which private enterprise can prosper. However, that climate is now changing as more and more state governments, socialist as well as capitalist, seek to adopt economic liberalization measures under the internal pressure of popular demands for improved standards of living and the external pressure of the World Bank, the IMF, and Western donor countries and organizations. Of course, the more capitalist the state structure, the greater is likely to be the identity of interest between the state and the indigenous entrepreneurial bourgeoisie. That identity will be reflected, as in Botswana, Gabon, the Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, Nigeria, and Zambia, by a substantial overlap of public position and private business interests. Moreover, if it is accepted that factionalism is situationally defined, there is on a priori grounds no inherent incompatibility between sectionalism and nationalism, since a politician can be a staunch sectionalist leader in one context and a strong nationalist in another wider context, and this can apply to his followers too. Factionalism is often an undefying form of conflict over access to wealth, power, and status. 64 Certainly, the pursuit of class interests by members of the bourgeoisie has not prevented them, in Zambia and elsewhere, from also advancing ethnic and regional interests as factional leaders. In circumstances where elements of both class and ethnicity are present, as in post-independence Cameroon, the Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, Nigeria, and Zambia, they are so intertwined that it becomes analytically difficult to demonstrate which element is primary and which is secondary. The holders of state power may be able to manipulate the situation to their own advantage. Having state resources to allocate, they can try both to advance the interests of their particular faction and consolidate their own class position. Though factionalism may be driven by self-seeking motives, a certain amount of factional competition can be healthy for the body politic, not least in the one-party state. The danger comes when loyalty to faction becomes so all-embracing that it is socially disruptive and functionally disintegrative. This occurred in Uganda following the ousting of Idi Amin in 1979, and has been a feature of life in Chad throughout much of the post-independence period. 107. 5. Political parties. Chapter 3 Assess the contribution made by political parties to the achievement of independence. In this chapter I examine the role that political parties have played since independence and, at the risk of repeating some of the points made in the introduction, I begin by drawing attention to certain political patterns which took shape. Then, I look again at the rejection by a majority of black African states of one-party rule and military dictatorship, and ask what effect the movement towards political pluralism has had, or is likely to have, on the functions of political parties. The post-independence political patterns. First, there was the movement towards single-party rule. In 1958 France's African territories, except Guinea, which voted no in the Fifth Republican referendum, became autonomous republics within the French community. Some 2 years later Senegal and Sudan achieved independence as the Mali Federation, and each of the other republics became independent separately under agreements which guaranteed that close links with France would be retained. The new states inherited the centralising traditions of the French, and most of them quickly became subject to one-party rule. To judge from the high level of support shown in pre-independence elections, most ruling parties in Francophone Africa rested on a broad base of voluntary acceptance. There were, in general, higher levels of electoral participation in French Africa than in British Africa. However, coercion or electoral fraud was applied in several states, for example, in Cameroon, Chad, Gabon, and Togo, where opposition groups did not voluntarily accept a one-party state. One competitive party politics survived longer in English-speaking Africa, though in the final analysis they continued without interruption only in Botswana and Mauritius, and until 1994 in the Gambia. Between independence in 1960 and the military coup in 1966, Nigeria had no truly national party, the federal government was a coalition of regionally based parties, with the NPC as the dominant partner. In Sierra Leone, competition between the SLPP and the All People's Congress, APC, continued until the military intervened in 1967. In Ghana, the United Party, which had been inaugurated in November 1957 after the CPP government had proscribed regionally and tribally based parties, survived precariously until the one-party state was officially introduced in 1964. Tanganyika had already become a de facto one-party state before independence in 1961, legalization followed in 1965, creating a de jure one-party state in mainland Tanzania. The latter, formerly known as Tanganyika, had joined with Zanzibar in April 1964 to form the United Republic of Tanganyika and Zanzibar, known as Tanzania. From July 1965, Zanzibar retained its own single party, the Afro-Shirazi Party, ASP, until 1977, when the two parties, TANU and the ASP, merged to form Chama cha Mapinduzi, CCM. In Kenya, the Kenya African Democratic Union, KADU, which sought to safeguard the interests of the country's minority communities, dissolved voluntarily at the end of 1964. However, from 1966 another party, the radically inclined Kenya People's Union, KPU, challenged the supremacy of the Kenya African National Union, KANU, until it was banned in October 1969. Thereafter, Kenya settled down as a de facto one-party state, though KANU's monopoly of power was eventually legalized in 1982. In Zambia, competitive party politics survived for 8 years after independence, until a one-party state was established at the end of 1972. The political leaders of these various states gave a number of sometimes contradictory reasons for establishing one-party rule. Thus, it was argued, on the one hand, that the single party was necessary to control regional or ethnic divisions and curb factionalism, and, on the other, that the single party reflected the basic consensus of African society. Whatever the reason, and selfish motives on the part of the African leaders themselves obviously cannot be excluded, there were often sharp differences between one single party and another. The political monopoly of power by one party might rest on a de facto basis and that of another party on a de jure basis, while the ideological underpinning of the single party was strong in one case, for example, the PDG in Guinea, and weak or non-existent in another, the PDCI in the Ivory Coast. The mandate for one-party rule was clear in some countries, for example, mainland Tanzania, and uncertain in others, Ghana, Zambia. This was revealed in the pre-independence elections in Tanganyika and the Gold Coast in 1960 and 1956, respectively, and in Zambia in the general election of 1968. Whereas TANU won all National Assembly seats except one in Tanganyika, the opposition parties in the Gold Coast and Zambia did well in terms of both votes and seats. 110. Again, while some parties such as TANU allowed considerable intra-party competition, others, such as the PDG and increasingly the CPP, did not. Such differences between single parties were difficult to plot typologically, though Coleman and Rosberg made a bold attempt to do so in 1964, when they distinguished between one-party states of the pragmatic, pluralistic pattern and those of the revolutionary, centralizing trend. A second pattern was that many parties in the post-independence period came to rest on a firmer ideological base than they had before independence. This was understandable since party leaders needed to give their followers a new sense of direction and purpose. However, as indicated above, the ideological spectrum remained wide. Many parties claimed to be socialist, but almost everywhere it was socialism of a reformist and pragmatic, rather than revolutionary, kind. Rhetorical flourishes notwithstanding, this was true of the CPP and also the Union Sudanese, US, in Mali, where Modibo Keita's socialism was elastic and imprecise. Deviations from Marxist theory also occurred in Guinea, where Sékou Touré followed Lenin in emphasizing the dominance of the political three. In Tanzania, the stress on equality was the vital aspect of Nyerere's brand of non-Marxist socialism, while Zambian humanism comprised capitalist and populist, as well as socialist, strands. Overall, the ideological base of African political parties remained weak in the 1960s, however. Ideologies were often no more than a cluster of ideas elaborated by the party leader, thus Nasser gave us Nasserism and Nkrumahism, and lacked systematization, comprehensiveness and coherence. They therefore served as uncertain blueprints for action. Only in the 1970s did a substantial number of ruling parties come to rest firmly on Marxist, Leninist doctrine, among them the MPLA in Angola, the PAIGC in Guinea, Bissau, and Frelimo in Mozambique, giving rise to what Rosberg and Kolacki have described as a second wave of socialist regimes. For a third trend was not only the move away from political pluralism and towards the concentration of power in the hands of a single, ruling party, but also the personalization of that power. In the great majority of cases, the party leader after independence became the national president, constitutionally vested with the executive power and increasingly inclined to take key policy decisions without the concurrence of his cabinet and after only token consultation with leading organs of the ruling party. Until the late 1990s, Zimbabwe was something of an exception to this pattern. Robert Mugabe distanced himself from the policy process. 5. When presidential initiatives failed, either because they had not been critically examined before being promulgated or because the president's interest had shifted elsewhere, the party itself was discredited. However, given the complexity of 111 policy making, the party's role in this sphere needs to be examined empirically, state by state, as I do below in the cases of Tanzania and Zambia. Though an African president might seek, as President Konda of Zambia did, to accommodate demands from his party, the state bureaucracy and the business community, both domestic and foreign, among other social interests, he was not subject to the constraints imposed upon the head of government in a liberal democratic state by a host of powerful interest groups. This was less because such groups were rare than because those which did exist tended in many states to lack the resources to command leverage, let alone interact with government on an ongoing basis. In these circumstances, the autonomy of the state and its government was increased. What Joel Samo wrote of Tanzania suggests, further, that the African state itself might function to discourage a climate of group enterprise vis-a-vis government. In Tanzania, party policy frowns on the formation of interest groups in general, and economic interest groups in particular. Except for trade unions, cooperatives, and social and charitable organizations, it is assumed that the interests of any particular section of the population can be adequately represented by TANU and its auxiliaries, and that adherence to bureaucratic norms assures individuals fair and just treatment without the need for recourse to interest group protection. In other words, it is assumed that the political functions performed by interest groups in other polities, especially interest aggregation, articulation, and communication, are performed by TANU and its auxiliaries, and that interest groups, which could be used to form competing centers of power, are both unnecessary and dangerous. In addition, it is assumed that interest groups with a primarily economic orientation represent anti-socialist elements in the society and therefore should not be tolerated. 6. The increased limitations on the role of interest groups thus represented a fourth trend. This can be examined briefly in the light of trade union experience. There were economic, social, and political reasons why the governments of new African states were inclined to put an end to such trade union autonomy as existed before independence. 7. In summary form, these were, the position of the state as the chief employer of labor and therefore as the butt of wage demands, the inflationary effect on the economy of conceding such demands, perhaps as a result of strike action, and the consequent widening of the rural-urban gap, and the possible political challenge presented to the government by a well-organized trade union movement strongly entrenched in the urban areas. The tactics employed by African governments to control the trade unions included giving recalcitrant labor 112 leaders positive rewards, perhaps in the form of a ministerial or ambassadorial post, as well as invoking negative sanctions such as imprisonment, exile, or the ending of legally protected union privileges, for example, the highly prized check-off system, whereby union dues were automatically deducted by the employer from the workers' wage packets. Other measures used were to cause a split in the trade union movement by creating a rival union organization friendly to the government, and to resort to legislation. Anti-strike laws were adopted and a strengthened central trade union body was helped to control the individual unions compulsorily affiliated to it. However, control over trade unions was not everywhere complete or universally successful in preventing strike action, as the cases of Congo-Brazzaville, now the Republic of Congo, Dahomey, now Benin, Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal, Sudan, Tanzania, Tunisia, Upper Volta, now Burkina Faso, and Zambia, among others, have revealed. In the 1960s the strikes of civil servants, teachers, and/or students resulted in the fall of the governments of Abbé Fulbert Yalu in Congo-Brazzaville, General Ibrahim Aboud in the Sudan, and Maurice Yamiago in Upper Volta. A similar situation recurred in the last-named state in late 1983, when a teachers' union strike, followed by the summary dismissal of nearly 2,500 primary school teachers, marked the beginning of the government's confrontation with the trade unions that was subsequently to be an important element in Thomas Sankara's removal from office in 1987. 8. Captain Blaise Compaoré, who supplanted him, favored dialogue with the unions rather than what amounted, in the last resort, to a policy of repression. The Tanzanian case was particularly instructive. Not only did the National Union of Tanganyika Workers, Establishment, Act, 1964, establish one central union, NUTA, comprising various industrial sections, it also provided for the General Secretary of the Union and his deputy to be appointed by the President of the Republic. These provisions were progressively relaxed. In 1978, 1991, and 1995, when the Tanzania Federation of Free Trade Unions, TIFTU, was established as a more autonomous organization without legal or constitutional linkage to the ruling party, and with 11 affiliated trade unions. Moreover, as a corollary to the 1964 Act, provision was made in the objects of the new union for the latter to be affiliated to TANU, to promote the policies of TANU, and to encourage its members to join TANU. Yet, despite the tightness of the control thereby established over the trade union movement, workers in Dar es Salaam staged a series of strikes and lockouts in 1972. In pointing to the harmful effects on the economy of such work stoppages, most African governments emphasized the need for government, union dialogue and for wage increases to be linked to improvements in productivity. Some governments, such as those 113 of Mozambique and Tanzania, also attempted, not successfully, to introduce workers' participation in industrial management. Many unions were hard hit by the general economic recession which faced a large number of African states in the 1970s and 1980s. Take Nigeria, for example. The dramatic collapse of oil prices in the early 1980s led to a series of strikes, go-slows, and demonstrations in the textile and automobile industries. In the last 3 months of 1985, vehicle assembly workers staged protest demonstrations at plants in Kaduna, Bauchi, and Lagos against deteriorating conditions of work and management's job retrenchment policies. However, the workers were unable to coordinate their effort at a national, or interplant, level and were forced to accept the tough terms imposed by the various managements. 9. Major General Ibrahim Babangida, who staged a successful counter-coup in August 1985, dissolved the Nigerian Labour Congress and reorganized it under state direction. Similarly, the Mohammed and Obasanjo military regimes had restructured the trade union movement between 1975 and 1978. A final trend, closely related to the introduction of the one-party state and the advent of presidential rule, was the subordination of the party to the state. Already at independence the state was the main agent of economic development and subsequently, through the creation of state marketing boards and other public enterprises, it extended its long arm into most areas of economic life. As the regulation of economic activity became increasingly technical and scientific, The prime economic managers and advisors were drawn from government administrators and technical personnel rather than party functionaries. At independence, the party lost a large number of its key personnel to the state and, by contrast even with the latter, was chronically short of well-qualified manpower. In Algeria, as in the great majority of African states, the ruling party was ill-equipped to play a supervisory role. Roberts writes, "Since independence the FLN has possessed neither the authority nor the technical competence to orient and supervise the activity of the administrative apparatus of the state. Neither armed forces nor bureaucracy have been subject to its authority. In a sense, therefore, the party and its ramifications could be regarded as part of the bureaucracy, performing essentially a public relations function on its behalf. Its job was to explain and justify decisions taken elsewhere, not to reason why." 10. At the subnational levels of region and district, the various development committees established in many states tended to be dominated by bureaucrats. This applied even in a country such as Tanzania, where, to a greater extent than in most states, the party retained some of its former vitality. 114. In sum, the decline of the party and the consequent demoralization of its personnel was a fairly universal feature of the post-independence African scene. Even the ex-Portuguese states were not exempt from this development, though their Marxist, Leninist commitment arguably gave them a stronger strength of purpose and direction than elsewhere in tropical Africa. In each state more and more was being undertaken by the president and government at the center, especially in the economic and international spheres, than by the ruling party. By the mid-1980s Frelimo in Mozambique had become a more bureaucratic and centralist organization that was in danger of losing touch with the people. In Angola the MPLA, especially in Luanda, was becoming caught up in the politics of patronage and self-seeking, and in Guinea-Bissau the 1980 coup d'état brought an end to the PAIG's position as the ruling party of two separate states. What Munslow foresaw had become a distinct possibility. "The greatest danger," he wrote, "was that the state might well be able to transform the revolution before the revolution could transform the state." 11. Party roles. The integrative function. In the light of these various trends, we can now ask, what roles has the political party played in the African context? In the first place, the party was expected to fulfill an integrative function. The stress placed on the principle of state equality in the Nigerian Constitution of 1979, for example, underlined the perception of its framers that the fabric of national unity was still uncertain in Nigeria. For the purpose of the 1979 elections in that country, a political party could be registered only if it met a number of stringent conditions which were designed to satisfy the Federal Electoral Commission that it was not an association confined to a part only of the geographical area of Nigeria, its headquarters had to be in the federal capital and its executive committee had to reflect Nigeria's federal character. These conditions showed that in Nigeria the constitution makers looked to the registered political parties to inculcate national values in place of communal or parochial values. This is what Frelimo in Mozambique sought to achieve by means of an intensive political education campaign, especially in those areas which were barely penetrated by pre-independence guerrilla activity. The evidence from certain other states as to how well a political party succeeds in this task is sometimes contradictory. Thus, in his Tunu ya Yenganchi, 1968, Goran Haydn pointed to the success of Tunu in institutionalizing 115 new cultural values in the rural communities of mainland Tanzania, but in Beyondu Jama, 1980, he found that familial and other communal ties provide the basis for organized activity among Tanzanian peasants. 12 To achieve national integration without making major concessions to group privilege was a key problem facing the ANC in post-apartheid South Africa. 13 In framing a permanent constitution for a non-racial democratic state based on individual citizenship, the party had to decide how far it could afford to go in accommodating regional, ethnic and group interests. The main challenge was twofold. On the one hand, Inkatha was demanding a federal model with a weak center and powerful regions, a solution that would enable it to retain control in KwaZulu/Natal. On the other hand, conservative Afrikaners were asking for a Volksstaat as the price of their commitment to, and cooperation with, the new South Africa. The ANC was reluctant to see such cultural, ethnic divisions enshrined in the country's new constitution, through, for example, the adoption of federal arrangements, since they were at variance with its democratic principles. After lengthy negotiations, the new constitution was approved on May 8, 1996 by the 490-member Constituent Assembly, made up of the National Assembly and Senate sitting together. South Africa was to remain a parliamentary democracy with an executive president and was to keep its bicameral legislature, comprising a National Assembly and a National Council of Provinces, without any change in their composition and method of election. The Constitution incorporated a Bill of Rights. Before becoming law, the new constitution had to be certified by the Constitutional Court to ensure that it conformed with the 34 principles agreed by the political parties before the 1994 general election. In a 288-page judgment, the court found on September 6, 1996 that, while most of the draft text was acceptable, 9 sections failed the test. In particular, it ruled that the powers allocated to the provincial governments were substantially less than and inferior to those set out in the 34 principles. The Constituent Assembly was given to the end of 1996 to meet the criticisms of the court. On October 11 the Assembly overwhelmingly endorsed a revised blueprint for the post-apartheid constitution. In the meantime, before the court's ruling, although not affected by it, de Klerk had announced on May 9, 1996 that the NP would withdraw from the Government of National Unity at the end of June on the grounds that the new constitution did not provide for the continuation of any form of joint decision-making in the executive branch and that a strong and vigilant opposition was essential for the maintenance of a genuine multi-party democracy. Although Buthelezi attacked the new constitution as treacherous, the IFP did not withdraw from the government, but continued as the ANC's sole partner. 116. The legitimizing function. We can also identify what can be termed a legitimizing role for the party. In a competitive party situation, such as had existed continuously in Botswana, Mauritius and, until the military takeover in 1994, the Gambia, at various times in Ghana and Nigeria following the restoration of civilian rule, in Senegal since 1976, and from 1989 in an increasing number of other states, each party sought to win maximum support at a general election. However, the winning party conferred legitimacy on the successor government only when the election was widely accepted as being free and fair. This condition was satisfied in Ghana and Nigeria in 1979 and in Benin and Zambia in 1991, but not in 1980 in Uganda, where the opposition Democratic Party, DP, claimed, with some justification, that the election results in that year were doctored in favor of Milton Obote's Uganda People's Congress, UPC. Serious outbreaks of political violence followed, soon leading to widespread civil strife. Accusations of electoral malpractice were made by opposition parties in a number of other states where multi-party elections were held. However, it is doubtful whether entirely free and fair elections would have produced a different outcome in several of these states, including the Côte d'Ivoire in 1990 and Burkina Faso and Ghana in 1992. The failure of opposition political parties to unite behind a single candidate ensured the return of the incumbent presidents and ruling parties in elections in Kenya in 1992 and 1997, Gabon in 1993 and 1998, and Tanzania in 1995 and 2000. In Malawi the regional split in the voting was important in the success of Bekele Mulazai and his southern-based United Democratic Front, UDF, in both 1994 and 1999, while ZANU-PF's strength in the rural Shona-speaking areas enabled the increasingly unpopular Mugabe regime to remain in power in Zimbabwe following the elections in 2000. There were of course other states where the elections were seriously flawed. The elections to the House of Representatives in Zanzibar, the islands which form part of the United Republic of Tanzania, were characterized by blatant ballot rigging in both 1995 and 2000. The presidential election in Equatorial Guinea in February 1996 was farcical. President, Brigadier General, Teodoro Obiang Nguema Basigo was returned by a massive vote following a campaign reported to have been marred by manipulation, intimidation, and fraud. The attitude of the opposition parties was important in determining whether elections served a unifying or divisive function. This becomes clear if we contrast the experience of Mozambique and Angola following the holding of simultaneous presidential and legislative elections in September 1992 in Angola and in October 1994 in Mozambique. In Angola, 117. The MPLA secured a majority of the National Assembly seats and President José Eduardo dos Santos, the party's leader, won 49.57% of the vote, just short of the 50% needed to avoid holding a second round. Jonas Savimbi and UNITA refused to accept the results of either election and the country was again plunged into civil war. In Mozambique, the National Resistance Movement, MRN or Renamo, whose main power base lay in the northern and central regions of the country, did much better than most observers had expected. Afonso Daclima, its leader, won 33% of the 4.9 million votes cast as against 53% for President Joaquim Chissano, the Frelimo candidate. There were 10 other candidates. He was more amenable to external pressure than Savimbi in Angola and accepted the informal role as leader of the opposition. The formal position was denied him since he was not an elected MP. In the National Assembly elections, Frelimo won 129 of the 250 seats with 44.3% of the votes cast, Renamo secured 112, 37.8%, and the Democratic Union 9, 5.1%. 11 smaller parties failed to secure representation. In the one-party context, elections were used by the ruling party to demonstrate that it had a mandate for its continuance in office and for its policies. In most of Francophone Africa, including the several military regimes which clothed themselves in civilian garb, the people turned out in large numbers to pledge their support for the ruling party's list of candidates in what were essentially plebiscitary elections. On the other hand, by the end of the 1980s in parts of English-speaking Africa and in French-speaking Côte d'Ivoire, elections within the one-party framework were held on a competitive basis, though the ruling party itself did not of course face any formal challenge. By this date, some 12 states had competitive one-party systems. Tanzania had led the way in 1965. For each constituency, the TANU National Executive Committee normally accepted as candidates the two-party contestants who had topped the district conference poll. Voters, who did not need to be party members, then chose one of the two as their MP. A system on these lines was used by Zambia, and at least once in Malawi. However, between 1969 and 1982 Kenya had felt little need to adopt the Tanzanian model, as a de facto one-party state. A system of open party primaries, in which aspirant candidates were free to stand, ensured a significant level of intra-party competition. The presidential election, in which electors voted yes or no for a single candidate put forward by the party, reaffirmed the government's continued right to rule. Parliamentary elections, by contrast, revolved round local rather than national issues. However, while the party made a major effort to secure a large yes vote and was able to draw upon government transport and other state resources, the electorate in at least some states was free to register a no vote if it 118 wished. Thus, in Zambia's southern province, a former opposition area, yes votes only narrowly outnumbered no votes in the 1978 presidential election, and in one constituency were under 25% of the votes cast 14. The democratic function. Where multi-party elections were held, a fillip was given to the democratic process. This was clearly the case in both Benin and Zambia in 1991, when the outcome was the removal respectively of General Matthew Kirikau's dictatorial regime and Kenneth Kanda's authoritarian government. In 1996 the electors in Benin expressed their discontent with the belt-tightening financial measures of Nicéphone Soglo, who had defeated Kirikau 5 years earlier, by voting the latter back into office. In Zambia, Political competition, expressed in 7 competitive general elections between 1968 and 1996, all except one at 5-yearly intervals, outlived, as Bernal points out, both the advent of independence and the interregnum of the one-party state. Thus, a latent dynamic in the party system persisted despite the existence under Frederick Chalupa of a predominant party system with vociferous tendencies. 15 This remains a system where the president and party leader hold together what amounts to a broad coalition of interests, each subject if it breaks away from the government to form the nucleus of a potentially powerful opposition, as occurred when a group left MMD to form the United Party in 1993. This was a problem which Konda, Chalupa's presidential predecessor, had faced in 1971, when a breakaway group under Simon Kapwepwe left UNIP to create the United Progressive Party, UPP. In each of these cases, the perceived threat of electoral defeat had kept the government on its toes and provoked an authoritarian reaction, leading in large measure to Konda's declaration of a one-party state in 1972 and Chalupa's move in 1996 to change the constitution in order to prevent Konda from standing as a presidential candidate. The presidential and general election campaigns in Zambia, Gabon, and other states aroused considerable media interest and stimulated outspoken journalistic comment that augured well for democracy. This indicated that multi-party elections marked a shift away from one-party state authoritarianism. In a number of countries, in Benin, Cape Verde, Ghana, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Senegal, South Africa, and Zambia, they even resulted in a change of government. More often, they led to the Botswana-type pattern of dominant party rule, under which parties could conceivably alternate in power, though this was likely to be a rare outcome. 119. The advent, or return, of political pluralism cannot by itself ensure good, let alone democratic, government. In many African states political parties were unstable and subject to splintering, most of the states themselves rested on a shaky economic base, civil society was weak, and parliaments exercising only residual powers were incapable of holding governments to account. Chapters 8 and 10 discuss these and related issues, and assess Africa's democratic prospects. The policy function. Another potential role for the party is the formulation and execution of policy. For the reasons already outlined, the subordination of the party to the state, the indifferent quality of its personnel, the dominant position of the state president, and the increasingly technical nature of economic activity, the party's role in policy making, including the drawing up of development plans, was often limited to that of ratifying decisions taken elsewhere. As Jeffrey Herbst showed, this was the case in Zimbabwe where, by shifting the locus of decision-making upward, the government enhanced the role of the cabinet and not the ruling party, the ZANU-PF. The latter, despite the rhetoric, is not meant to have an important role in the policy process. 16 The position in Botswana was much the same, without the rhetoric, despite Charlton's claim that one should not underestimate the actual and very real impact of Botswana's BDP leadership on the policy process. 17 While it may be true that there were signs of a shift of power away from the bureaucrats and towards the politicians, the latter, the president and his cabinet ministers, were members of the government rather than full-time officials of the BDP. While the cabinet's role may have become crucial, the party itself was weakly organized and, except at election time, was not particularly effective. The exclusion of the ruling party from any meaningful say in economic issues appears to be a common feature of the African scene. Nevertheless, it is necessary to sound a note of caution on 2 grounds. First, because policy making is a sensitive area on which it is difficult to obtain precise information in some states, and second, and above all, because policy making is a complex and composite process. In a presidential system, it is often extremely difficult to say whose influence is dominant at any one time and whose counsel determines the final policy outcome. In Nkrumah's Ghana, it was said that to understand shifts in government policy it was essential to know who saw the president last. Presidential entourages may include at various times men, and a few women, drawn from a wide range of institutional 120 backgrounds, such as the party, cabinet, administration, university, defense forces, trade union and cooperative movements, business and commercial organizations, and overseas aid-giving institutions. To illustrate some of these points, I take the cases of Tanzania and Zambia and make brief reference to the experience of the former Afro-Marxist states of Angola and, especially, Mozambique in the pre-1990 period. Tanzania. The working of the Westminster system of government, which Tanganyika, mainland Tanzania, adopted at independence in December 1961, was not at first radically changed with the inauguration of the Republic a year later. However, in 1964 President Nyerere acted without the concurrence of his cabinet in handling a number of crises that arose, especially in the foreign field. Thereafter, Nyerere was responsible for several important policy initiatives, particularly the Arusha Declaration of January 1967. His proposals were not, however, automatically accepted. He experienced considerable difficulty, for example, in persuading the National Executive Committee, NEC, the main policy-making body of TANU, to accept the leadership rules embodied in the declaration. These rules seriously restricted the leader's income-earning activities. 18 For some years after 1967, the President, Party and Cabinet worked out together the policy implications of the democratic socialist path which Nyerere had mapped out. From the mid-1970s, however, the party, the CCM, and government showed a tendency to pursue policies independently of each other, with the President sometimes acting, as over rural development policy, as initiator, sometimes as mediator, and sometimes in support of one side or the other. 19 He tended to come closer to the government's position during periods of economic crisis and reverted to the party's position when the crisis had been overcome. Party activists became more assertive in policy making in the post-Arusha period, but tended to neglect economic considerations. They were reluctant to face up to the harsh economic realities with which the cabinet had to grapple. The divergence of viewpoint between party and government was undoubtedly encouraged by Tanzania's poor economic performance and the apparent failure of the government's experiment in communal farming, Ujamaa Vijijini. However, these differences should not be exaggerated for several reasons. First, because of the overlapping links between the two institutions. In 1983, for example, 10 cabinet ministers also served on the NEC. There was no incompatibility rule equivalent to that in Zambia, the effect of which supposedly, though not in practice invariably, was to prohibit such overlapping. Second, because of Nyerere's dominance of both institutions, and third, because most senior office holders were reluctant. 2. 121. Become identified with a particular policy in case it should fail. 20. Moreover, neither cabinet nor NEC were monolithic bodies and each contained a diversity of viewpoints. Divisions between these bodies and within the NEC probably became more marked in the 1985-90 period when Nyerere remained party chairman but was no longer state president. Under Ali Hassan Mwinyi, the Zanzibari politician who succeeded Nyerere as president, and as party chairman in August 1990, and under Benjamin Mkapa, who took over in 1995, the country has moved steadily towards the adoption of a market economy and the introduction of more liberal investment laws. These reforms were welcomed by overseas aid givers who early in the new millennium praised President Mkapa and his government for their economic achievements: low inflation, 5% GDP growth rate, a steady rise in average incomes, the privatization of 2/3 of public companies, and good investment opportunities. The changes in leadership no doubt facilitated this liberalization process, though it should be recalled that some IMF conditions had already been accepted and the outline of the final agreement with the IMF reached before Nyerere left public office in 1985. In any event, it is clear that the initiative in this economic and technical sphere was taken by the president and his advisors rather than by the ruling party. 21. Zambia. In Zambia, the Second Republican Constitution of 1973 defined the respective roles of party and government in the recently instituted one-party state. 22. The UNIP Central Committee was established on a full-time basis, recognized as superior to the cabinet by a constitutional amendment in 1975, and assigned the overall direction of policy. It worked through a series of subcommittees and, following the second, one-party, general election in 1978, it was made responsible for supervising all central government ministries. The cabinet was relegated to the subordinate role of policy implementation and administrative decision-making. This was in part a constitutional fiction. The cabinet resisted its marginalization on policy matters by the Central Committee, and the latter's effectiveness never became commensurate with its increased formal power. Several channels of communication did exist between the two institutions to help remove potential points of conflict and to facilitate joint decision-making, which was said to occur, for example, over the setting of agricultural producer prices. But a silent struggle persisted between the two institutions. In order to resolve it, President Kaunda in 1988 increased the size of the Central Committee to 68, a number that included all the members of the cabinet. He also shifted the focus of authority to a newly created committee of chairmen, over which he himself presided and which had extensive policy-making, supervisory and 122 administrative functions. A party control commission was also set up at the same time with authority over all party and non-party institutions, including parastatals, and was charged with seeing that party policies were implemented. Inquisitorial in nature, the commission was unpopular with MPs, but survived until 1991 when both it and the committee of chairmen were abolished. 23. Though President Kaunda himself and his advisors in State House formulated policy on most major, and many minor, issues, they had to accommodate demands from UNIP, the cabinet, the state bureaucracy, the business community, in the wake of the economic reforms of 1968-72, and the IMF. Kaunda consulted the cabinet on a wide range of issues, including some aspects of general policy, budget proposals, and draft legislation. In 1986 he bowed to IMF pressure to remove certain state subsidies, but reinstated the subsidy on maize meal, the staple diet, when food riots resulted in the death of 15 people and the arrest of at least 450 others. In June 1990 the doubling of the price of maize meal led to further riots, in which over 20 people were killed. These riots, the unsuccessful coup attempt which followed them, 24, and the growing popularity of the MMD were clear signs that Kaunda was fast losing his legitimacy. He had instituted in Zambia a regime which combined socialist, populist and state capitalist strands. The president himself embodied the socialist strand, the desire for greater social equality, and this probably helped him to retain his popularity in many rural areas over a long period. The populist strand was uppermost within UNIP, and for many years the two together were able to moderate the starkness of state capitalism. By mid-1991 this no longer happened and, indeed, had ceased to be meaningful. The economy was in deep recession, the people's standard of living was in sharp decline, and UNIP was widely discredited. In these circumstances, the ruling party could make no significant contribution to policy-making and lost its monopoly of power to new political forces which combined demands for political pluralism and economic liberalization. The Afro-Marxist states. Following the achievement of independence in the mid-1970s, the vanguard-type socialist parties which emerged in Angola and Mozambique sought to assert more important policy-making functions than proved possible in countries such as Tanzania and Zambia. In fact, however, power tended to be concentrated in the hands of the ruling elite, and both party and state structures became bureaucratized and over-centralist. Corrective. 123. Measures were taken, but were not effective. Mozambique's experience of rapid economic decline was typical of that of other Marxist states in Africa. 25. Frelimo, the ruling party, was not competent to deal with the complex economic and technical problems which arose, and its role in policy-making became increasingly formal. In December 1990 a new constitution sanctioned inter-party competition, granted the right to strike, and pointed the way to a free market economy. Frelimo approved these changes, but the initiative for them came from President Chissano and his advisors in association with external donors. Mozambique, a desperately poor country, became increasingly reliant on the latter. In Angola, the MPLA sought to relax its former centralist control by creating predominantly elected bodies, a 223-member National Assembly and assemblies in each of the provinces dominated by workers and peasants. However, the strength of UNITA meant that the MPLA was able to develop only a popularly supported party organization in certain parts of the country. Again, the vital importance of external relations in this mineral-rich country made it inevitable that the central government would dictate policy in the economic and financial spheres. The size of the amounts pledged to Angola by international donors at the Donor Conference in Brussels in September 1995, a total of $1 billion in aid and reconstruction, was beyond the capacity of MPLA, and even most government personnel to handle. By mid-1996 government had become increasingly presidential, though Eduardo dos Santos lacked essential support and the administration was on the verge of collapse. Reports at this time suggested that the MPLA itself was organizationally weak, that UNITA was in effective control of over half the country's territory, including the diamond areas of the northeast and the coffee-rich Uige province, and that only a small proportion of the proceeds from the sale of diamonds and oil went into the national coffers. The yawning gap between rich and poor became ever wider and the ruling party seemed incapable of doing anything about it. Thus, the evidence from both Mozambique and Angola suggested, and was confirmed by the experience of Zimbabwe, a non-Marxist state, that even a party which played a powerful role in the independence struggle over many years was not thereby guaranteed a correspondingly important role in its country's decision-making processes in the post-independence period. Local policy in the great majority of African states, including eventually the former Afro-Marxist states, the tendency has been for responsibility for formulating and executing local policy to pass from party functionaries to agents of the state, except perhaps at village level where no or few government officers reside. This occurred purposely in post-independence Kenya. 124. Where President Jomo Kenyatta appointed members of the provincial administration as his agents for development. It also occurred in the Ivory Coast and in less deliberate but still marked fashion in several other states, including Malawi. One aspect of the problem has been the inability of local party officials with limited formal education to understand complex development plans and to implement decisions of a technical nature, while another has been the rundown of the local party organization. This did not take place in Zimbabwe, where Herbst found that ZANU-PF was strong at the local level. Party officials joined forces with squatters to press demands to land. The coalition thus formed was too powerful for most bureaucrats to resist. However, land seizure was the only area of government decision-making in which ZANU-PF became involved. 26 This apart, the civil service was the key element in the issues of most concern to people in the rural areas. 27 In Tanzania, Nyerere, as party chairman, worked hard from 1985 to revive local party structures, but everywhere met with a request from office holders for remuneration. In Zambia, one reason for the passage of the Local Administration Act of 1980 was to instill a sense of direction and purpose into apathetic local party officials and members. Many constituency officials became district councillors and were entitled to receive sitting allowances. The act merged the district administration, the local councils and the local party organization into a new integrated administrative structure called a district council. However, the reorganization did not extend to the central government departments operating at district level and, insofar as the state bureaucracy retained its former functions, UNIP's input into public policy making and implementation was restricted. 28 In the 1990s, serious attempts were made to revive local government in Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, and a number of other states as part of the democratization process, see Chapter 6. Thus in Zambia, the incoming MMD government headed by Frederick Chiluba replaced the 1980 Act with the Local Government Act of 1991, which provided for a flexible and multifaceted local government system. This marked the beginning of a major decentralization program, which had strong political backing but was hampered by financial constraints and the persistence in some quarters of centralizing attitudes. The result was that the policy initiatives taken by the local authorities, and especially the rural authorities, were severely limited. Occasionally, in a few states, voluntary associations had a say in policy making. In Tanzania's Kilimanjaro region, SAMO found that the local TANU organization plays no direct role in education decisions, and even though many people seek TANU assistance in a wide range of problems, very few come to the TANU office for school problems. While 125. The TANU Regional Executive Secretary sits on the Moshi Town Council Education Committee as a nominated councillor. He and other TANU officials subscribe to the prevailing mythology that education is the concern of the technical experts, and do not become directly involved in educational matters. 29. In fact, it was the Roman Catholic and Lutheran missions, and not the government or party, which dominated educational decision-making in Kilimanjaro. This picture, underlining the importance of informal mechanisms of decision-making on issues which, like education and liquor licensing, have a high local salience, probably did not change significantly following the introduction in 1972 of decentralization reforms. At the time the latter resulted, as did corresponding measures in many other African states, in the deconcentration of administrative authority and the burgeoning of the number of bureaucrats rather than in meaningful political devolution. The chief beneficiaries of this process in Tanzania were senior civil servants, the regional development director at regional level and the district development director at district level. Party officials were left to fulfill an ill-defined watching brief over government activities. 30. The position did not change significantly following the revival of elected local authorities in Tanzania in the 1980s, though further reform was undertaken towards the end of the next decade. Mobilization and reconciliation functions. In some states, the party retained a limited mobilizing role. Indeed, mobilization, harnessing popular energies for economic development through self-help, was seen in the early post-independence period as a task for which the party was preeminently suited. However, the popular enthusiasm that was aroused in this manner was often misdirected or uncoordinated. Thus, a village school might be built without first ascertaining that a teacher would be appointed to it, and it could not in any case be sustained over a long period. Even in this sphere, the initiative might be taken by the government rather than the ruling party, as was the case with Botswana's Accelerated Rural Development Program, ARDP, between 1973 and 1976, and by vote-seeking government ministers, as tended to happen under Kenya's Harambee, Pulling Together, program. If, overall, the party has proved a somewhat weak mobilization agent, part of the blame must lie with the central government, which was usually reluctant to encourage non-productive participatory activities that increased the 126 demand for materials and manpower upon its own resources. Botswana's experience under the ARDP, referred to above, showed however that a policy of devolving responsibility to the local level could pay good dividends, since, as Robert Chambers noted, the ARDP revealed and developed far greater implementation capacity in the districts than was expected. Councils and local contractors did more than many believed they could. Similarly, the government of Mozambique sought to tap local energies in order to improve the living standard of the people. It placed a high value on popular participation and set about creating new structures to encourage it, communal villages in the rural areas and mechanisms of workers' control in industry. Some success was achieved until South African-backed rebel activity became widespread in the early 1980s and disrupted development efforts. Frelimo also sought to extend the high level of political consciousness in the northern liberated areas to the rest of the country, and to this end, in 1975 it established Grupos Dinamizadores, dynamizing groups, to undertake the work of mobilization and organization. But party cadres were in desperately short supply, causing the gap between party and people to widen alarmingly. 31. The early distinction between political parties which fulfilled mobilization functions and those which played a reconciliation role. 32. Was not particularly helpful, since accommodating different interests and mediating conflict were functions which any kind of political party might be expected to perform. They were important in Zambia, where factionalism within UNIP was rife at the time of, and after, the elections to the party's Central Committee in 1967. However, in this sphere too, the initiative in many states passed to the president and his personal representatives at provincial and district level. The patronage function. The revival of multipartyism has boosted the historically important patronage function of political parties, which promise patronage in return for electoral support. Take Nigeria, for example. Between 1954 and 1963 the federation was divided into 3 regions, each region being ruled by a party which was rooted in the region's dominant cultural, linguistic group Yoruba in the west, Igbo in the east and Hausa Fulani in the north. Each party, the AG, the NCNC, and the NPC in turn, used its regional power base to confer benefits on its supporters, to strengthen its hold over its own region, and to gain direct access to national resources by seeking to capture power at the center. In this last respect, the NPC succeeded best because it was able to win the support of the vast majority of the numerically preponderant 127 northern population, while the people of the western and eastern regions divided their allegiance between the 2 rival southern-based parties, the AG and the NCNC. Events in the West were particularly revealing. 33. In the period before 1962, the AG ruled the region in alliance with leading chiefs and businessmen, and won popular support by providing a wide range of services, including free primary education, medical facilities, tarred roads, and water supplies. Moreover, as the Coker Tribunal of Inquiry revealed in 1962, the ruling party siphoned off some £6 million of public money into its own coffers, thus enabling it to strengthen its organization and further reward its supporters. In 1962, however, the party split into 2 wings, one led by Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the federal opposition leader, and the other by Chief S.L. Akintola, Awolowo's former deputy and the Western Region Premier. This internal crisis prompted the federal government to replace the elected regional government with an administrator and to weaken the West and the AG further by carving a new region, the Midwest, out of the old Western region in 1963. When Chief Akintola returned in that year as the head of a coalition government in the West, he was dependent on federal support. In order to strengthen his own position and that of the ruling party, the NNDP, formed as a result of a merger between his own United People's Party and a wing of the Western NCNC, he forged an alliance with the NPC. The NPC-dominated Nigerian National Alliance, NNA, enabled Akintola to tap federal resources for the benefit of the West, but, as world prices for cocoa and other products fell, the region seemed to most voters less prosperous than during the period of AG rule. Convinced that he could not win a free and fair contest, Akintola blatantly rigged the 1965 regional elections and thereby sealed his own fate. In January 1966 he was assassinated by the military, and as a consequence the NNDP, as well as all other political parties in the country, was proscribed. The ban on overt political party activity in Nigeria was lifted in September 1978, preparatory to the return to civilian rule in October of the next year. Under the 1979 Constitution, the fact that the political parties had to be national in character did not prevent them from exercising a locally focused patronage function or from conferring maximum benefit on the geographical area of Nigeria where the party was most strongly entrenched, for example, the overwhelmingly Yoruba-speaking states of Ogun, Ondo, and Oyo, and the Yoruba-dominated Lagos state in the case of Chief Awolowo's Unity Party of Nigeria, UPN, which inherited the mantle of the former AG. The party all but swept the board in these states in the 1979 elections and formed the government in each of them, thereby underlining the people's trust in Awolowo and their confidence in his party's ability to extract resources from the center, even though it did not share in the ruling. 128. coalition dominated by the National Party of Nigeria, NPN. In 1983, however, the UPN hegemony in the western states was breached in elections which, over the country as a whole, showed a marked trend towards the NPN. While a large number of people in the western states, including Lagos, continued to pledge their loyalty to Awolowo and to look to him and his party for benefits, many others perceived that they would fare better by joining the NPN bandwagon. 34 The Ghana case is no less instructive. In the 1956 general election, the majority of the Bronx in northern and western Ashanti voted for the ruling CPP in the belief that if the party was returned to power, it would honor the official pledge given in a white paper published in April 1956 to establish a separate Bronx region, with its own regional assembly and House of Chiefs. That this, and the perception that a separate region would lead to the channeling of additional resources to the area, was the real issue, and not the fact that the Ashanti, the traditional enemies of the Bronx, strongly supported the rival NLM, was shown in the 1969 election. On that occasion, both the Bronx and the Ashanti voted solidly for the Progress Party, PP, led by Dr. Kofi Bizia, the former parliamentary leader. As it happened, of the NLM, the PP had assured the Bronx in its election campaign that it would not seek to dismember the Bronx Ahafo region, which had been legally established in 1959, and had made it clear that the region would benefit more by backing Progress than any of the rival parties. 35 Zambia affords a third example of the patronage function at work. In this case, the predominant pattern was that the various factions which made up UNIP, the ruling coalition until October 1991, competed with each other for party and government office, and therefore for the ability to distribute spoils to their supporters. In the multi-party context, 1964-72, this competition was intense. A given faction, which was, in Morris Zeftel's words, a patronage network organized for conflict, might operate singly. Most often, however, it linked up with another faction to form a superfaction. Thus, in 1967 the Bimba speaking group combined with the Ilatonga speaking group in order to capture key UNIP Central Committee posts, which at that time guaranteed appointment to a corresponding cabinet office. For example, the party vice president became national vice president and the party treasurer became minister of finance. Alliances were determined by a faction's perception of the advantages which they would bring, and none proved permanent. Even the solidarity of the Bimba regional, linguistic group, which straddled the northern, Luapula, and Copperbelt provinces, broke up in 1969 as the Luapulans expressed disillusionment with northern province leaders, who had referred to them disparagingly as Batubulo, mere fishermen, and voiced dissatisfaction with 129. Their meager share of the fruits of independence. They asked the president to grant political recognition and status to our province in the same way as other provinces. 36 They received some, though in their view inadequate, rewards, and at that time remained loyal. In this respect, they were unlike many of the northern and Copperbelt Bimba leaders who broke away from the ruling party when the political pendulum swung against them after 1969 and joined the United Progressive Party, UPP, which Simon Kapwepwe, a former vice president of the party and state, formed in 1971. Whereas the Luapula province voted overwhelmingly for Konda and UNIP in successive elections, the southern province remained a strong opposition area throughout the First Republic. This was due to the Ilatonga people's traditional hostility to government, a legacy of the colonial era, and above all to their belief that the ANC stood for the peasant agrarian interest. 37 Their suspicions of UNIP as a Copperbelt-based, Bimba-dominated party were reinforced in the 1968 election campaign by ANC propaganda that, if UNIP was returned to power, the Bimba would steal their cattle and their wives. During this election, in which UNIP fared badly in both the southern and western provinces, officials of the ruling party revived the slogan, "It pays to belong to UNIP," which had first been used on the Copperbelt in 1965. There is evidence, covering the period before as well as after the 1968 elections, to show that this was not an empty slogan. Morris Zeftel cites many examples, ranging from access to bank overdraft facilities for party officials to the appointment of staff to the Lusaka City Council, to show that UNIP membership conferred material benefits. He concludes that, given the relative scarcity of state resources, the monopolization of patronage for UNIP members constituted a major asset for the party in building and maintaining support. 38 instances of discrimination against individual ANC members were numerous, not least in Lusaka and on the Copper Belt. They were often denied trading licenses, excluded from the markets, and experienced difficulty in obtaining building plots and planning permission. Nevertheless, the Southern Province received generous allocations of revenue from the center under the First Republic and was a major beneficiary of the government's agricultural loan scheme. It would therefore seem that the UNIP government used economic, rather than political, criteria in making allocations to Zambia's rural provinces. The Southern Province was the country's main cash crop producing area. 39. Zeftel points out that though factional competition declined following the introduction of the one-party state in 1972, for many the party was still a form of security or insurance, a way of ensuring the continued issuance of trade licenses, or an avenue to appeal for loans or other 130 resources when this was necessary. The mass party looked very much like a patronage party in some constituencies in 1973. The link between UNIP activity and the pursuit of patronage was clearly reflected in the registration of party branches between February and September 1973, as people sought to have a vote in the primary elections and thus a voice in the choice of candidates. It might also have reflected the efforts of those who aspired to stand for parliament to ensure that branches which might support them were registered. 40. Moreover, UNIP continued to provide paid employment for politicians at national and regional levels. Though it still did not pay constituency and branch officials, most of the former claimed to work full-time on their party tasks. Local officials who were chairmen of ward councils became ex officio members of the integrated district councils established, one in each district, under the Local Administration Act of 1980. The local party organization also aspired to act from time to time as an employment agency by recruiting the labor required for road construction and other purposes. The operation of patronage in Zambia showed that a faction constituted an informal hierarchy which often disrupted a party's organizational ties. As Richard Sandbrook has written, personal alliance networks in many underdeveloped countries, far from being restricted within organizational boundaries, characteristically cut across boundaries to link individuals in different organizational and territorial arenas. In many African countries, the governing party became after independence merely one more arena within which members of the elite competed for precedence and political resources. 41. Patrons in the government formed linkages which might have little connection with any political party. In Kenya, for example, President Kenyatta eschewed an important role for KANU. Instead, he elevated clientelism into his modus operandi of politics, with himself as the grand patron and ultimate arbiter of factional conflict, thus acting in a manner reminiscent of King Hassan II of Morocco. 42. Where, as in Kenya, the party machinery was weak, personal political alliances assumed added importance and political leaders at the center relied on factional linkages at the local level. They politicized many supposedly apolitical bodies, sometimes including trade unions, cooperative societies, and the army. Thus, intra-elite competition in Kenya penetrated the trade union movement, which represented a polyethnic, territory-wide, organizational network invaluable to any politician seeking to extend his influence throughout the country. 43. Similarly, in Sierra Leone, the civilian ruling group cultivated its army connections from 131. About mid-1964, and a relationship was established that appealed to both sides as mutually beneficial. Civilian big men served as patrons to army officers anxious to improve their social standing and further their military careers, while the politicians insured themselves against the time when their legitimacy might decline. 44. In 1967, however, this relationship did not prove beneficial to either the leading politicians or to senior army personnel, as noted in Chapter 7, it resulted in a military coup that failed because the army was not united behind its commanding officer. Roger Tangri's illuminating study The Politics of Patronage in Africa is replete with recent cases. His examples, drawn from Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Zimbabwe, and other African states and referred to below, substantiate his claim that patronage politics persists and is currently the defining political pattern in African countries. 45 Those who distribute patronage are state personnel, top politicians, with leaders of the ruling party among them, and senior bureaucrats. Their control of largely state-run economies has enabled them to distribute benefits and patronage and thus secure the political support of various societal interests, to maintain their hold on state power, and at the same time to enrich themselves. Under pressure from international donors, they have perforce, as a condition of receiving external aid, had to commit themselves to improving state economic performance, privatizing public companies, and establishing a market-run economy. But to secure their own position they have often dragged their feet and even impeded the reform process. Where economic reforms have been introduced, they have tended to favor business entrepreneurs associated with state rulers. In the Côte d'Ivoire, the marketing of cocoa and coffee, the country's major export earners, has been dominated by companies owned by the relatives of the country's first two post-independence presidents. In Kenya, according to Cohen, who is quoted by Tangri, positions in ministries, national financial institutions, and parastatals were used to advance the business/economic interests of the president and his supporters. In Tanzania, economic liberalization benefited Tanzanian businessmen with close connections to the ruling party. President Museveni in Uganda was reported to favor his own southwest region in making senior public sector appointments and in locating development projects. Referring to the need for regional balance in his government, he said that he had to have enough cake to pass around. In Zambia, President Chiluba bestowed lucrative favors on backbenchers to keep them quiet. In Zimbabwe, preferential treatment was given to black enterprises with good connections with the ZANU-PF party, and when the construction industry was being indigenist, contracts went to firms with the best relations with the ruling 132 party, not those that were best qualified. In Cameroon, until recent years, President Paul Biya drew hire civil servants almost exclusively from his southern Bidi ethnic group. Even Botswana was not exempt. Instances occurred where ministers and senior civil servants manipulated circumstances for their personal and partisan advantage. 46 Patronage was also used as a negative sanction. State support was denied those who were deemed to be politically unacceptable. In Ghana, the political leanings of local entrepreneurs wanting to take over public companies were carefully scrutinized by the Rawlings government. When the interested party was found to be a supporter of the political opposition, the proposed privatization was set aside. In Nigeria, the military government in 1994 withdrew the oil prospecting license of Summit Oil because its owner, Kola Abiola, was the son of the late Chief Mashood Abiola, the rich Yoruba Muslim who had won the 1993 presidential election, an election that an embarrassed government had then aborted, imprisoning the victor. In Zimbabwe, President Mugabe's government withheld benefits from the businesses of individuals outside of ruling circles. The abuse of power was often accompanied by corruption, blatant examples of which occurred in Kenya and Uganda in the 1990s, see Chapter 6. All across Africa, senior state office holders rarely faced criminal charges for abuse of public office. 47. The political communication function. The final party role which I identify is that of political communication. This is a corollary of political competition and, in mainland Tanzania, Tunu at an early date stressed the importance of keeping open a two-way channel along which government policies could flow to the people and the people's wishes and reactions to those policies could reach the government. Potentially, communication remained an important party function, but many governments often preferred to use non-party channels. For example, even Tanzanian ministers, like their Zimbabwean counterparts, relied substantially in practice on the government bureaucracy, which was predominant in providing information and in making allocation decisions. For its part, the government of Senegal, both before and after independence, relied upon the influence of Muslim leaders in administering the rural areas. One reason for this practice was probably that local party leaders were known to be reluctant to communicate unpopular messages, and sometimes distorted government policies. Thus, in Tanzania's Lushoto district, where land is a scarce and highly prized commodity, Ujamaa was frequently misunderstood by local people as meaning self-help. This was found to be because TANU 133 officials were unwilling to press a policy which required the peasants to give up their individual holdings of land in favor of communal ownership and production. 48 Similarly, local UNIP officials in the Serengeti district of Zambia were reluctant to denounce Kitmine, the traditional form of agriculture, which entailed burning felled trees and growing crops in the ash thus formed. Though condemned by the Ministry of Agriculture, this practice was still favored by farmers in the district. 49 These various findings were reinforced by the results of Samof's research in the Kilimanjaro region of Tanzania. Samof found that TANU and other leaders, convinced that education was the key to the good life, not only did not put over government educational policy, which stressed the need to divert resources to other, less advantaged areas of the country, but assisted the missions to thwart government goals and priorities by establishing new schools. While professing support for and adherence to Tanzanian socialism, the political elite confessed that they were able to support the leadership code in spirit now, and would support it in practice as soon as their own children were educated. 50. There is no doubt that in the period between independence and the late 1980s party functions in most African states were subject to some decline. The party was either run down in favor of the burgeoning state machine and, being less efficient, was underutilized, or it was dissolved by an incoming military regime, although sometimes the military subsequently created a new party as a means of strengthening its own legitimacy. An additional reason for party decline was that, decentralization measures notwithstanding, the government in most African states imposed central control more than it encouraged meaningful popular participation. That it is the latter which invigorates and sustains political parties was shown in the pre-independence nationalist period and after independence in those Anglophone states, notably Nigeria and Ghana, where civilian rule and competitive party politics were restored. In most of French-speaking Africa, by contrast, demilitarization tended to result in the re-establishment of single-party rule, with the leader of the military junta often assuming the civilian garb of an elected president. The pro-democracy movements of the 1990s resulted in the formation of opposition parties in a large number of African states. The existence of these parties and the holding of competitive elections have served to put ruling parties on their mettle. On the whole, the result has been beneficial though, as in Chiluba's Zambia, such parties have tended to bring out an authoritarian strain in ruling politicians afraid of losing power. To date, 134 political parties, new and old, government and opposition, have not transformed Africa's democratic prospects. Poorly organized for the most part, outside the immediate electoral period, they rest on a weak ideological base and are caught up in clientelist networks. Their electoral and legitimizing functions have often been important, as was revealed in Senegal's presidential election early in 2000 when President Abdou Diouf, candidate of the ruling Parti Socialiste, PS, was defeated. This was an unexpected result in a country where there had seemed scant prospect of shaking PS's hold on power. In other states, political parties have shown limited capacity in getting out the vote, while their regional base, as in Chad, Malawi, and Sudan, and ethnic base, as in the Côte d'Ivoire, Kenya, and Mali, have lessened their national thrust. The contribution of ruling parties to policy making has not gone beyond setting the broad parameters within which they expect the government to work. In this respect, however, they do not differ greatly from political parties in developed countries, New Labour in Britain, for example. Virtually all African political parties are ineffective at grassroots levels and often lack mobilizing capacity. In general, the weakness of political parties and civic organizations is such that the continuance of executive dominance is assured. That dominance is asserted by an elite group or, more often, by an all-powerful president. In several states, the old ruling parties have continued to dominate the political process. Few incumbent state leaders, whether civilian or military, have voluntarily abandoned their old ambitions and subscribed to the unfamiliar doctrine of political accountability. This remains the position in the first 2 years of the new millennium. Paradoxically, we must probably look to opposition rather than ruling parties to lay firm democratic foundations in African states. Encouragement is to be found in the fact that elections have resulted in a change of government in Benin, Cape Verde, Ghana, Madagascar, Malawi, Mauritius, Senegal, South Africa, and Zambia. True, only Mauritius and Benin have met what Breton and de Waal consider to be the minimal two-turnover test for democratic consolidation 51, but this number could increase if elections are free and fair and if the opposition can overcome its fateful internal divisions which, for example, Gabon, Kenya and Tanzania, have gravely weakened it in the past. To summarize, there has been no dramatic change in the role of political parties in recent years and no major change can be expected in the near future. Also, the combination of patrimonialism and patronage on which African politics have been based seems likely to continue. Whether international donors are justified in their view that cutting back the state's role in the economy is the best way to weaken patrimonial politics and enhance. 135. The prospects of development is open to question. The consequences of adopting this approach are discussed in chapters 8 and 10. 6. Before examining the basic properties of the administrative systems of the African states at independence, we would do well to remind ourselves of the colonial legacy. Colonial rule was alien rule, superimposed from outside mainly in the last quarter of the 19th century, and established in the midst of ongoing cultures. It was exercised by predominantly European administrators, who were few in number in relation to the population being administered within what was typically a centralist and unitary framework. Thus French West Africa, which comprised 8 territories, covered a huge area and had a population of some 15 million, was served in 1937 by only 385 colonial administrators, of whom half were posted to offices at headquarters in each colony. These administrators had a political role for, protestations of political neutrality notwithstanding, policy was not only implemented by civil servants but was primarily formulated by them. This role began to change in the terminal stages of colonial rule as government became much more specialized in function and, first in British Africa and then in French Africa, the rudiments of a ministerial system were introduced. Nevertheless, the colonial state was par excellence a bureaucratic state. This had its impact on the post-colonial state, which tended to adopt, with only slight modifications, the inherited civil service structure, rules, and procedures, as well as the preferential arrangements for civil servants in relation to salary, housing, and medical services. While members of the British colonial service could be transferred from one colony to another, most of them spent their whole career in one territory, and, though an African from one British colony was sometimes recruited to serve in another colony, Creoles from Sierra Leone served in the Gold Coast and Nigeria. For example, nearly all indigenous members of the service were confined to their own territory. By contrast, the French colonial administrative service tended to be more mobile. Permanent civil servants fell into one of 3 cadres, the general, the upper, and the local. Cadres, entry being determined by the standard of education achieved. Until 1945 educational opportunities were limited for most Africans, who were French subjects rather than citizens, and so they were allowed to join only the lower ranks of the civil service. Those in the first category could serve in different colonies within the French Empire and those in the second within a group of territories, such as post-war AOF. Only those in the local cadres, the majority, served in one territory. In practice, this meant that a non-metropolitan Frenchman, that is, a citizen of the French Union, regardless of race or color, who was, say, a Martiniquan in the general cadre could serve equally in Martinique, Chad, or Indochina, and a Senegalese member of the upper cadre could belong to the administrations of Senegal, the Ivory Coast or Niger. Thus Felix Eboué, who was Guyanese, served as governor of Chad before the Second World War and as governor-general of AEF during it, while Gabriel d'Arbassière, who was born in the French Sudan of mixed, French-Sudanese, parentage, served in several AOF territories as a colonial administrator before devoting himself full-time to radical political activity. He was a founder member of the RDA and became its Secretary General in 1949. This arrangement for senior civil servants made for more uniform patterns of administration in the French Empire than the British. Coupled with the fact that many of the indigenous civil servants and politicians in AOF attended the same federal secondary school, the École Normale William Ponty in Dakar, it also no doubt facilitated collaboration between Francophone states after independence. Nevertheless, it was the British rather than the French pattern which prevailed in the post-colonial state. When the French territories in West and Equatorial Africa became independent, mostly in 1960 and as individual states rather than as members of a federal unit, they, like their Anglophone counterparts, proceeded to build up national civil services, recruited from among their own citizenry. Basic properties of the administrative system at independence. In relation to earlier generations of new states, those in Latin America, for example, the post-colonial states of tropical Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean were relatively well off in their administrative endowments. For Africa, this applied especially to the Anglophone states and to some, though not all, of the Francophone states. However, the very sophistication of the inherited administrative machinery, largely modeled on the institutions of the metropolitan countries in the post-1945 period, meant that machinery was costly to run and difficult to staff without some help from expatriate officers. 138. The bureaucracy constituted a high proportion of the people within a given state who were in wage and salaried occupations, and therefore imposed a substantial drain on the national budget. In Senegal by the late 1960s over half of the national budget was allocated to civil service salaries. For the expansion of state activity, particularly in the economic field, was alleged to be necessary because of the weakness of the indigenous private sector in a majority of African states. Neither the colonial power nor intrusive Western economic institutions, such as the commercial banks, had created conditions in which African business enterprise could prosper. The state itself therefore became the main agent of economic development, and this in turn stimulated the creation of new public enterprises. The growth of what in several countries, state capitalist as well as socialist, was to be a vast parastatal sector entailed an expanded role for the bureaucracy. At independence, heavy demands were also placed on the latter, as well as the political system as a whole, by mass electorates newly enfranchised under pre-independence or independence constitutions. Whereas in the West industrialization had occurred before fully democratic practices were introduced into the political process, the opposite was true in Africa. Nationalist politicians, only recently installed in office, had scarcely time to formulate economic policies, let alone reap the benefit of them, when universal suffrage was conferred. 5. They could not fulfill their, sometimes rash, electoral promises, and several of them found in the bureaucracy a convenient scapegoat, alleging that its members had absorbed colonial values, attitudes, and methods. That politicians in English-speaking Africa sought protection behind such a bureaucratic smokescreen was not altogether surprising. Civil servants had largely stood aside from the independence struggle and, as a result, were often distrusted by the politicians, though in Francophone Africa, by contrast, most of the principal post-war leaders had been civil servants by profession, a fact which may help to account for the relative moderation of nationalist politics in these territories. Adjustment to the new dispensation was especially difficult for civil servants occupying senior positions in services where indigenization had taken place at a relatively early date. This was the case in Ghana where, as in many other parts of English-speaking Africa, the traditions of Westminster and Whitehall implied a politician, civil servant relationship that the ruling party was not long willing to sustain. Public servants at independence might be pulled in other conflicting directions, while they were conditioned by the inherited cultural values of the colonial system. they were also likely to be influenced by the value systems and political cultures of the societies from which they originated. Few of them were immune from the communal and particularistic pressures of the society of which they formed such. 139. An important part. Hugh Roberts pointed out that this was a continuing problem in Algeria, where the bureaucracy does not function primarily in accordance with the rational, legal code. On the contrary, administrative action is determined in large measure by personal ties and obligations and is characterized by the preferential treatment of friends and relatives. 6. Bureaucracy and the post-colonial state. To those who subscribe to the ecological school of development administration, what Roberts said of Algeria need not be surprising. Fred Riggs, for example, has argued that corruption and inefficiency are naturally endemic to administration in polycommunal and polynormative societies. Though most of Riggs' field experience was in Asia, where hierarchical social pressures are stronger than in Africa, and though the relevance of his views to Africa has been questioned by a number of writers, most cogently by Nelson Casfer, they merit examination. 7. Riggs uses the term prismatic society for the intermediate society which exists at various points of the continuum between the traditional, fused society and the modern, diffracted, and functionally specific, society. It contains elements of each of the other two. He argues that the bureaucracy, the Sala bureaucracy as he calls it, is dominant in the prismatic society because there are no political institutions strong enough to control it. The Sala is therefore characterized by corruption, nepotism, self-seeking, and inefficiency. The more powerful officials become, he maintains, the less effective they are as administrators. 8. That there are African bureaucrats with these characteristics is not in question. There is also evidence to suggest that, as bureaucrats seek to maintain their living standards in deteriorating economic circumstances and as opportunities for upward mobility within the public service become progressively reduced, the incidence of corruption in many states has increased, as, for instance, in Tanzania, where corruption was minimal until the late 1970s. Moreover, as was stated above, bureaucrats are subject to social pressures and some of them do accord preferential treatment to their friends and relatives, even if not necessarily on the scale in Algeria suggested by Hugh Roberts. Again, to the extent that the bureaucracy could be held responsible for the dismal economic record of most African states, it has been less than efficient, though efficiency is notoriously difficult to measure. The question is whether such instances of administrative behavior can be explained satisfactorily in Riggshian terms. Riggs concedes that the degree to which societies are prismatic may vary. Countries that are more prismatic, that is, where there occurs more. 140. Substantial overlapping between modern and traditional norms, have bureaucracies approximating to his Sala model. However, against this it can be argued that the bureaucracy within a given state is not a monolithic body. Some bureaucrats may be corrupt and inefficient and therefore deserve the designation Sala officials, but not others. Riggs also does not distinguish clearly enough between different forms of corruption. 9. The preferential treatment of friends and relatives, and the system of rewards in return for services rendered which lies at the heart of patron-client politics, are socially acceptable in African states in a way that theft, fraud, and embezzlement are not. The latter forms of corruption are subject to legal prosecution in virtually all states. Neither does Riggs tell us the level that corruption must reach before it ceases to oil the machinery of government and adversely affects government performance. As to efficiency, Sala bureaucrats, as Riggs conceives them, would have been incapable of sustaining existing African state machineries for over 40 years and of making them work in adverse conditions, which have included political instability and military takeovers, ill-conceived presidential initiatives and frequently shifting governmental programs, constant ministerial reshuffles and organizational changes, as well as exogenous events such as natural disasters and world economic depression. If Riggs' theory does not prove helpful in identifying common strands in the administrative performance of independent African states, it is also not particularly illuminating when employed to examine the experience of individual countries, as can be shown by taking the cases of Ghana and Tanzania. By most tests, including the quality of its public service, Ghana at independence in 1957 was closer to modernity than Tanzania, then Tanganyika, at independence 4 years later. Yet in the decade following the independence of each state, there was less corruption among public servants in Tanzania than in Ghana, though it must be emphasized that Ghana had many excellent public servants who maintained the highest standards of integrity, and, to judge by the criterion of economic performance, efficiency was better in poor Tanzania than in the more richly endowed state of Ghana. That Ghana had an indifferent record was not because the weight of bureaucratic power, to use Riggs' terminology, was too great, rendering the bureaucracy uncontrollable, but because it was too little. The effectiveness of the bureaucracy was sapped by the political maneuvering and interference of Nkrumah and the CPP. In Tanzania, by contrast, bureaucrats, especially in the period before 1967, had a relatively greater say in formulating public policy. Yet, as Cranford Pratt's discussion of educational policy shows, in the distribution of secondary school places the civil service had the capacity and the will to serve the public interest rather than narrowly to 141. Pursue its own class interest. Though Africans in public life and in the public service were very well paid in Tanzanian terms, they were still responsive to the various influences and pressures which operate to keep public services reasonably efficient and free of corruption. 10 Again, as African states have extended the range of their economic and other activities in the post-independence period, structures have become more specific, that is, more institutions, including parastatal bodies, have been created to perform new functions, and at least formally, and often in practice, achievement has counted for more than ascription in bureaucratic recruitment. Universalistic rather than particularistic values have been stressed, and the public service, by drawing its members from all parts of the country, has often played a nationally integrative role. Though there is wide variation among African states, it can reasonably be claimed that a number of them have, at least in the above respects, moved towards modernity. According to the view expressed by Riggs in 1964 in Administration in Developing Countries, this should mean that the bureaucracy had lost some of its solid characteristics and had become both less corrupt and more efficient. In fact, the evidence points, if anything, in the opposite direction. It is true that Riggs subsequently broadened his concept of prismatic society to include within it a highly differentiated society with a low level of performance. But in this way, and perhaps also by arguing, in 1970, that a significant, but not overwhelming, degree of bureaucratic power is functionally requisite for the organization of a developed system of government, he modified the meaning which he had earlier attached to his adopted Parsonian variables, functional specificity, universalism, and achievement. The utility of the concept prismatic society is reduced the more elusive it becomes. 11 Riggs' argument, that the bureaucracy in underdeveloped countries is all-powerful, cannot be uncritically accepted in its application to Africa. His view on this subject is shared by Joseph Lapalambara and several others in the modernization school, as well as by a number of Marxist scholars, though the latter not only approach the subject from a different perspective but use different arguments and reach different conclusions as to the significance of the overdeveloped state concept. In his seminal article on the state in post-colonial societies, Pakistan and Bangladesh, Hamza Alavi argued that the new rulers of the post-colonial society inherited an overdeveloped state apparatus which had been designed with metropolitan, rather than their own, interests in mind, and which had resulted, in Pakistan and Bangladesh, in the emergence of a powerful military, bureaucratic hierarchy. Moreover, the fragmentation of the dominant capitalist class in these countries had meant that the post-colonial state was not the instrument of a single class. This fact and the national character of the post-colonial 142 bureaucracy gave it a certain autonomy, including the ability to mediate between the competing interests of the three propertied classes, the indigenous bourgeoisie, a sizable strata of large-scale landowners, and the metropolitan neocolonial bourgeoisie. 12 While not questioning the validity of Alavi's findings for the South Asian states with which he deals, there are grounds for arguing that the extent of the autonomy of the state apparatus in Africa was much more limited, Thus, the localization of the senior levels of the public service and the officer ranks of the army occurred much earlier in the Indian subcontinent than in Africa. In relation to the latter, Colin Lees has correctly argued that the colonial state was not very strong in relation to its tasks, which became increasingly economic and technical after independence. 13 Though South Africa and Zimbabwe might stand as exceptional cases, his conclusions certainly apply to the colonial state apparatuses inherited by virtually all the ex-colonial countries in sub-Saharan Africa. As I show in subsequent sections of this chapter, the new African states were initially short of trained and experienced personnel. Their bureaucracies, weakened on this score, were also subject to internal divisions. Moreover, even though the ruling party in a particular state might itself be incapable of curbing bureaucratic power, effective control over the bureaucracy was often exercised by individual politicians, perhaps the president himself or ministers with administrative ability, of whom there were several in Zambia's first post-independence cabinet. It is therefore only in relative terms that the bureaucracy in the African context is as powerful as Riggs and a number of other scholars would have us believe. Finally, it can be said that Riggs was right to argue that to understand transitional societies, a model based on the state systems characteristic of Western societies on the one hand, or those typical of traditional, peasant societies on the other, was not helpful. Unfortunately, his own model of prismatic society, underpinned as it is by pseudoscientific theorizing, offers an inadequate guide to an understanding of administrative behavior in underdeveloped countries. However, it must in fairness be added that his ecologically based theory draws our attention, most valuably, to the large number of factors which affect the bureaucracy in such contexts. The paradox in Africa is, in Riggs' terminology, that in the post-independence period state structures have become more diffracted, and the state itself therefore more modern, without a corresponding increase in bureaucratic competence. The bureaucracy has been required to assume tasks, notably that of running a vastly expanded state sector, for which it was not equipped by either training or experience. As Bernard Schaefer pointed out, the chosen remedy was not to consider alternatives, a change in the inherited administrative model, but to promote institutional administrative training. 14 This was understandable. 143. It is a daunting task for any state to adopt an entirely new pattern of administration to fit changed political and socio-economic circumstances. Expressed in Herbst's terms, discussed in the introduction, it was easier to seek to strengthen the state structure than to address the more difficult question of situational autonomy. As noted above, the political leaders themselves were inexperienced in operating a governmental system on a national scale and were faced with numerous pressing problems. One of these was to Africanize, or localize, since Europeans and Asians took out citizenship in several states, the public services, both to satisfy political demands and to cope with the problem caused by the exodus of expatriate personnel. It is to a brief consideration of this issue that I turn in the following section. Manpower and Africanization. The most serious problem facing new state administrations after independence was thus not so much the value system of the bureaucracy as the shortage of a trained and experienced indigenous workforce. In this respect certain francophone states, including Congo-Brazzaville, Dahomey, Senegal, and Madagascar, were better off than poorer states like Mauritania and Niger, which had weaker educational endowments. In general, the personnel situation at independence was healthier in French-speaking West Africa than Equatorial Africa. By 1960 there were only 5 university graduates in AEF, from which 4 newly independent states were to emerge later that year. Only in 1955 were hesitant steps taken in AEF to begin training Africans for posts of responsibility, with the result that at independence the new governments had to rely heavily on the continued services of French administrators and technicians in the state capitals and regional posts. 15 Among the Anglophone states, the problem was more acute in parts of East and Central Africa than in West Africa. In Ghana at independence in March 1957 some 60% of senior posts were Africanized, In mainland Tanzania at independence in December 1961 only 26.1% of senior and middle grade posts were filled by citizens, regardless of racial origin. In Zambia, which became independent in October 1964, the position was even worse than in Tanzania. The deliberate withholding of secondary education until the 1940s, and of locally based higher education throughout the colonial period, both retarded the emergence of a nationalist leadership and meant that Zambia entered independence with only a small pool of educated personnel. As late as February 1964 only 38 of 848 administrative and 144 professional posts were filled by Africans, and only 26% of Division I and II posts. The situation was no less dismal at independence in Zaire, July 1960, as a result of Belgium's long neglect of secondary and higher education. However, in some respects the scale of the task was greater in Zambia, where during the colonial period whites had monopolized posts down to very junior levels, such as typists, road and building foremen, and mechanics. As President Konda was to observe in 1968, we entered independence without a single African technician in one of the most highly industrialist societies on the continent. 16 Even Zambia, however, was better off than the ex-Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique where, at independence in 1975, the desperate shortage of skilled personnel, coupled with the precipitate departure of Portuguese managers and technicians, imposed a formidable constraint on development. At independence there were insistent demands by politicians and trade unionists that the public service should be Africanized without delay. Though a few leaders, including Houphouët Boigny in the Ivory Coast and, particularly in relation to the army, Bunda in Malawi, deliberately slowed down the rate of Africanization, most governments responded to this pressure. They showed little inclination to follow the colonial approach, which involved waiting for graduates from school and university to emerge and then to prove themselves within the service. Instead, promising local officers were given intensive training. The 1960s has been described as the training decade 17, and accelerated promotion, though in some states there was no alternative to making former chief clerks into permanent secretaries overnight. Sometimes the job analysis approach was also used. This entailed relating the organization of work and the qualifications required for a post to the local manpower available, even if this meant splitting a job formerly held by an expatriate officer into two. Predictably, it was easier to localize administrative posts than professional and technical ones. Among the earliest posts to be localized were those in field administration, the level at which most people came into contact with the new government, top policy-making posts, such as those of permanent and deputy permanent secretary, sensitive posts, including the offices of chairman of the Public Service Commission and commissioner of police, and the Foreign Service. At the same time, most government leaders took steps to retain the services of expatriate personnel until local personnel became available and, in many states, Africans newly promoted to very senior positions were initially underpinned by white advisors. When Europeans left more precipitately than the government wished, they were replaced with overseas personnel recruited on contract, as distinct from pensionable terms, often under technical assistance agreements with the former colonial power. 145. Administrative aspects of the post-colonial state. The functioning of the administration in the post-colonial state was vitally affected as a result of the developments identified in the introduction. The creation after independence of authoritarian power structures, which proceeded at a striking pace in Francophone Africa and more slowly in English-speaking Africa, meant that the concept of a neutral, impartial, and anonymous civil service was quickly eroded. At the least, new state governments required civil servants to be committed to the achievement of the goals which they laid down. Thus, shortly before Ghana became a republic in July 1960, a new charter for the civil service was issued, which stated that the control of the civil service would in future be vested in the president and that where a senior civil servant finds himself out of sympathy with the policies and objectives of the government, it is clearly his duty to retire voluntarily from the government service. 18. This document, it is true, also stressed that the civil service should be non-political in character, and that individual civil servants should avoid identification with a political ideology or party. In practice, such provisions were never very meaningful and disappeared with the creation of the one-party state in 1964. President Nkrumah also weakened the position of administrators outside his own office by creating within it divisions which paralleled existing ministries. Thus, the Bureau of the Budget took many of the decisions which would normally have been taken by the Ministry of Finance. In this way, ministers became little more than presidential secretaries who represent the leader in departments of state. 19 Thereby giving rise to acute feelings of frustration on the part of the ministers themselves and the civil servants who worked under them. In the period before the one-party state was legally created, both Tanzania and Zambia undermined the political neutrality of their civil services by making some senior political and administrative posts interchangeable. In Zambia, the Secretary-General to the government was both head of the civil service, replacing the former Secretary to the Cabinet on February 1, 1969, and a Minister of Cabinet rank. Nevertheless, party and administration remained broadly distinct in both countries, and merit was retained as the principal criterion for recruitment to the civil service. 20 Even in Guinea, no symbiosis between the parallel party and state hierarchies took place. In an essay published in 1967, Lucy Behrman commented, "In Guinea, the PDG has grown more, rather than less, powerful since independence. At the same time, the position of the administration has been very unclear. It has not fused with the party, as Coleman and Rosberg contend, but remains distinct from it. In fact, the two organizations are 146. Continually conflicting with each other, the conflicts being particularly noticeable on the regional level. Throughout the struggles between the party and administrative personnel, it has been the party view which has tended to predominate." 21. Though the PDG was stronger, both ideologically and organizationally, than most other ruling parties, almost everywhere in tropical Africa the uncertain relationship between party and administration led to misunderstanding and conflict. Where, as in Uganda in the 1960s, the governing party and the public service tended to be recruited from different, and indeed politically antagonistic, regional backgrounds, the potential for conflict increased. In Tanzania, the introduction of decentralization measures in 1972 resulted in some conflict between the ruling party and the civil service as each sought to achieve supremacy under the new system. A number of serious clashes occurred between the political regional commissioners and the powerful new civil service regional development directors. Again, in Kenya, where the government used the administration rather than the party as its main agent of development, as well as its major instrument of control, parliamentarians publicly attacked the service. They accused its members, often unfairly, of putting personal gain before duty. 22 Political interference and, in many states, poor management sapped the morale of the civil service, in which political loyalty seemed to be becoming a more important criterion for promotion than administrative or technical efficiency. In the circumstances, it was not surprising that many civil servants resigned in order to join international organizations or private companies, while others transferred to the parastatal sector. The lot of the civil servant often eased with the advent of military rule. In Ghana under the National Liberation Council, NLC, 1966-9, for example, the civil service became the military's most important corporate ally. 23 Again, in states such as the Ivory Coast, the progressive decline of the party after independence was paralleled by the corresponding rise of an extensive state apparatus, of which the civil service was a part. However, it is important to remember the caveat entered by Haydn in a different context, when he said of Kenya's ruling party, that KANU is weak is no proof that the civil service is powerful. 24 The power of the bureaucracy in most African states is indirect, being exerted on the political leadership. It has no source of legitimacy independent of the political system as a whole, and its internal divisions, principally between a civil service and a parastatal sector, and its fragmentation along functional lines mean that it lacks a unified structure. 25. Moreover, as I argued above, authoritarian power structures are inimical to the continuance of a neutral, impartial, and anonymous bureaucracy. 147. In much of tropical Africa the public service continued to face deep-seated problems, as Zambian experience in 1980 revealed. Such frequent transfers of departments and agencies among ministries, the general reallocation of subject responsibilities, and the frequent movement of ministers and civil servants have adversely affected the quality of administration. Chains of command at senior levels have been disrupted, resulting in serious delays, votes have had to be changed, and resources have been wasted both because of the lack of cost consciousness in the public sector and inadequate financial control inside ministries, which, like the Ministry of Finance itself, are short of qualified accounting staff. The staff shortage is general and the number of vacant posts in many grades of the civil service is alarmingly high. 26. Zambia was not alone in lacking the indigenous personnel to fill many professional and technical posts, and in having appointments procedures which were cumbersome and time-consuming and facilities for civil service training which were both too limited and too centralized. Moreover, almost everywhere in sub-Saharan Africa, because of the shortage of qualified manpower, so much energy was absorbed in keeping the state machinery going that fundamental administrative reform was neglected. On the other hand, periodic salary reviews were undertaken and the civil service retained both its hierarchical structure and elite status which were inherited from the colonial era. This is not to deny, however, that the bureaucracy might be able to reform itself to a limited extent. For this to happen, R.S. Milne argued that bureaucratic procedures, in the form, for example, of general rules and regulations, relating to civil service conduct among other matters, might need to be more closely observed, and elements of the Weberian model of bureaucracy, including the principle of hierarchy, retained and strengthened. Milne conceded that while particular features of the inherited bureaucracy might have to be modified in developing countries, that bureaucracy should, in the absence of clear viable alternatives, be adapted to the changed circumstances of independence rather than replaced by an entirely new administrative system. These arguments challenged the widely accepted view put forward by Bernard Schaeffer that the paramount need in the new state context was for an innovative, non-compartmentalist, and change-oriented administration rather than for an administration of the Weberian type. African public services, said Schaeffer, were geared to system maintenance rather than to innovative development administration. This was a valid comment, though the importance of the law and order and other non-socio-economic goals pursued by the governments of newly independent countries should not 148 be minimized. 27. To provide innovation in administration, most of these governments looked to the parastatal sector. In doing so, they dodged rather than solved the question of administrative reform. The parastatal sector. The rapid growth of this sector, after independence, took place for a variety of reasons. These included the relative weakness of domestic capitalism, the determination of political elites to strengthen their hold over state power, and the desire of the new state governments to end foreign control over the economy. Such control was often extensive. In Uganda, shortly before Amin expelled the Asian community in 1972, around 4,000 non-Africans controlled 70% of the distributive trade, while 16,000 Africans were responsible for only 30%. 28 government attempts to change this unhealthy situation took various forms, from the establishment of new public enterprises to the outright nationalization of foreign-owned companies. In some states, including Botswana, the Ivory Coast, Kenya, Nigeria, and Zaire, private enterprise, both domestic and foreign, was allowed to coexist with public enterprise, operating either independently or in joint ventures, with the state as majority shareholder wherever practicable. In more radical states, such as Mozambique and Tanzania, the role of private enterprise was strictly curtailed, although not entirely eliminated. The public enterprise became a universal feature of the African scene, irrespective of a country's political regime and irrespective of whether that regime pursued a capitalist or socialist development strategy. A 1986 survey identified 2,959 public enterprises among just 30 African states, making it likely that the overall African total was considerably higher. 29. The public enterprise offered government leaders a more flexible instrument of development than the government department, which was subject to the full panoply of parliamentary and treasury control. Among the parastatal bodies created in the post-independence period were agricultural marketing boards, sometimes to supplement those already existing, national development corporations or corporations split up into sectoral units covering agriculture, industry, and mining, state commercial and national banks, and state companies. While the last named were incorporated like any other private company to pursue a commercial undertaking, many of the other agencies rested on a statutory basis. The growth of these bodies, however established, was rapid. In Mali, in the early 1960s, wrote Zalberg, the roster of state enterprises had grown longer year by year. It included garages, repair shops, metal works, a printing plant, and a number of 149 processing plants for locally grown produce, also SOMIEX, State Import-Export Organization, and its chain of retail shops, as well as a chain of state pharmacies and another one of bookstores. 30. Houphouët-Boigny's Ivory Coast, less radical than Mali under President Modibo Keïta and the U.S., followed a strategy which relied on the external infusion of money and manpower, yet here, too, the size and scale of the state apparatus expanded enormously. Sociétés d'État existed, Campbell noted, in almost every area of the economy, whether concerned with regional planning, foreign commerce, or agricultural production. 31 Corresponding increases in public enterprise activity took place in Anglophone Africa, for example in Tanzania, in the wake of the Arusha Declaration of 1967, in Zambia, from 1968 onwards, and in Nigeria, where domestic increases in both the production and price of oil between 1969 and 1974 precipitated a process which had been underway since independence, resulting in the creation of over 250 public enterprises by 1973. The increase in the number of Nigeria's constituent states, to 19 in 1976, contributed to further expansion of the public enterprise sector, as the governments of the newly created states joined the federal and existing state governments in forming parastatal organizations committed to the promotion of development. 32 This burgeoning of new institutions, as well as extensive constitutional change and ministerial reorganization, began at a time in the early 1960s when the standard of administration was lowered, albeit temporarily, by the Africanization of the public service. Not surprisingly, early results were disappointing. In Guinea, the enterprises responsible for basic economic activities, such as railways, roads, air transport, electricity, mining, and banking, were relatively successful, but the commercial agencies, comptoirs, performed badly. Lucy Behrman observed that this was because the Guinean government had neither the personnel nor the experience necessary to move from a mostly private economy to a completely publicly controlled one, and the distribution of imports in Guinea broke down rapidly. Finally, on November 1, 1963, the government enterprises which had distributed retail goods were closed. 33 state enterprises in Krumas, Ghana, 1957-66, 2. were often inefficient and corrupt and saddled with cumbersome administrative procedures. In 1965 only 2 of 15 state manufacturing undertakings were making a profit. These enterprises could not compete with the private sector. In Nigeria between 1960 and 1966 Nigerian Railways alone had 13 inquiries into its activities, and in 1965 the World Bank described its finances as disastrous. 34 Experience from the mid-1960s was hardly more encouraging, despite some success in the financial sector, national banks and state commercial. 150. Banks performed reasonably well in Tanzania and elsewhere. The relatively better performance of the East African corporations as compared with their West African counterparts, and such valuable spin-offs from public enterprise activity as the rapid training of local staff. By 1973, half of all public enterprises in Ghana and Nigeria had had public inquiries conducted into their operations, while an official review of Kenya's statutory boards in 1979 found the existing enterprises to be over-politicized and inefficient, and recommended that no new parastatal company should be established unless the need was indisputable. In Mali, according to Francois, the state corporations were responsible for 70% of national economic activity, but had enormous debts, high wage costs, with over 13,000 employees, and were very corrupt. They were used by top civil servants and other members of the exploiting class to amass personal wealth. In Zambia, a parliamentary select committee, whose report was tabled in August 1978, drew attention to the inefficiency of many parastatal bodies, citing instances of poor management, theft, and corruption. Many state-owned companies operated at a loss because they were constantly subject to political pressure and could not be run on business-like lines. They were also hit by the shortage of qualified and experienced manpower. 35 This poor record of performance continued into the 1980s. At the beginning of that decade, more than half of the public external debt of the Ivory Coast was attributable to 10 or so parastatal organizations. In Nigeria in 1979–81, the performance of public enterprises in the strategically important areas of transport and energy was so poor that the federal government sacrificed national prestige in order to appoint foreign technical and managerial manpower to leadership positions in the enterprises concerned. 36 Among the reasons for the disappointing performance of public enterprises were substantial overstaffing, poor project investment decisions, and weak financial management. Another reason was the unsuitability of many of those appointed to the boards of public enterprises. Some owed their positions to blatant political patronage, a common practice in both Nkrumah's Ghana and Nigeria under the First Republic, while others were civil servants who, though competent administratively, were completely lacking, through no fault of their own, in business acumen. The relations between the parastatal sector on the one hand and the civil service on the other were often uncertain. Steps taken by a number of states, including Zambia, to bring salaries and conditions of service in the parastatal sector into line with those in the civil service might be justified on the grounds of equity and in order to raise civil service morale. In Ghana early in 1975, salary differentials, as well as revised pension arrangements, were having a serious demoralizing effect on the civil service. However, it was also possible that such steps would merely serve to reduce the parastatal's flexibility. 151. In recruitment and therefore undermine their operational efficiency. Some public enterprises were also choked with bureaucratic regulations issued to check corruption, making the cure sometimes more damaging than the disease. Again, the parastatals were subject to government direction over both the siting of industries and the pricing of products, resulting, in Zambia, for example, in certain companies incurring heavy losses and thus, in the troubled context of the late 1970s and 1980s, adding to the pressures forcing governments to have recourse to large-scale external borrowing. This afforded international credit organizations a powerful leverage within the domestic economy. 37. Privatization. From the late 1970s, African governments facing economic adversity and mounting debt problems came under pressure from both multilateral financial institutions and Western bilateral agencies to redefine the state's role within the economy. Partly for this reason, divestiture rather than the reform of publicly owned enterprises became a favored economic strategy, especially from the second half of the 1980s. 40 African states, representing some 80% of the total, were officially committed to privatization by 1990. In practice, in the early 1990s, diversification proceeded more slowly than these figures suggest. Activity was unevenly spread and differed greatly in focus and scale. Privatization programs were modest in, for example, Malawi, Rwanda, Somalia, and Swaziland, but were extremely ambitious in Nigeria where, in January 1988, President Babangida's military regime launched a scheme to privatize 98 federal and state enterprises. In general, the program's range was greater in West Africa than in other parts of the subcontinent, while Francophone states showed more serious interest in privatization than Anglophone states. 38 As the decade proceeded, privatization was stepped up in a number of countries. In Cameroon, for example, the delay in privatizing the economy was one of the reasons which led the IMF to suspend aid in 1996. The government responded 2 years later by privatizing the sugar, railways, and cement sectors. In Tanzania, 2/3 of public companies had been privatized by the beginning of the new millennium. 2 final points need to be stressed. First, as Ralph A. Young has pointed out, the divestiture issue transcended ideological boundaries between the capitalist and socialist states, though some of the latter were more willing than others to grasp the privatization nettle. 39 Second, the reasons for the delay in implementing many privatization programs were both 152. Economic, including the lack of both sufficiently developed capital markets and of indigenous buyers with the requisite funds, and non-economic. Many politicians saw the privatization of parastatals as a threat to their own power base and to the patronage networks which they had established. State sector managers resisted divestiture programs. Public sector unions, too, responded negatively, fearing a loss in employment security. This was dramatically illustrated in South Africa at the end of August 2001 when a general strike against privatization hit schools, transport, and factories. Tens of thousands of people marched through the center of Johannesburg and other cities to protest against the sale of public assets which, the union leaders feared, would cost many jobs in a country where 1/3 of the workforce was already unemployed. An additional grievance was the leadership's conviction that the ANC had no concern for the poor. 40 Also, several state governments, though not those of Togo and the Côte d'Ivoire, found that they could not easily proceed with divestiture without a formal master plan covering the public sector as a whole. Again, it often proved difficult to establish effective administrative machinery to manage privatization. 41 From a political point of view, such delays were perhaps no bad thing since divestiture, where externally imposed, clearly represented an infringement of state sovereignty. Partly for reasons of self-interest, but also so that the state could retain some control over its economic affairs, the bureaucracy in Mali in the late 1970s resisted the demands made, with French backing, by the IMF and other international credit organizations for the dissolution of some of the country's more profitable state corporations. 42 Such infringement did not occur where the initiative came from the African states themselves. Indeed, many governments had long been acutely aware of the need to overhaul a public enterprise sector that was a heavy drain on the economy. Thus the Zambia Youth Service, a statutory body whose staff was recruited primarily by UNIP regional secretaries, was brought under direct ministerial control as a result of a 1970 report on parastatals, and state-owned butcheries and sisal plantations in Tanzania were restored to private hands in 1977 and 1985, respectively. The Mozambican government moved in a similar direction when, in 1980 and again in 1993, it sold to private businessmen most of the small enterprises taken over by the state at independence. 43 However, the sale of publicly owned assets to foreign owners was a politically sensitive issue, as the NLC in Ghana had found in 1967-8 when it proposed to sell the state pharmaceutical company to a private American firm. It had to withdraw the sale offer in face of a strong public outcry. 44 Though complete divestiture was the favored strategy, reorganization was another remedy. Taking Tanzania and Zambia again as examples, in the 153 1970s Tanzania drastically reformed its inefficient State Trading Corporation and National Milling Corporation, while in 1978-9 the Zambian government overhauled the Zambia Industrial and Mining Corporation, ZIMCO, which directly or indirectly controlled over 90 companies, many with substantial foreign minority interests. Reorganization was also set in motion in the Ivory Coast, in 1977, though here the object of imposing tighter economic and financial supervision on the public enterprises, among other measures, was to enable President Houphouët-Boigny to regain firm control over the whole of the patrimonial system by the bringing to heel of the country's political class and the drying up of the sources of clientelist enrichment. 45 The justification for divestiture was the fact that heavy statist economic management coupled with authoritarian policies impeded development and provided plenty of fertile ground for abuse of office and for the personal enrichment of state personnel. 46 However, divestiture, discussed further in Chapter 10, was not accepted as a universal solution in Africa. While most state governments, under pressure from international financial institutions, committed themselves to extensive privatization programs, many of them hesitated to follow a policy of full-scale denationalization. For some time implementation was therefore modest, particularly in respect of strategic enterprises, such as important transport parastatals and official marketing boards. Tangri found evidence of a gradual momentum towards privatization in Africa, but noted a continuing state presence in the economy to the extent indeed that the state remained the central participant in economic activity. Members of the government also continued to use state power for political and personal purposes. 47 At the same time, few leaders were prepared to retain public enterprises at any price and risk cutting off international development assistance. Privatization has been speeded up since the mid-1990s, though state governments have sometimes subjected publicly owned concerns to reform and rehabilitation and made use of other policy instruments, such as price controls and licensing, which they have at their disposal. Whatever the size of the parastatal sector that is retained, state personnel, based predominantly at the center, still control the national economy of African states. This will change only as further privatization takes effect and as meaningful decentralization programs are adopted by states genuinely committed to democratization and to popular participation in the institutions of government. However, as noted in the following two sections, the shortage of skilled personnel, acute in the financial and economic spheres, will adversely affect achievements in the spheres of both decentralization and development planning. 154. Decentralization and local government reform. From the late 1980s, as democratic governments replaced the former discredited single-party and economically bankrupt regimes, the emphasis shifted from administrative to political devolution. Whereas earlier experiments in decentralization had tended to reinforce central control, exercised by officials of the central government in the field, rather than to enhance local autonomy, many of the new multi-party governments pledged themselves to transfer powers to representative local councils, each with its separate legal existence and its own budget, and with the authority to allocate resources and to carry out multiple functions. Appropriate legislative provision was made, but the extent to which a significant shift of power occurred varied widely across the continent, depending on a variety of circumstances, of which political will was clearly important. Practice often tended to be hesitant and cautious, according to the overall political and economic situation. Decentralization is often used to refer not only to political devolution, strictly, the correct usage, but also as a blanket term to cover both political devolution and the deconcentration of administrative authority. In this section I examine the contrasting experience of 1. States committed to political devolution, Uganda, Zambia, and South Africa, 2. States which have placed the emphasis on the deconcentration of administrative authority, Kenya and the Côte d'Ivoire, and 3. States which have sought to combine devolution and deconcentration, Botswana and Ghana. It should however be stressed that these are rarely discrete categories since nearly all states contain an element of each. 48. States committed to political devolution. Uganda. 49. Uganda built upon the experience in bottom-up democracy launched by President Yoweri Museveni after he assumed power in 1986. Under the guidance of a small decentralization secretariat in the Ministry of Local Government, a three-phased approach to decentralization was undertaken. 13 districts were decentralized in Phase 1 in 1993-4, 14 in Phase 2 in 1994-5, and 12 in Phase 3 in 1995-6. Each local authority, with a revised and less elaborate committee structure, was empowered to exercise functions laid down in the Local Government Act of 1993. The chairman of the district council was recognized as political head of the district. New administrative structures were put in place. The council assumed responsibility for the operational activities and field staff of the line ministries, and 155. Retrenched redundant and inefficient staff. The sectoral ministries continued to be responsible for national projects and for the recurrent estimates in respect of centrally based personnel and services. The center also handled policy formulation, monitoring, and evaluation. The local governments were given an unconditional grant to run decentralist services and, within the framework of national policy, drew up their own budgets. However, it was recognized that it would take several years before full financial decentralization was achieved, especially in the lesser developed and more remote districts, such as those in the Rift Valley area, where the lack of financial and management capacity was extreme. Nevertheless, Uganda carried political devolution further than any other unitary state in Africa. Zambia 50. In March 1993, the MMD government headed by Frederick Chiluba approved a public sector reform program and committed itself to strengthening the management of local authorities by devising mechanisms to facilitate deconcentration of certain functions to provinces and devolution of selected functions to local authorities, as their management capacities improve and in order to provide for and facilitate democratic governance at the local authority level. 51. This political commitment was very important because, as Dennis Rondinelli emphasized, without a solid base of political support, decentralization cannot be successfully implemented. 52. Though the ministries of health and education created devolved structures of their own revolving round district health boards and education management boards respectively, in most ministries the deconcentration of administrative authority to provincial level was slowed down by staff shortages, lack of financial resources, and defects in the organization of the provincial accounting control units. The decision of the MMD government to devolve selected functions to local authorities as their management capacities improve meant that, in Zambia as in Uganda, a phased approach to decentralization was adopted. This was a realistic approach, given the fact that all councils, city, municipal, and district, were heavily indebted and chronically short of both money and equipment. This fact, and staffing and other infrastructural constraints, made it impossible for them to discharge the full range of functions listed in the Local Government Act of 1991. This act provided for a flexible and multifaceted local government system and created organizational structures which recognized that there was a difference between rural and urban district councils. In elections held in November 1992, the MMD swept the board, except in the Eastern Province where UNIP retained strong support. The 61 councils could appoint, promote, and discharge their own 156 officers without reference to the Local Government Service Commission. This proved a mixed blessing, and appointments made on political grounds resulted in a deterioration of staff security and morale. Against this, positive effects of the reintroduction of multipartyism were that overall political interference in council operations was significantly reduced and there was much more stress on local accountability and transparency than in the Second Republic. In 1995, as the Ministry of Local Government and Housing, MLGH, worked closely with the British-funded Local Government Support Project, LOGSP, to improve management and financial services at provincial and district levels, prospects looked rosier. However, the government's chronic shortage of funds meant that the THIRD report on financing local government of September 1994 could not be fully implemented, and cabinet-sanctioned reforms to restructure MLGH and fill crucial staff vacancies were again delayed. The LOGSP was wound up and the local authorities continued to face considerable difficulties in maintaining essential services.